February 13th, 2009. New York, Manhattan. Early morning. A cold, mechanical voice rang in Gu Li's head. Plot character link successful. Zhao Hailun. Reward acquired. 3-mode Autobot drift. Registration completed. Vehicle is parked in the underground garage. Gu Li stared at the woman, still asleep beside him. The sheets were a mess. The air was warm. The scene made his thoughts drift for a second, leaving him with that lingering, guilty aftertaste feeling. Then he sighed. A reward like this, yeah. Last night's hard work had been worth it. He flipped on the TV, lit a cigarette, and leaned back as smoke curled upward. His mind ran through the memories of this life again. He was a transmigrator, 20 years in this world, and still alive. And like every lucky transmigrator story, he also had a system. Only his system was, frankly, messed up. The newbie gift pack gave him a Turkish kebab shop in New York and a small villa in a decent Manhattan neighborhood. That was it. No super physique, no mutant gene, no cultivation, no heaven-defying cheat. If he wanted real rewards, he had to do it himself. Not fight, not grind, not train. Link, the kind of link where skin meets skin. America was open-minded, sure, but a weak body didn't magically become strong. For 10 years, Gu Li couldn't even clear the system's requirements. Only after turning 18 did he finally start succeeding. And this time, the system had paid out big. Drift, a transformer with twin blades, built like a blue-gold war god. Originally a Decepticon, until his obsession with Optimus Prime pushed him to defect to the Autobots. One of the rare few with 3 transformation modes. Car mode, a blue-black Bugatti Veyron. Flight mode, an S-97 Raider helicopter. Combat mode, that flashy, terrifying sword-wielding warrior. Zhao Hailun stirred, stretching lazily under the blanket. Her bathrobe slipped slightly, and she glanced down with a sleepy, satisfied look, like she'd remembered everything and enjoyed it. Gu Li rubbed his nose. Should he link again? He still remembered the last woman he'd linked with like this. The rewards at the 5th and 10th time were huge, but he'd pushed it too far. That relationship ended with Sharon Carter's voice cutting through him like a knife. You don't like me as a person at all. You just like my body. Then she turned and walked away. Gu Li pressed his fingers to his forehead, suddenly tired. It wasn't easy surviving in a world where gods walked around in human skin. He wasn't trying to be trash. He was trying to stay alive. After cooking, he carried 2 breakfasts to the bedroom. Zhao Hailun came out of the bathroom in a robe, ran her hand across his chest like she owned it, and even licked her lips. Gu Li's eyes narrowed. So you're the one being shameless now? He smirked. You've successfully attracted my attention. He yanked the robe loose, saw those perfect curves, and pounced. VIP paid chapter. Your balance is insufficient. Please recharge. Gu Li froze. You've got to be kidding me. Later, the world spun again into heat and chaos. And the system voice returned, smug as ever. Linked to plot character Zhao Hailun 5 times. Reward acquired. Regeneration cradle. Stored in system space. Gu Li's cigarette nearly fell from his fingers. Regeneration cradle? Ultron? But Tony Stark shouldn't even be Iron Man yet in 2009. Wasn't this reward early? Zhao Hailun sat on the edge of the bed, legs trembling, glaring at him like she wanted to kill him. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to go to work like this? Gu Li pointed at the TV. You might not need to go to work. Your boss just got kidnapped. On screen, the news anchor spoke fast and tense. Breaking news, Tony Stark, the famous industrialist and recent Extreme Award winner, was attacked while inspecting operations in Afghanistan. Gu Li checked his phone again. February 13th, 2009. The day the family planning director would descend on Earth was creeping closer every year. One snap, half the universe gone. And even if that purple lunatic never showed up, the Battle of New York was still a ticking bomb. Gu Li wasn't Hawkeye. He wasn't Captain America. He was just a small-time nobody clawing upward with every dirty method he could get away with. Zhao Hailun stared at the screen, shocked. Tony Stark kidnapped. Her new company's boss really was a playboy. The kind who could fill 12 magazine covers in a year and still have time left over. Not her type. She preferred men like Ghoulie. Pretty face, hard body, younger than her, and built like a human pile driver. A minute later, her expression collapsed. It's over, the Stark Industries stock I just bought. Ghoulie laughed softly. Hey, rich lady, you think you can feed me in the future? She leaned in again, eyes dreamy, fingers sliding over his chest like she was memorizing it. Darling, how did you train like this? Ghoulie shrugged. Of course, he wasn't going to say. The system rewarded me a serum from my ex-girlfriend's connection chain. That 50-50 serum had changed everything. Zhao Hailun yawned, then pushed him lightly. Eat fast. I still have work, and you have your store. They sat together, feeding each other breakfast in that lazy, intimate way that made it feel like the world wasn't ending. Soon after, Zhao Hailun collapsed back into bed and fell asleep again, completely drained. Ghoulie headed to the underground garage. There it was. A blue-black Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, glossy and arrogant under the lights. A Bugatti in the Marvel world? He shrugged. System can explain it. But then he felt it. A presence. As if the car was watching him. The vehicle was curious. No, not curious. Judging. This kid is weak, Drift thought. Drift didn't understand this world yet. Everything here felt strange. One moment he'd been fighting, teaching Bumblebee a lesson right in front of Optimus Prime. The next moment, he was here. Then metal shifted. A roar of gears and transformation echoed through the garage. Blue and gold unfolded upward into a towering warrior. Twin swords clicking into place as he looked down at Ghoulie like he was inspecting a bug. Ghoulie tilted his head, not impressed. Am I the only one noticing you've got puppy dog eyes? Am I the only one seeing this? Those puppy dog eyes of yours. In the underground garage, the blue-gold transformer stood like a samurai carved from steel, twin blades in hand. On his left leg, for bold Chinese characters read, righteousness, bravery, loyalty, justice. And yet the line that came out of his mouth sounded completely shameless. Ghoulie stared at him for a full 2.5 minutes. A bad thought popped into his head. So this is how it's going to be? From now on. Every reward that has self-awareness will come with its own attitude. If he ever got someone like Daedara as a reward, would that lunatic start making art explode across New York? Ghoulie exhaled slowly. You're pretty bold, Drift. He flicked his hand. An invisible force slammed down. The sword-wielding warrior didn't even get a chance to react before his entire body twisted and folded with a violent clatter of gears, snapping back into car mode in the blink of an eye. Sorry, master. Drift's voice came from the chassis, instantly obedient. Ghoulie pulled open the door and leaned in. You can speak Chinese too, right? Thankfully, Drift was a system product. Full control. No loopholes. Otherwise, even with the 50-50 serum, dealing with a hot-blooded former Decepticon wouldn't be something you'd want to test in a cramped underground garage. Yes. Hello, master. Autobot Drift reporting. The door closed on its own. Ghoulie chuckled. Good boy. With this guy around, life in the future wouldn't be boring. Shame Crosshairs wasn't here. Those two together would have been a walking comedy show. Master, where are we going? Laogu Turkish kebab restaurant. Drift. Fair enough. Even Ghoulie couldn't defend that name. The system's taste was unique. The engine roared. The blue-black Bugatti launched forward like it had somewhere important to be, like saving the world or racing a jet. Ghoulie leaned back, annoyed. Low-profile, Drift. And stop drifting. This is OJBK. Ghoulie rubbed his temple. Hands free. He settled into the seat. Autobot autonomous driving really was amazing. Honestly, it was perfect for dating. Only problem was the cabin space was a bit tight. Not much room to stretch. Drift, he said, casually. Can you turn to a screen? A 10-inch display slid out beside him like it had always been there. Ghoulie started scrolling through the morning news. Across the city, in another building, Nick Fury was barking into a phone. Natasha, vacation's over. Tony Stark was attacked and vanished. You and Coulson are going to Afghanistan. He hung up and stared at the computer with his one good eye. A grid of faces filled the screen, men and women Tony Stark had interacted with recently. Fury moved the mouse across them, expression tight. He'd read Stark's files so many times lately that he almost felt like he knew Tony better than Tony knew himself. Because Fury had learned a long time ago. If you want to control someone, you start by understanding them down to the bone. Tony Stark. Cheeseburgers. MIT at 14. Rhodey. Took over Stark Industries after Howard died. Genius. Billionaire. Playboy. Philanthropist. Weapons king. Pentagon partner. Even all of that still didn't fully describe him. And there was another reason Fury cared so much. Tony was Howard Stark's only son. The only one. Fury swore under his breath. Mother! He shook his head, forcing the fatigue away, and kept working. After a while, he picked up his notepad. A short list of names stared back at him. Obadiah Stane, Stark Industries founder, major shareholder, Howard's old partner, Tony's mentor on paper. Aldrich Killian, founder of AIM, connected to Pepper Potts in the past. Something about him didn't sit right. And lastly, Zhao Hailun, a Korean scientist newly recruited into Stark Industries. Reported to be brilliant, possibly even on Tony's level. Invited in. Next day, Tony gets hit in Afghanistan. Fury's eyes narrowed. Low probability, but not zero. He stood up, have Barton look into her, and dialed another number. Not far away, inside Lao Gu Turkish kebab restaurant. Morning, May. Ghoulie grinned. Hey, little Peter's here too? Come on, give your uncle a hug. May Parker, still bright and charming, laughed and scolded him. You slept until afternoon again, didn't you? Have you eaten? Ghoulie had lived with her family for a while when he was younger, so the teasing never stopped. Peter Parker, born in 2001, was not even 8 yet, but he was small for his age, like a little pudding stuck in elementary school. We ate at home, Ghoulie said. I'll handle the kitchen, May. They worked side by side, familiar like they'd done 100 times. Peter lay on the table doing homework, pretending not to notice anything. But kids notice everything. And the way Aunt May and Uncle Goo kept meeting each other's eyes. It looked like a movie scene where the music gets soft and the air suddenly feels warm. May cleared her throat. Goo, are you free after work? There's a parent-child movie. Before she could finish, Ghoulie nodded. Yeah, let's go together. May's cheeks warmed. Ghoulie liked this feeling. A little ambiguous. A little sweet. That's why he came to the shop whenever he could. School? Pointless. The family planning office director was coming sooner or later. Instead of wasting time in class, he needed more rewards. He glanced at the system icon in his mind, then admitted the truth, quietly, even to himself. Yeah, he just wanted the reward.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
First cinema in New York. After the movie, Ghoulie and May Parker held little Peter's hand and walked slowly to the parking lot. There was a sudden awkwardness between the two, mainly because they didn't expect that there would be an intimate scene in a parent-child movie. It seems that America is really open-minded, starting from when she was a child. I'll take you home first, Goo. The drifting Bugatti was a two-seater and couldn't accommodate 3 people. When they came to the cinema, they drove May's car. Let's send little Peter back first. The little guy is almost asleep. Hearing this, May Parker's face slightly flushed. They were silent along the way. Perhaps it was because the temperature in the car was too high. May's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Worried that the sleeping little Peter lying in the back seat would be blown by the wind, the two did not mention opening the car window. May Parker suddenly felt a strange emotion in her heart. She was afraid of breaking through the relationship between the two, but she also wanted to take it a step further. But she was already 30 years old, a full 10 years younger than Ghoulie. Moreover, the two were old acquaintances. Ghoulie had lived in her house for a period of time when he was in school. She secretly glanced at the man sitting in the passenger seat. His handsome face made May unable to tell what she felt at the moment, as if she had an inexplicable sense of guilt. Ghoulie also had an inexplicable feeling. He was adopted when he first crossed over. The couple who adopted him were May's neighbors, so he and May could be said to have known each other since childhood. Later, after his adoptive parents disappeared, he lived in May's house for a period of time with little Peter, whose parents had also disappeared, until he moved into a small villa in a Manhattan neighborhood. The two were silent along the way, and they came to May's house in silence, each with their own thoughts. As soon as Ghoulie carried Peter into his small bedroom, he heard May say, "Goo, Peter put some toys in your room. I'll clean them up first." "Well, I'll come and help too." The two of them were busy for a while. May, who was walking out with the toy box, was suddenly tripped by a clothes hanger beside her. Ghoulie quickly reached out and hugged her falling body. At this moment, the two seemed to be able to feel each other's heartbeat. With rapid breathing, the waves on May's chest also rose and fell. Ghoulie's throat moved a few times, and he felt his mouth was very dry, and a ball of fire was burning in his heart. After the two stood up and put down the toy box, he still didn't let go. "Goo-woo." May was halfway through her words when her lips were suddenly blocked. After closing the door with one foot, the two of them fell on the bed, undressed and entangled tightly. In the quiet night, the two of them were obsessed with each other and forgot everything. Successfully connected to the plot character May Parker and gained spider sense, also known as Peter's One Touch, which can predict the upcoming danger in advance and automatically make corresponding predictions. VIP chapter, please move. I don't know how long it took. The two of them didn't know how many postures they changed and finally hugged each other weakly. Connect with the story character May Parker 5 times to gain Spider-Man's same superpowers. Holding the limp body in his arms, Ghoulie panted rapidly. It was really fucking deadly. In order to survive in the Marvel Universe, he also risked his life. 2 women in 2 days, 5 plus 5. Fortunately, there is the blessing of the 50-50 serum. Otherwise, it is hard to say who will be defeated first. Of course, this is just his excuse. He knew clearly in his heart that this time was different from the previous 2 connections. This time he did not hold any intention of getting any reward. It just started with love. And he also found that the reward for a successful connection is related to the person he may connect to. Ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter has an irreversible relationship with Captain 55-50. She is the niece of the Captain's girlfriend, Peggy Carter, and will even have a relationship with the Captain in the future. So after he successfully connected, the first reward he got was the 55-50 serum. Current girlfriend Zhao, Hailun, a genius scientist, has developed a new mechanical body for Ultron in the movie. After the successful connection, he obtained the 3 transformation King Kong Drift and the Regeneration Cradle. In May, lying in his arms, the famous Spider-Man Aunt May rewarded him with spider sense and Spider-Man super strength. If it was really as he guessed, who should he contact if he wanted to successfully resist the director of the family planning office? Hela? Smoky makeup, violent, not his type, and that girl was probably being held captive by Odin deep in Asgard, so he couldn't get through with his current strength. Ancient One? Well, not his type, and a little too old, at least over 500 years old. Although there's a famous saying in my hometown, a woman 3 years older than a man is worth a fortune. But forget about 500 years old. Aunt Marvel? I remember there was a vase carol in a certain multiverse. But the world under his feet, judging from recent events and the people he met, is mostly the movie universe. After all, Zhao Hailun has never appeared in comics and is an original character in the movie universe. And there are not many women in the movie who can punish the purple potato spirit. Is it Wanda who is still in the Hydra organization? A.O. May grows up to his aesthetic taste, and she was born in 1989 and is the same age as Ghoulie. Feeling May's hair in front of his chest, Ghoulie pulled the quilt to cover the two of them. After breaking through the last obstacle between the two, May snuggled in Ghoulie's arms like a lover in love. The two embraced each other and fell asleep. And in a cave in distant Afghanistan, the unconscious Tony Stark had just opened his eyes. After pulling out the long, thin tube from his nostrils, he struggled to get up but failed and tried to reach out to grab the kettle on the stone table. He had just won the Extreme Award the day before and looked very handsome, but now he was in tatters. After coughing painfully a few times, he suddenly found a bearded man beside him. When he tried to grab the kettle again, the man turned his back to him and said, "I wouldn't do it if I were you." Tony finally found the wires connected to his chest. He began to tear the bandages around his body frantically. What appeared in front of him was the electromagnet on his chest, connected to the car battery. After a long time, Tony, who knew what happened to him, looked at the camera in the cave. I saw it smile. After a pause, Ethan continued, "We met once at the Burn Technology Conference in Switzerland." "I don't remember." Tony Stark began to think about his current situation. "You definitely don't remember that if I was as drunk as you, I wouldn't even be able to stand." Suddenly, the iron door of the cave was opened, and several big men who broke and mumbled their purpose. After hearing Ethan's translation, Tony Stark, with his hands on his head, chose to refusing to make missiles for them. And then, he was beaten up by a group of big men with water torture. However, when he was dragged out of the cave and saw the piles of Stark Industries weapons outside the cave, Tony smiled and shook hands with the little leader. An idea suddenly lingered in his mind and did not dissipate for a long time. April 29th, 2009. Manhattan neighborhood. After kissing Zhao Hailun goodbye, Guli lay on the sofa and began to think. He still remembered many Marvel movies and TV shows he had watched in his previous life. The most confusing thing was the timeline and the absolute time point. The absolute time point is the only way for the timeline. If it is forcibly changed, it may cause irreversible effects. Among the series of events at the absolute time point, the most famous one is the troublemaker in the multiverse, Doctor Strange in a certain multiverse. In that universe, in order to save his lover Christine, Doctor Strange used the time stone to forcibly change the way his girlfriend died. But no matter how many times he tried to change it, he could not change the established fact of his girlfriend's death. In the end, he activated the time stone several times, causing the universe to collapse and be destroyed. In that universe, Christine's death is the absolute time point. Of course, these are not what happened in the movie universe, but the reason why Guli really started to think about this issue. It was this morning that the reward for connecting to Zhao Hailun 100 times, Soundwave. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, is now transformed into a military satellite of America floating over the Earth. Through Soundwave's monitoring, Guli also saw the situation in the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned. According to the progress of Tony and Ethan, it is estimated that I will be built in 2 days. At that time, Ethan will be killed by the freedom fighters in the cave in order to buy time for Tony. Ethan's death in the movie is an established fact, and after getting Soundwave, Guli wants to try what will happen if Ethan is saved, the universe collapses, or there will be other changes. Of course, Guli, who has learned the true teachings of Go-E, will definitely not go to Afghanistan in person. That would be too obvious, as if he is afraid that others will not see any clues. With Soundwave, he doesn't need to go out in person. Remember, Soundwave often hides himself in deep space to steal intelligence. As long as there are cameras, nothing that happens on Earth can escape his monitoring. Not only that, it also carries a secret spy unit inside its body. The mechanical dog that made Optimus Prime suffer so much and spit out countless steel balls to snatch the fragments of the fire source. With the dog, it is not too easy to deal with a group of freedom fighters, that is, the little Karami of the Ten Rings gang. He doesn't have to do it himself. And through the past 2.5 months, Guli has also figured out the rules of the system reward. Reward will be given for the 1st, 5th, 10th, 50th, and 100th time. After deciding to act, Guli gave an order to the sound waves floating above the Earth. The plan to save Ethan officially began. Time flows quietly like water. Guli goes to the store every day to secretly be intimate with May, and comes back at night to continue to accompany Helen after work. As for whether it will explode, let's talk about it when it explodes. Who made him bind such a system? Think about other people's systems chasing and feeding them, fearing that the host will not be able to reach the peak of life. And his system, except for that line of introduction and the light screen that can appear in front of him at any time, doesn't say a word, not even a squeak. May 1st, 2009. In a cave in Afghanistan, Tony and Ethan work together to build the Mark I EVA-01 in 2.5 months, and it is about to be completed. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen. Tony was seen by the bald leader through surveillance when he was wearing EVA 01. Little Karami, who came to inquire, said a lot of nonsense, which happened to be Hungarian, which Ethan, who was proficient in many languages, could not speak. After the inquiry failed, the two little Karami tried to open the iron door violently, and there was a simple bomb tied behind the door knocker. With a bang, the simple bomb exploded, and the two little Karami were instantly wiped out. The explosion made a group of freedom fighters quickly move towards the cave where the two were. Let's get the power supply command first. Knowing that the freedom fighters will arrive soon, the two of them subconsciously became nervous. Okay, tell me what to do. Ethan said, quickly standing in front of the computer. Press F11, and the progress bar will tell me. After a while, it should be displayed now. Yes, Ethan responded with shaking hands. You have to tell me if you see it. Yes. Press Ctrl plus I, then press Enter. Come and help me finish tightening the screws. Ethan's breathing became rapid, and he was frantically tightening the screws. They are coming. Just finish it, tighten every screw. Tony whispered to comfort. Wait until I confirm it's safe before you come out. Okay, Ethan. At this moment, Ethan, who was watching the progress bar on the screen, murmured in a lost voice, "We need more time." At that second, just that second, he made a decision in his heart. Hey, Tony, I'll buy you some time. After saying this, Ethan picked up the machine guns thrown on the ground by the two little Karamis and rushed forward quickly. Behind him, Tony shouted loudly, "Follow the plan, Ethan." Tony had never lost his composure like this before. He wished that the prototype on his body would start quickly. He knew that Ethan, who turned around and left, was a good friend who had been with him for 2.5 months. Accidents are likely to happen. At this moment, Ethan, who was pointed at by a group of freedom fighters, had a relieved smile on his face. He knew he had done it. He bought time for his friends. Maybe in the next second, he would die, but he did not regret it. It was worth it for him to see such a great invention. What's more, he was really tired. Ethan closed his eyes with a smile and did not hear the gunshots. He understood the sound of blood flowing. When he opened his eyes, several mantis-like blade robots were surrounding the bodies of the freedom fighters. Ugh! Ethan bent over and vomited at the sight of the bloody scene. The several freedom fighters who had surrounded him were now cut into pieces. Only the bald leader was kneeling on the ground, trembling, his bloodshot eyes unable to conceal his inner fear. A mantis robot with a crackling electric light on its blade suddenly stabbed into the chest of the bald leader. After the bald leader was stunned by the electric light, the mantis robot tilted its head in confusion. They also didn't understand why the master gave this order, and it was their duty to execute the master's orders. Seeing that the human with glasses was safe and sound, the mantis robots rushed out of the cave at high speed. Their second boss was now slaughtering outside the cave, and this good thing couldn't be monopolized by the second boss. As for the big boss, he was now floating above the earth. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions came from outside the cave. Ah. Screams came from outside the cave. Dong, dong, dong. Tony Stark, wearing the first-generation machine, walked quickly to his friend and looked at Ethan, who was in a daze. Ethan, are you okay? Ethan, are you okay? When Tony saw the bloody mass not far from Ethan, his stomach churned instantly. After a few minutes of rest, he suppressed the urge to vomit and continued to ask, "What happened, Ethan?" Ethan, who had also recovered, pointed to the cave exit and stammered, "Tony, robots, advanced robots. I'll call you out after I've confirmed it's safe outside." After giving the order, Tony strode towards the cave exit. He was ready for a fierce battle. Thinking that 2.5 months of hard work would soon prove its power, Tony felt a sense of heroism. At this moment, he once again recovered his heroic state. But when he came to the entrance of the cave, he was shocked to find that a silver mechanical dog was leading several blade-like mechanical mantises to slaughter. Like an executioner in a slaughterhouse, it was bloodily slaughtering the group of freedom fighters. Wang Defa. The scene before him was completely beyond his cognition. He didn't think anyone could create such an advanced and intelligent robot. Robot dog. The weapons on both sides of the silver-white robot dog were like plug-ins. Bullets kept firing, completely violating common sense of physics. Tony Stark was shocked and stunned as he watched the group of freedom fighters being slaughtered. When the robot dog came in front of him, he raised his hand and greeted awkwardly. Judging from Ethan's state just now, this group of advanced robots were friends, not enemies. Hey, the robot dog shrugged its front limbs humanely and then signaled to the group of blade mantises. In Tony's stunned eyes, several blade mantises turned into a pool of metal liquid and merged into the body of the robot dog. Wanda. His eyes became more and more fiery. This kind of technology is so cool. When he saw the line of words appearing on the laser in front of the dog, "You are temporarily safe, you can go." Tony's mind suddenly became a little confused. Could it be that the dog was remotely controlled? Under his gaze, the mechanical dog suddenly transformed into a suitcase, and a line of words kept turning on the suitcase. "Take me back to New York." The dog misses his master. Tony, in just 2.5 minutes, he was so stimulated that he stood there in a daze for a long time. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and these thoughts finally converged into one determination. The technology in front of him must be obtained. It was not until the suitcase made a sound to remind him that Tony Stark remembered Ethan hiding in the cave. "Ethan, it's safe. Let's go home." The explosion outside the cave also attracted the attention of the U.S. military base in Afghanistan. Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, flew a helicopter and found Tony, who had taken off his armor, talking to a strange man. Rhodes' dark face was slowly filled with a smile, and his big white teeth were particularly conspicuous against his dark skin. May 1st, 2009. Tony Stark, who had been missing for 2.5 months, was rescued and returned home by the U.S. military. In addition to Rhodes, he flew to New York with a man wearing glasses and a silver-white suitcase that he never left behind. Rhodes did not understand how much Tony loved the suitcase, just like a child who was afraid that someone would take away his favorite toy. Tony held the suitcase tightly in his arms, as if it were his lover. Ethan, who knew about the Blade Mantis robot, had no plans to go to America, but when he heard what Tony said about his amazing experiences, he agreed to join Stark Industries without saying a word. Ethan, who was sitting next to Tony on the special plane, stared at the silver-white suitcase in his friend's arms with the same fiery eyes. They both knew that the box in front of them was very likely the most amazing robot of this century. Great discoveries may even change the entire world. Seeing this, Rhodes suddenly became more puzzled. He could understand Tony alone, but the fact that this strange scientist was in such a crazy state gave him a wake-up call. Rhodes believed that Tony and the other two were likely to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. The degree of horror of post-traumatic stress disorder can be serious or minor. And if a high-ranking arms dealer like Tony really suffers from it, things may become very serious. This is terrible. Rhodes secretly made a decision in his heart that he must send Tony and Ethan to the hospital when he arrived in New York. He had a good relationship with Tony, so naturally he regarded Ethan, who saved Tony, as a good friend. At the same time, Natasha and Coulson, who had been working overtime in Afghanistan and searching for 2.5 months, received a call from the director. "Natasha, Stark is almost in America. You two should come back soon." After hanging up the phone, Natasha suddenly threw a punch, which scared Coulson beside her. Coulson only heard this beautiful colleague who had just joined the company say several of the director's catchphrases. As the director's confidant, he could only smile bitterly. There was no way. He was not the director of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. He was just a small agent. What could a small agent, Coulson, do? He opened his mouth above and ran his legs below. Coulson had no choice, unless that day he became the director of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Otherwise, this kind of day is expected to continue for quite a long time. Look, he hasn't returned to New York yet, and the task from above has been assigned again. On March 6, 2009, when he and Natasha were searching for Stark in Afghanistan, several human bomb incidents occurred in New York. The Bureau investigated for nearly 2 months to no avail. Looking at Natasha, who was emotionally unstable, Carlson hesitated and decided to return to New York to tell her. Otherwise, Carlson was really a little afraid that this beautiful collie called the Black Widow would go berserk in Afghanistan. At this moment in New York, Ghoulie, driving a blue and black Bugatti, certainly could not have imagined that two guys would be crazy about his dog. He had just picked up little Peter from school, and the little guy's talkative potential was clearly revealed at this moment. Uncle Goo, this car is so cool. Can I touch it? Can I really? When I grow up, can you lend me a car? Can I really drive? Ghoulie helplessly held his forehead with one hand and pretended to put his other hand on the steering wheel. Regarding the drifting automatic driving, he had only one idea at the moment. That is, he must not let the talkative little Peter know. Otherwise, the whole of New York will know the next day that Ghoulie, has a car that can run by itself. Less trouble is better than more trouble, especially when he can't stop eating beef. And he finally waited until Zhao Hailun worked overtime, and then he prepared to accompany Sister May under the excuse of picking up Peter from school. Unexpectedly, Peter Parker, he can really talk. He didn't stop talking all the way. I don't know why his little mouth can talk so much. Ghoulie took a deep breath and encouraged himself in his heart. New York. Tony, who had just landed from a special plane, rejected Rod's suggestion to go to the hospital for a physical examination. He first went to buy a cheeseburger and then held a press conference without stopping. The experience of being trapped in Afghanistan made him realize the harm that the arms produced by Stark Industries brought to the world. Tony walked elegantly to the stage of the press conference amid thunderous applause, and at this moment Carlson, who had finally rushed back to New York, found Pepper Potts, who was standing in the audience and looking at Tony affectionately. Ms. Potts, I'm Agent Carlson, working for the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Pepper, whose eyes never left Tony, took the business card handed over by Carlson and said, "It's a bit tongue-twisting." Carlson couldn't complain about it. He had heard it too many times before. Well, we're trying to solve it. Pepper said helplessly, "The Department of Defense, Ferber, and the CIA have all contacted us." From the moment Tony got off the special plane, various departments contacted them like crazy. The boss didn't care about it, so she, the secretary, had to deal with it. "We are an independent department. We would like Mr. Stark to describe the escape process in detail." "I'll arrange it." "Okay." Seeing that Pepper didn't intend to continue, Carlson nodded. "Thank you." Of course, the agent's vigilance made him sneak to a less conspicuous place. The camera flashed, and Tony, who was sitting in front of the press conference, took out another brand of cheeseburger from his pocket. "I saw my young people being killed by the weapons I created to protect them. I woke up and realized that what I should do for the world is to contribute more, not just to make explosive weapons. Therefore, I have decided to close the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries, effective immediately." Buzz, the entire press conference scene suddenly became crowded, and all the reporters had only one thought in their minds. This news is going to explode. Understands cover. Tony took Ethan and returned to his villa by the sea with a suitcase. The two decided to start studying this crazy discovery, a crazy and advanced mechanical dog. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident occurs. The mechanical dog that transformed into a silver-white suitcase suddenly disappeared. "Ethan, have you seen the suitcase? Wasn't it in your arms the whole time?" The two looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally, with the help of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, they saw the mechanical dog sneaking away from the surveillance camera. "Jarvis, can you track the puppy's location?" Jarvis, an artificial intelligence with the same voice and color as Vision, switched directly to the video screen. "Sir, it disappeared on a street in Manhattan." Tony stared at it for a while and said, "What's that over there? Can I buy it?" "Sir, residential villa area." "Darling, the stock is expected to fall again. Do you think I should sell it tomorrow?" Ghoulie gently rubbed Zhao Hailun's hair. He really didn't realize that this girl was also a stock trading expert. The news that Stark was rescued and returned to China spread, causing the stock price of Stark Industries, which had been falling for 2.5 months, to rise directly to trigger the circuit breaker. The American stock market does not set a limit on the rise and fall, which is commonly known as the daily limit system, but it implements a regulation called the circuit breaker mechanism. When the price of a stock fluctuates too much within a certain period of time, it may trigger the circuit breaker mechanism, resulting in a trading suspension. Now, I can't sell it even if I want to. And the lovely Ms. Zhao Hailun bought it crazily when the stock price of Stark Industries just started to rise today. In the words of Ms. Zhao, a stock trading expert, buy stocks at a high price, and the villa is by the sea. It can be imagined that after the news of Tony closing the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries at the press conference spread, the stock price of Stark Industries is expected to continue to fall. It's okay. At worst, Dad will support you in the future. Seeing that comforting didn't work, Gu Li threw his girlfriend onto the bed and pounced on her. VIP chapter is about to enter. After a period of lovemaking, Zhao Hailun fell asleep with a smile on her face. After gently covering her with a blanket, Gu Li came to the living room. Afterwards, a cigarette was better than a living god. Not to mention, he could also pet the dog. Gu Li didn't know how the dog came to New York alone. He just felt incredible that from Afghanistan to America, such a long distance, the dog would arrive there with Tony Stark. Guzzy, from now on, the task of guarding the house will be handed over to you. Although this villa was also a reward from the system, Guli has lived in it for so many years and has not found anything special. Not long ago, the King of Good Luck with a bow and arrow actually monitored the vicinity of the villa for a while. And suddenly, Gu Li's hair stood up like a frightened cat. Spider sense. His heart was beating rapidly, and his brain began to frantically warn him. His body's instinct told him to escape from here quickly. A flame suddenly appeared in the living room, slowly merging into a circle of fire. No way. Is it that woman? If it is that woman, he is not strong enough with his current strength. She is a father-level boss on the same level as Odin, the king of the gods. When she was on Earth, the director of the family planning office did not dare to come. Under Gu Li's gaze, a bald figure in a yellow robe slowly walked out of the transmission circle. Don't be nervous. I just came to take a look. The bald wizard had a faint smile on her face. She stared at Gu Li and then looked at the mechanical dog with interest. Even with the time gem, she couldn't see any traces of the man and the dog in front of her. If she hadn't happened to be in the New York temple today, she really wouldn't have found this mechanical dog that sneaked away at night. Forehead, are you a god? Gu Li said in Chinese, but he felt that his acting skills at this time could make a 3-bedroom apartment look like one. It was too fake. I thought you would know me. The wizard's smile became even bigger. Gu Li quickly laughed and said, Is this magic? Can you teach me? After hearing this, the bald wizard looked at Gu Li solemnly for a few times, and then shook his head slightly. You don't have a talent for magic. After a pause of about a few seconds, she wanted to ask again why he saved the scientist who was destined to die. But when the words came to her lips, she suddenly fell silent. Judging from the boy's performance in the past 2.5 minutes, she was destined to get nothing out of him. Instead of this, it would be better to stay in the New York temple for a while and wait for this boy to relax his vigilance. He would always reveal his true colors. After making up his mind, the bald wizard nodded gently and said, Goodbye. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Then she turned and left, and the circle of light with fire in the living room disappeared. Gu Li collapsed on the sofa, the hair on his body slowly attached to his skin, and the danger warning of the spider sense disappeared. Gu Yi's behavior after his appearance also told him in disguise. Changing the fact of Ethan's death did not cause any irreversible impact. After laughing for a while, the smile on Gu Li's face suddenly froze, and he thought of another question. Could it be that Ethan's death is not the absolute time point in the movie universe? May 25th, 2009. As most people expected, Stark Industries' stock price continued to fall, having by 56.5%. Ms. Zhao, a stock trading expert who had bet all her assets on the stock, was affected by the sharp drop in stock prices and was absent-minded all day. During this period, even her favorite cosmetics were sold out. She has been demoted to a lower level. Gu Li, who knew the direction of the plot, had to comfort Ms. Zhao day and night. To be honest, This period is the best time to buy Stark Industrial stocks. And Guli also wants to buy. But soon he found out sadly that he had no money. In addition to his daily expenses, the profits from the Turkish kebab shop also include the large annual taxes on the villa in Manhattan. As for the house of his adoptive parents, he rented it to a lawyer named Matthew, who has been in arrears of rent for nearly half a year. All of this has resulted in him not saving much US dollars in the past 20 years. You must know that before getting the drift-transformed Bugatti, his car for travel was just an ordinary Mazda. On the way to Lao Gu's barbecue restaurant, Guli sat in the blue-black Bugatti, thinking about how to make a fortune. After hearing the master's troubles, Drift volunteered, "Master, why don't you sell me, and then I will sneak back." Hearing this, Guli's eyes flashed with a gleam, but he soon shook his head. It's not impossible to manipulate like this, but the key is that he needs a lot of money. Selling cars too frequently will definitely be noticed by the relevant departments. As for why he suddenly needs a lot of money, it's not because of the sense of urgency caused by the visit of Master Gu that night. Guli doesn't like the feeling of his fate being held in the hands of others. If he doesn't have the system, he will definitely choose to lie down and do whatever he wants. But he has come through and is bound to the system. If he wants to do it, of course he has to be the one who doesn't eat beef. But his current strength does not allow him to do that. And if he wants to strengthen his strength, he must connect with new objects. And this involves another problem. His current girlfriend, Zhao Hailun, lives with him, and his lover sister, May, lives in Queens. If there are 1, 2, 3, or 4 more, he'll have nowhere to go. If he stays in a hotel, he will leave information which is not in line with his style of hiding. And the house rented to the lawyer can't go there. It's too close to the lover's house, and it's easy to burst thunder. In summary, Guli thought of the best solution, which is to buy a few more houses in various parts of New York or even other cities. This is why he suddenly needs money. Guli, who was brainstorming, did not notice that his hands had left the steering wheel and were wrapped around his chest. Because the weather was very good today, the 3-transformation King Kong drifted and transformed into a convertible version of the Bugatti Veyron. This scene made Tony Stark, who was wearing sunglasses in the car next to him, drop his jaw. The Audi R8 under him can also drive automatically when it is controlled by the artificial intelligence Jarvis. Could it be that the handsome guy in the blue and black Bugatti next to him also has an artificial intelligence similar to Jarvis? On the way just now, the Bugatti drifted automatically several times. Tony, who found that things were not simple, drove secretly and followed. After seeing the handsome guy parked in the parking lot in front of a barbecue restaurant, Tony immediately said, "Jarvis, 1 minute, I want all the information about this guy." Soon, a blue light screen appeared in front of Tony in the Audi. Guli, 20 years old, of Chinese descent, adopted by a couple since childhood, a student at New York University. Ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter, current girlfriend Helen Zhao, a scientist at Stark Industries. Tony put his hand on his chin and laughed out loud. This guy, his ex-girlfriend, is Aunt Peggy's niece, and his current girlfriend is actually Helen Zhao. Tony suddenly felt a strange feeling on his head, as if this guy was specifically targeting people around him. The owner of Lao Gu Turkish Kebab lives in Queens, Manhattan. The last message caught Tony's attention instantly. "Jarvis, the last place where the mechanical dog disappeared." "Yes, sir. It overlaps with Mr. Gu's home. According to the situation of the car just now, there's a 60% chance." "I see. I'm just a little hungry. After convincing himself, Tony got out of the car and walked towards the kebab shop. He had no doubt about his charm. Just like now, as soon as he entered the Turkish kebab shop, he immediately heard a cry of surprise. Oh my God, Mr. Stark, is it really you? Can you sign for me?" Peter Parker, who was only 8 years old, had stars in his eyes and was a little shy, chasing Tony and chattering nonstop. "Mr. Stark, are you really able to make circuit boards at the age of 4? Reports say you could build a V8 engine at the age of 6. Is that true?" Tony took a deep breath after looking at the little boy in pajamas around him. "Pajama baby, are there any special dishes in the store?" Little Peter nodded and shouted to the kitchen, "Uncle Goo, Aunt May has guests." The little guy didn't know why Miss Sky, who worked part-time at the front desk, was absent for work again today. And when Gu, Lee, and May came over from the kitchen together, Tony suddenly felt a shock in his heart. The movie, My Heart Belongs to You, Donnie and Aunt May. Just 2 seconds later, Tony said politely, I can't tell that you have nephews. Thank you. May smiled happily. After all, when she was with Gu Lee, she actually cared about her age. And the billionaire in front of him was obviously very good at talking. Gu Lee didn't expect that he would meet this superhero who was comparable to gods in his mortal body like this. He remembered that when the Avengers came to the Turkish kebab restaurant, it was after the battle in New York. It even contributed a famous scene. Sure enough, the flapping of his little butterfly's wings caused a slight change in the plot. Mr. Stark, what would you like? Let's have some special dishes. This is my first time trying them, too. Tony pointed to the menu hanging on the wall. Gu Lee nodded and shouted to the kitchen, 1 donkey meat hot pot and 1 plate of cold donkey meat. Who stipulated that Turkish kebab shops must sell Turkish kebabs? Gu Lee, who was not used to hamburgers and fried chicken, forcefully changed the menu in the store a few years ago. May sat next to Peter and guided the little guy to do his homework. In fact, elementary school students in America don't have much homework after school, but in order to consume Peter's energy and let the little guy go to bed early, Gu Lee waved his hand and bought a bunch of English versions of 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. After all, he still had to be intimate with May at night. After a moment, Tony Stark looked at the donkey meat hot pot in front of him in shock. It was a strange dish that looked a bit like a hamburger. There was also a plate of unknown meat that smelled delicious. In order to find out the whereabouts of the mechanical dog, Tony silently cheered himself up. It's just a plate of meat, come on. New York, Laogu Turkish kebab. Tony forked a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew for a few times. He wanted to swallow it directly, but he couldn't stand the pajamas baby who was doing homework staring at him curiously. But after just a few seconds, he opened his eyes wide in shock. He didn't expect that this plate of strange meat would be so delicious. It was chewy and had rich layers, and the meat itself had a fragrance that was not found in other meats he had eaten in these years. After eating a few big mouthfuls in succession, Tony puffed his cheeks and asked, Hey, what kind of meat is this? Gu Lee immediately responded, Donkey meat. You can try the fire-baked bread, Chinese hamburger. Tony picked up the fire-baked bread, wrapped in a layer of oil paper, and took a big bite. Hiss! The fragrance lingered on the lips and teeth. The crispy bread, the fresh and tender fragrance of the donkey meat, instantly exploded in the mouth. Delicious! Donkey meat is the second most delicious meat in the world. The most delicious meat is dragon meat, but dragon meat does not exist, so donkey meat is actually the most delicious meat. Well, this is what Gu Lee had heard in his previous life. It does not seem to apply to the Marvel Universe. After all, there are really dragons in this world. When he can say that he does not eat beef, he must kill 2 dragons to help him feel better. Tony nodded in agreement with Gu Lee's explanation. Thinking of Pepper and Happy who were busy in the company, Tony hurriedly said, Pack a few for me. Gu Lee nodded and said, This should be eaten while hot. It's better to eat it in the store. It's not a big problem. This place is close to the company. Oh, by the way, do you have a delivery business? Hearing this, Gu Lee subconsciously glanced at little Peter who was scratching his head. The little guy's head was about to explode under May's supervision. It's a pity that the one in front of him is the little spider like Holland. If it was the Bully Maguire version of Peter, you could consider letting him come to deliver the takeaway. After retracting his gaze, Gu Lee shrugged. Not yet. After finishing the food in front of him, Tony wiped his mouth and handed over a business card. When you have this business, remember to call me. Looking at Tony Stark, who was carrying a few donkey meat hot pots, and turned away, Gu Lee put the business card into the system space without leaving a trace. This guy came a little strange. Although Stark's acting skills are good, the curiosity in his eyes cannot be concealed. Gu Lee thought about it, and thought that he should not have revealed anything recently that could be noticed by this person. Forget it. I'd better call the girl at the front desk to ask why she was absent from work again. Hello, Sky. Did you go to school today? Sky's voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone, Hello, boss, help me. Ghoulie frowned and instantly contacted the Decepticon Soundwave floating above the Earth. Soundwaves, the screen switched to Sky's side. Through the video on the phone, Ghoulie saw Sky driving her minivan and escaping frantically, with several cars following closely behind the minivan. Sister May, I'm going to go out for a while. The drifting and deformed Bugatti started up considerately and ran wildly along the route transmitted by the sound waves. Sky, whose real name is Daisy Johnson, is a genius hacker with a very high IQ. She dropped out of school at the age of 17 and occasionally came to Gu Li's store to do odd jobs. She was later known as the famous Shockwave girl, who mainly appeared in the Marvel series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the comics, she is the only agent with level 10 security clearance besides Nick Fury and Natasha, the Black Widow. Of course, Sky has not joined S.H.I.E.L.D. yet. She's just an underage hacker wandering around. And Gu Li's actions also made Tony, who had been monitoring him, excitedly roar. Let me see who you are. Tony sat on the office chair with his legs crossed, staring at the surveillance video on the screen. Finally, after running through several streets, the blue-black Bugatti drifted sideways and stopped. At the end of the street was a dead end. The unfortunate Sky was hiding in a van, and several strong men in black were smashing the car. You bitch, hand over the information. Ghoulie touched his nose awkwardly. This group of black-clad Karami didn't take him seriously at all. Hey! After hearing the voice from behind, a sturdy man in black who looked like a killer in his previous life, wearing a pair of sunglasses, shouted at Ghoulie arrogantly. Here comes another yellow monkey. But before he could finish his words, Ghoulie punched him and sent him flying dozens of meters away, heading straight for the wall in the dead end. Wong Defa. This is Tony lying in the office. Maze Fac. This is Nick Fury from the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. The reason why Liu Dan paid attention to Ghoulie was because of his surveillance of Tony Stark. This was his consideration of Stark, but he didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. With a bang, the black-clad sturdy man who landed on the ground twitched twice and then lay on the ground motionless. I'm in trouble. I didn't use my strength well. Ghoulie thought so. Since he got Spider-Man's super strength, he has never taken action. Soundwave, black out all nearby surveillance cameras. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. He does whatever his master says, and he acts very quickly. The two people who were peeping with interest saw the surveillance cameras in front of them turn into snowflakes in an instant. Jarvis, what's going on? Tony asked solemnly. Sir, all the surveillance cameras around Mr. Gu have been hacked. You're not a normal person. Tony touched his chin and said, Is there any cache in the surveillance video just now? Sir, the cache has also been cleared. Tony Stark was lost in thought, tapping his fingers on the desk. Now, I am 100% sure that the mechanical dog is Gu's, but I don't understand how he can master such advanced technology at the age of 20. In response, Jarvis said that he also couldn't understand that Mr. Gu's home was like a copper wall and iron wall. No signal could invade it. Mark II, Mark II. Tony muttered a few words, then stood up and left the office. He couldn't admit defeat. Although the game had never started, his pride would not allow him to make something inferior to Ghoulie. On the other side, Nick Fury's face was full of smiles, and his big white teeth were particularly conspicuous on his dark face. He thought that the disappearance of the surveillance was discovered by Stark. But even if he found out, what could he do? This amazing Mr. Gu was finally discovered by his discerning eyes. Nick Fury first called Coulson and told him to take care of Tony Stark. Then he made another call. Natasha, your vacation is over. There's a new mission for you to perform. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury raised his lips and smiled evilly. A young man in his 20s, Natasha can easily catch him. In her own apartment, Natasha punched the watermelon on the dining table. New York, a dead end somewhere. After a shocking explosion, the traces left by Sky here were burned by Ghoulie. To be precise, they were destroyed. The first time he connected with his current girlfriend, Ms. Zhao Hailun, he obtained the triple transformation King Kong, Drift, and the 5th reward was Regeneration Cradle. The 10th reward was Blue Giant Star Destroyer. It was the one used by Thor and Valkyrie in the Men in Black universe, a star cannon with a blue giant as the weapon core. Until he drove away with Sky, Ghoulie was still a little scared. Fortunately, only 1/1,000,000th of the energy was used just now, otherwise it might really penetrate the Earth. This thing doesn't look big, but it is really powerful. There is now a bottomless pit left at the dead end. It is worthy of being the strongest king in the legendary thermal weapons world. It's a pity that on Earth, he probably won't be able to see the power of the Blue Giant Star Destroyer in its heyday. Of course, the surveillance of the two driving away was also completely blacked out by the sound waves. "Boss, you are so handsome, what should I do? I will fall in love with you by accident." Sitting in the passenger seat, Sky's eyes were full of stars, and her hands were tightly holding Ghoulie's arms. In her eyes, Ghoulie was young, handsome, and strong enough to knock someone away dozens of meters with one punch. And that magical weapon shining with blue light was so cool. "How did they target you?" Sky sighed helplessly after hearing this, and was silent for a while before speaking. "I found a little secret of M Company. I wanted to make some extra money, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. You are really brave. AM Company is the human bomb company, or more precisely, the company that developed the extremist virus. Although it is not as powerful as Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, and Osborne Technologies, it is still a capitalist in America. AIM stands for A-Tech, which mainly appears in Iron Man. One of the founders, Aldredge Killian, is the guy with the cane who appeared in Iron Man 1. In the comics, it was founded by Hydra. Sky, please stay in the store for now." Ghoulie knew that she lived in her van most of the time, and the van had just been bombed. "Well, food and lodging are provided." Sky stared at her boss. Born in 1992, she just turned 17 and has been wandering around most of the time since she dropped out of school. Sitting next to Ghoulie, her long-lost sense of security was directly pulled full. Ghoulie also noticed the stars in Sky's eyes and some other emotions, but she was too young. Let's wait and see. Although the Shockwave superpower is something he very much hopes to obtain, he feels that he still has some conscience. Well, not much though. Although all the surveillance videos were processed by sound waves, the huge explosion still attracted the attention of the New York Foblers. When the Foblers arrived at the explosion site, they were directly shocked. What appeared in front of them was a bottomless pit. The Foblers immediately realized that this was a shocking case, and promotion and salary increase were just around the corner. But when they tried to call up the nearby surveillance, they were shocked to find that all surveillance within a certain period of time, within 3 kilometers, was gone. There was no trace left at the scene. It was blown up cleanly. In the end, they had to contact the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. This convoluted organization is responsible for handling all extraordinary matters. And the director of this mysterious organization is answering the phone with great confusion at this moment. "Natasha, why do you need so much funding this time?" Do you know where the target Ghoulie lives?" "The most expensive villa area in Manhattan." "How can I get close to him if I don't rent a house?" After 2.5 minutes of silence, Nick Fury spoke quietly. Isn't his barbecue restaurant just in need of a front desk cashier?" "Natasha, you can apply for the position. It will be absolutely no problem." "Fury, fuck you." Natasha punched the watermelon in front of her, and the overflowing watermelon juice spilled on her white t-shirt, looking particularly tempting. In 2008, Natasha was persuaded by Hawkeye Barton to defect from the Red Room and join S.H.I.E.L.D. For a year and a half, she has been diligently completing the tasks assigned by the organization. But for some reason, since Stark was attacked in Afghanistan, her career as an agent has become particularly tragic. Together with the cute Coulson, the two searched in the desert of Afghanistan for 2.5 months. As a result, the target they were looking for left on a special plane. After finally returning to New York, she was asked to investigate the explosion of a human bomb. The most hateful thing is that now, she is asked to apply for a front desk cashier at a barbecue restaurant. Natasha thought bitterly that she might as well choose to go undercover in Stark Industries. At least she could sit in the office. Was a front desk cashier. On the other hand, S.H.I.E.L.D., let's call it that from now on, so that readers don't say that my words are watery. Received clues from Fable, New York. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., rarely went to work once, and he personally led several trusted agents to the explosion site. Mazer Falk. When Nick Fury learned about the measurement, he immediately thought of a lot of things. He had seen alien weapons with his own eyes, but it was not so exaggerated. A pit more than 2,000 meters deep. 6 Eiffel Towers. Where's the surveillance? Nick Fury looked at the agent next to him. Director, the surveillance camera within 3 kilometers, all gone. Nick Fury lowered his head with a gloomy look and stared at the deep pit in front of him. When Gu Li's name flashed through his mind, his eyes glowed with a fiery fire. It seems that I still underestimated that guy. As one of the only 2 people who knew the cause of the explosion, Nick Fury did not reveal the news. He wanted to meet the Oriental face in person, but he didn't know much about Gu Li's situation. This was completely inconsistent with his style of controlling others, so he decided to wait for Natasha's news first. At this moment, our Black Widow Natasha changed into simple clothes, got off the subway, and came to Lao Gu's Turkish kebab restaurant. Boss, I'm here to apply for the front desk cashier position. Gu Li was not in the store. After sending Sky to the store, he went shopping with Ms. Zhao Helen. May and Sky were there to receive Natasha. Sorry, there's already a receptionist in the store. May pointed to Sky, who was smiling beside her. May's words hit Natasha hard, and she suddenly felt that her life was dark and bleak. How could the Black Widow not even find a job as a cashier? But as an agent, she still had a sense of responsibility that made her ask, "Are there any other job opportunities? I just lost my job." May is a kind woman, especially when she sees the pitiful appearance of the girl in front of her. Dishwasher, New York, Lao Gu Turkish kebab restaurant. Gu Li leaned against the window board. He had been thinking for several days, but he couldn't think of a way to make money quickly. He had no skills, no funds, and no connections. He was penniless, but in order to pick up girls, in order to strengthen himself and survive, he had to continue looking for funds. After all, it was one of the few good opportunities to buy Stark Industries stocks at the bottom. Sky sat behind the cash register, secretly glancing at Gu Li from time to time. She felt that she had fallen in love, and Gu Li became more and more handsome in her eyes. And our future failed barbarian, little Peter, who was only 8 years old, was writing homework that he would never finish under May's urging. He really couldn't figure out how he had offended Uncle Gu and why he was punished like this. If Gu Li knew what little Peter was thinking, he would definitely tell him so. If you go to bed early, everything will be fine. After being with Gu Li, May became more and more beautiful. 30-year-old May felt that her life was beginning to flourish. As for the kitchen, the famous Black Widow was doing her best to act as a dishwasher. Looking at the pile of dishes in front of her, Natasha's eyes lost their luster. She regretted not going undercover in Stark Industries. Gu Li had just lit a cigarette when he suddenly noticed 2 angry eyes, May and Sky. Shrugging helplessly, he came to the parking lot in front of the store and puffed out a cigarette. Who would have thought that a small barbecue restaurant, almost half of the superheroes of S.H.I.E.L.D., Spider-Man, Shockwave, Black Widow, not to mention the little prince of bows and arrows who was in charge of surveillance across the building. Doesn't he have to go to work? Gu Li was basically certain that Stark's visit that time was not for ulterior motives, but an accident. This guy has never come to the store since then. The person who comes to pack every day is the cool director Happy with sunglasses, who is also a big customer of his barbecue restaurant. Happy always packs 3 portions. As for the sudden appearance of Natasha and the little prince of bows and arrows, Gu Li didn't know why they attracted the attention of Lu Dan. In fact, Soundwave, who is ruthless and taciturn, the Decepticon hiding in the sky above the Earth, knows the reason. He knows about the surveillance of his master by Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. But the master didn't ask, so he didn't say anything. Mainly playing a cool style. There is still some time before Stark Industries' stock price soars. How about going for a robbery at night? Woo woo woo, after hearing the master's muttering, Drift excitedly roared. After lightly kicking Drift's tires, Gu Li got in the car and began to look for targets. There are roughly 5 larger areas in New York City, America, including Brooklyn, where Captain America can't afford a house, Queens, where May and Peter are located, and Manhattan, where Ghoulie is located. The other two are the Bronx and Staten Island. In a small area under Manhattan, the official administrative district is called Clinton District, which is where Hell's Kitchen is located. After swiping his finger across the Hell's Kitchen area on the screen, Ghoulie pondered for a few minutes. Kingpin, a guy with more than 90% of his body made of muscle, is one of the main opponents of Daredevil and Spider-Man. With Ghoulie's current 50-50 serum and some of Spider-Man's abilities, it's a bit difficult to fight against that guy. Unless he uses the Blue Giant Star Destroyer, but that thing can be accidentally, the Earth might be blown up. At this moment, Ghoulie's mobile phone suddenly transformed into a small robot. Chaos. Robot Dog, Laserbird, Robot Bat, Chaos, etc. all belong to the Decepticon Soundwave's tape army, usually hidden in Soundwave's chest. Now they are hiding beside Ghoulie. Master, I have a way to make money. After looking at the evil and crazy, even a little bit like a mental patient, Ghoulie hesitated and asked, "Tell me about it." Master, I could transfer the money directly to your account. I can indeed do it. You know, in their universe, it sneaked into Air Force One alone to steal data and find out the whereabouts of the Decepticon leader Megatron. It can be said that Megatron's return to the light of day is almost entirely due to it. So simple, will I be tracked? Master, please rest assured, we will never be discovered. Ghoulie smiled and patted the little thing's head. Just Kingpin. If you need it, let Soundwave help. If there are more intelligent robots in the future, Ghoulie, might become a walking pile driver. Think about that Ultron. Just by closing his eyes, Tony Stark's account lost $2 billion. There's a long way to go. It seems that I have to work overtime with Ms. Zhao Helen tonight, and the next reward requires 500 times. Hiss! Ghoulie suddenly felt a little pain in his waist. Although Ms. Zhao, the stock expert, is his lucky star, and the rewards for connecting to Ms. Zhao's system are all high-tech products, but 500 times is too much. Try to achieve the goal by the end of the year. Ding dong. Your Wells Fargo card with the last number 89757 has received a deposit of $1 million, and the balance is $1,819,527. The notification sound coming from Xiaomi Luan made Ghoulie exclaim. So fast. You didn't transfer the money directly to my card, did you? Master, it was transferred thousands of times and finally transferred to your account through the Family Trust Fund. Hearing this, Ghoulie gave a thumbs up to the little Luan. The little thing is not very powerful, but it turned out to be a technical transformer. TSK. It seems that his plan can go on. The stock business, the house buying business, the girl business, and finally I don't eat beef. Ding dong, ding dong. Looking at the small messenger that kept ringing, Ghoulie ordered, "Turn off the notification sound and turn it into a mobile phone." Time passed day by day, and people in New York City were busy again and again. Ghoulie was wandering between Zhao Helen and May, slowly strengthening his own strength. And Tony Stark, with the help of Dr. Ethan, was conducting research and development work on the Mark II in a seaside villa. Ethan also fell in love with the donkey meat hot pot that Happy packed and sent. If Tony hadn't asked him to, he would have wanted to go there in person. Of course, he mainly wanted to visit the mysterious boss who owned a robot dog. Black Widow continued to play the role of a dishwasher in the barbecue restaurant. She couldn't find a chance to contact Ghoulie. The work of washing dishes all day made her curse fury in her heart countless times. She also discovered that there was an unclear relationship between Ghoulie and the charming Sister May. And the little girl Sky at the front desk looked at Ghoulie with eyes. She was so numb that no woman could stand it. Hawkeye Barton was assigned another task by Nick Fury after monitoring for several weeks. Coulson continued to contact Tony Stark, but he was also miserable and could not see Stark at all. Every time he went to Stark Industries, he saw Pepper. Finally, on November 15th, 2009, the 9th month after confirming the relationship with the stock trading expert Ms. Zhao, the familiar reminder sound rang again. Connect to the story mission Zhao Hailun 500 times to obtain. The replacement function has been enabled, and the system reward items can be randomly replaced. Holding his girlfriend who was clinging to him like an octopus in his arms, Ghoulie secretly complained in his heart. Are you fighting with Transformers? If you have the ability, give it to me next time. I'll be the emperor of the universe. As if sensing Ghoulie's mood swings, Zhao Hailun asked while running his fingers across Ghoulie's face. Darling, what's wrong? Rubbing the pair of snow-white little rabbits, Ghoulie said in a good mood, Go to sleep. This thing can't be explained clearly. Quintessa, claiming to be the creator of Transformers. But it should be fake most of the time. Ghoulie can't think of any other possibility for the creator of Transformers except Yuan Shi Tianzuan. And this Quintessa is one of the few Cybertron mechanical creatures that can transform into human form. In my impression, in addition to Quintessa, the other one is Decepticon Alice. Only these two guys have transformed into human appearance, and they are both female. As for Quintessa's combat power, it is more confusing. You say she is not powerful. She is the only one who slapped Pillar Brother, and Pillar Brother did not dare to resist. You must know that the rest of the enemies of Pillar Brother have basically fought. Megatron has fought several times. But you say she is powerful, and she was shot away by Bumblebee. Could it be that is Cybertron forced to be 50-50? And most of the system rewards he received from Baby Zhao Hailun were related to Transformers. According to this situation, the next reward is likely to be the Allspark, or Unicron, or Yuan Shi Tianzuan. But what he wants more is a reward that can make himself stronger, such as the Phoenix Force, the Chaos Force, and the Fairy Force. Unfortunately, there has never been any news of mutants on the Earth where he lives. The reason why Ghoulie was so sure was that he secretly hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives on the day he got the Soundwave. There's information about the characters in the movie, such as the Hulk and the Skrulls, but there is no information about mutants at all. Ghoulie believes that if there are mutants, he could get the Phoenix Force from Phoenix Girl 100%. However, these only exist in his fantasy. Forget about the Phoenix Force, unless he tries to go to other multiverses in the future. But now he can't even leave the Earth, let alone travel through the multiverse. He could try the power of chaos, or chaos magic when he has a chance. Sister, Wanda should still be in Hydra right now. As for the Black Widow Natasha, who was lurking in his store washing dishes, Ghoulie felt that it was unnecessary, and she probably couldn't get anything good from him. After the Battle of New York, the combat power of Black Widow and Hawkeye gradually became insufficient. It's hard for these two mortals, following a group of superpowered people. Another mortal, Stark, has all kinds of Mark armor after all. You know, the later Nano Armor Mark 50 can break the defense of the Purple Potato Spirit. Little S. Kai, you'll be 18 next year, right? Ghoulie hugged his girlfriend and gradually fell asleep. He didn't notice at all that Quintessa, who was just rewarded by the system, was floating in his home. Quintessa was very curious about the Earth under her feet. In her universe, that Earth was the incarnation of Unicron, and there was also a powerful guy inside the Earth under her feet. Just a breath she detected made her tremble, similar to Yuan Shi Tianzuan in his peak state. Quintessa also found that a kind of restriction was planted on her body, just like when she enslaved the Transformers on the planet Cybertron. It was exactly the same. Perhaps the only difference is that this restriction seems to be impossible to unlock and has been integrated with her origin. There are several other familiar auras in this small house. Are they military robots from Cybertron? A blue light flashed on Quintessa's body, and after the light went out, she had transformed into the appearance of a human woman. The woman in a purple robe smiled and walked toward a room on the second floor. On the other side, Tony Stark's beachfront villa. After 6.5 months, with the help of his friend Ethan, the Mark II, which is more powerful than the original timeline, was finally built. Despite the obstruction of Ethan and Jarvis, Tony flew over New York wearing the Mark II armor. He laughed happily in Mark II, never so happy before. After all, flying is the dream of mankind, and mecha is the romance of men. Jarvis, what is the record of the state Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? Sir, the record for fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be broken, come on. At this moment, Tony's smile came from the bottom of his heart. if nothing unexpected happened. This smile might be the happiest one in his life. The perspective returned to Gu Li's small villa. He was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by his body. Just because a charming woman in a purple robe was gently caressing his chest, and Ms. Zhao Hailun beside him was either unconscious or sleeping too soundly. Kintasha, I am Kintasha, the great creator. Seeing this, Gu Li waved his hand unhappily, and the inexplicable power from the system threw the purple-robed woman onto the sofa. Anyone who was suddenly awakened would get a little mad, not to mention the arrogant look in front of him. Damn, a bunch of traitors. You dare to attack the great creator. Damn it, shut up. Gu Li suddenly felt angry when he woke up. Kintasha, I can't cure you. After hesitating for 2.5 minutes, he looked at the newly opened replacement function. He wondered whether he should replace this guy, and the chattering of Quintessa made him make up his mind immediately. Get lost, change. A mighty breath suddenly descended, and several bright rays of light emerged from it, instantly lingering around the purple-robed woman, wrapping her whole body. A second later, as the light disappeared, the whole world instantly became quiet. The replacement is successful, and the card of destiny is obtained. Gu Li, the card of destiny. Is it the card master in my memory? Gu Li quickly looked at the skill introduction. After a long time, he sighed in frustration. He is really a card master. It is true that he looks very handsome when he lands with a golden body. But why are there only Q and W? Apart from throwing cards and cutting cards, Gu Li can't see any other introductions. And the magic power required to drive the skills is borrowed. The system even thoughtfully signed a contract for him. And the contract object turned out to be Dormammu. Gu Li rubbed his head with a headache. He regretted it a little now. It was a big loss to exchange it with Quintessa. Borrowing magic in the Marvel Universe is a bottomless pit. It is not a question of whether you can pay it back, but whether you can afford it. This thing is more terrifying than usury. If you're not careful, you will end up with nothing left. After all, Dormammu and his ilk are not good people. New York, Manhattan. Early in the morning, Gu Li stood absent-mindedly in the kitchen. He regretted replacing Quintessa last night. Although Quintessa might not be the creator of Cybertron, she was the second most powerful of all the rewards he had received. The most powerful one was, of course, the Blue Giant Star Destroyer. But that thing was unstable. If you were not careful, the Earth would be gone. Regret, annoyance, unwillingness, sadness, all kinds of emotions intertwined on Gu Li's face. If God gave him another chance, he would definitely hug Quintessa's thigh and say, "How can I live without you?" But there is no if in the world. Whether he was depressed or regretful, he could only accept that Quintessa was destroyed by him. System. Enter the panel. Name, Gu Li. Race, human. Age, 21. Superpowers, 50/50 serum, spider sense, super strength, destiny card. Items, vibranium shield, cricket pistol, regeneration cradle, blue star destroyer. Affiliations, drift, sonic tape core. Contract object, Dormammu. Seeing this, Gu Li touched his nose awkwardly. More than half of the system rewards came from Ms. Zhao Hailun. But think about it. They have known each other for a year and lived together for more than 9 months, less than twice a day on average. The 50th reward is the cricket pistol, which is also from the movie Men in Black. It is small and exquisite, less than the size of a palm, and has amazing recoil. As for the power, each shot is about the power of a grenade explosion, and it has unlimited bullets. It is worthy of being a system product, a fine product. And the vibranium shield, contributed by his ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter, has been kept in the system space for these years. Because there is really no chance to use it. You can't go to cosplay Captain Wu Kai on Halloween. Of course, there are some messy rewards that he dealt with. For example, Captain Wu Kai's diary. The wisps of black air lingering around his fingertips slowly turned into a blue energy card. Gu Li played with it for a few times and suddenly thought, "It's bad. That woman might still be in New York." Gu Li realized it later and quickly took back the dark magic. He didn't want to face the Ancient One again. Even though the Ancient One also used the power of the Dark Dimension and even used it to prolong his life, he was able to live for hundreds of years. But he was a father-like boss after all, and he was just an ordinary superpower. The boss could light a lamp, but he couldn't set a fire at the moment. As for the contract object of his dark magic, Dormammu, it was a big problem. Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension, was at least as strong as the Ancient One. Forget it. Let's see how much money I got first. When Ghoulie opened his phone and looked at the balance of his bank card, he was stunned. Balance, $202,389,757 to $200 million. Ghoulie counted it more than 10 times before he was finally sure that it was really more than $200 million. Little Miluan, did you steal from Jean Bing's house? A mechanical arm suddenly stretched out from the side of the phone and rubbed Lee's arm like a kitten. Since seeing the process of him replacing Quintessa last night, the mechanical dog and Little Miluan have become more and more like domestic pets. After confirming the conjecture, Ghoulie mourned for Jean Bing for 2 seconds. Calculating the time, Mark II should be developed soon. After Tony fights Ironmonger and personally acknowledges Iron Man's identity, plus the Clean Energy Project, Stark Industries' stock price will definitely rise again. A little confused, all the money was used to buy Stark Industries stocks. At this time, the New York Fober building. Is Kingpin crazy? What on earth does he want to do? A group of Ferber agents looked at their chief with tired faces. To be honest, they were helpless because no one knew why Kingpin suddenly went crazy. In the past few days, Kingpin, the biggest boss of the New York underground gang, attacked other gangs like crazy, causing dozens of casualties. Although the dead were all short mules, the impact was not good after all. Especially for them. Ferber, Kingpin's behavior was a slap in their face. Who can tell me what happened? Boss Phobler remained silent. The agents investigated for several days and even secretly contacted many informants, but still found nothing. Seeing this, Boss Phobler had to make a phone call. Hello, there's a situation that needs your assistance. After receiving Phobler's call for help, Nick Fury frowned slightly. He knew nothing about Kingpin, just a gang leader. Nick Fury, who had seen many storms and even aliens, felt that Phobler was becoming more and more useless. Can't Phobler solve such a small matter? It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. still has to rely on him at the critical moment. Recently, he has a feeling that the burden on his shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. Those damn politicians in America should allocate all the funds to S.H.I.E.L.D. What's the point of keeping Phobler just as a vase? Clint, go to Hell's Kitchen and find out what Kingpin is doing. Hell's Kitchen was a famous slum on Manhattan Island in the early years. It was mainly inhabited by the working class of Irish immigrants. It was famous for its messy and backward living quality, serious racial conflicts, and high crime rates. Kingpin, who was noticed by both Phobler and S.H.I.E.L.D., had a cigar in his mouth, and his face became more and more gloomy under the smoke. Kingpin, who was wearing a white suit, looked extremely strong and seemed to weigh several times more than an ordinary person. He held a black cane tightly in both hands and was beating the ground without any rhythm. Ding, ding, ding. A group of gangsters stood in front of him without saying a word. Kingpin was very irritable at this moment, but more distressed and helpless. I don't know since when the property he left to his son has inexplicably become less and less. There was a full $300 million missing from the account, which was basically all the hard-earned money he had earned in so many years of working. It was gone just like that, without any signs. He went to the bank to ask, and the bank's answer was, "Sir, the back-end shows that you did all this yourself." Personally, I'm fat, not stupid. Who would donate $300 million? Who? Tell me who would do this. Bullseye. Did the hackers you were looking for find anything? Bullseye, a mercenary, a professional killer, is a general under Kingpin. It may take some time. The person who did it seems to be a repeat offender and left no trace. Hearing this, Jean Bing extinguished the cigar in his hand with a serious expression. A repeat offender? He has offended so many people over the years. Who could it be? New York, late at night. Ghoulie was lying on the sofa with his girlfriend in his arms. The explosion of Star Tower was playing on the TV in front of them. As for why the word main wife was suddenly added, it was due to an accident. Half a month ago, Zhao Hailun, who was preparing to celebrate her boyfriend's birthday, secretly came to the barbecue restaurant after work to give Gu Li a surprise. But she didn't expect that she caught Gu Li flirting with Sky on the spot, and the surprise became an accident. That night, Gu Li was bitten all night. Then Ms. Zhao Hailun claimed sovereignty. As for the explosion on TV, it was the work of Iron Man and Ironmonger. If nothing unexpected happens, Tony will personally admit the identity of Iron Man at the post-war press conference tomorrow. The curtain of the Marvel Cinematic Universe has also opened since then. If it was in the previous life, Gu Li might have called 2 or 3 friends to look at this matter with appreciation. Mecha, men's romance, he also likes it. But now, when he who knows the direction of the plot has traveled through time and space, especially after Guyida has come once, Gu Li had only one thought in mind, that is, to survive until he could shout out loud, "Haha, I don't eat beef." He had been a slacker for half his life in his previous life, but now that he had the golden finger, he didn't need to wrong himself anymore. Of course, he had to survive. After all, this was America, which was full of disasters. If the system didn't have a requirement, he could only connect to Marvel characters. Why would he stay here so hard? My heart is pure red. I write this topic just to make a living. Dear readers, please don't criticize me too much. I still remember the big star fan Xiaobang. It seems that he also appeared in Steel. I will ask Soundwave to check it out later. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Gu Li's mind. Iron Overlord Stan just died. Couldn't he study the old guy's property? After all, he is one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. He should be very rich. After coaxing Zhao Hailun to sleep, Gu Li brought Xiaomi Luan to the basement. The villa rewarded by the system has a basement area of about 200 square meters. On weekdays, the mechanical dog and its little brother stay here to have fun. Xiaomi Luan, you do some research and get Stan's property. This time, open a virtual account. Ironmonger is definitely richer than Kingpin, but such a large sum of money suddenly transferred here will probably attract attention. The last time Kingpin's money was transferred to the account, it was transferred in the name of Gu Li's adoptive parents' family trust. I don't know where the couple went to have fun. They have been missing for almost 10 years. And now, Gu Li can finally buy the building next door and take Sky over. Anyway, Ms. Zhao Helen has forgiven him, and his behavior can't be said to be a scumbag or not. In the words of High EQ, for the fate of mankind and for half of the creatures in the universe, I, the unparalleled Admiral Gu Li, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Low EQ, I just want her body. Of course, the most important thing is that Sky is 18 years old. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon have the first means of group attack. Whether it is the 50-50 serum or Spider-Man's superpower, they're all simple enhancements to the body. The card of destiny, it is more colorful. And Sky's future superpower Shockwave, in layman's terms, is a bit like Whitebeard's shock fruit. By vibrating and twisting objects, the effect of destroying or manipulating objects is achieved. But her superpowers do not come from the X gene, which means that she is not a mutant, she is actually half inhuman. In short, mutants, Inhumans, Eternals, etc. were all created by the Celestials based on ancient humans. I almost forgot that there's a baby of the Celestials inside the Earth. Gu Li smiled bitterly. From this point of view, the plan of the director of the Family Planning Office to annihilate half of the creatures in the universe may have something to do with the baby of the Celestials inside the Earth. In the Marvel Universe, it is not only America that has suffered many disasters, but also the Earth under our feet. The Chitauri want to invade the Earth, Dormammu wants to occupy the Earth, and Uncle Tun wants to eat some of the Earth. After the face of the purple-robed woman who transformed into Quintessa that night flashed inexplicably in his mind, Gu Li suddenly thought of another woman. Eternal, Circe, a female Eternal who has lived on Earth for 7,000 years. She should be in London now, work in a museum. Gu Li lit a cigarette and began to wonder whether he should go to London to buy a house first, then get acquainted with a woman of unknown age. Of course, in this case, just go for the physical part. There's no need to get too emotional. After all, Cersei's ex-boyfriend is the most powerful little Superman in the 10-man team of the Eternals on Earth, Ikaris. Except that this guy can't get stronger by basking in the sun. His superpowers are so similar to Superman. Flying in the starry sky, with lasers coming out his eyes, he is just like a copy of Superman. As for who is stronger between the two, that's up to each other. Master, the money is secured. Awesome. Ghoulie stroked little Myong's head like he was stroking a cat. It felt okay, but he still found a problem. The little guy's body was a little fragile. Not only little Myong, but also Drift and Soundwave had the same problem. After all, in the Transformers movies, guns with that level of technology could smash their mechanical bodies. Not to mention the Marvel Universe today. This was one of the reasons why Ghoulie was determined to stay alive. He thought that Drift and Soundwave together would not be a match for Tony in the Mark armor. You know, the Mark armor took a shell from a tank in Afghanistan, and nothing happened except being shot down. The physical strength of Drift and Soundwave is obviously difficult to achieve, not to mention little Myong's fragile body that can be cut in half by a chainsaw. What should I do? Ghoulie fell in a deep thought. The three transformed King Kong drifting, the Decepticon Soundwave floating above the earth, and the Tape Legion where the mechanical dog was. They were his few subordinates. Could it be that he would let them play a supporting role in the future? It is not impossible to specialize in collecting intelligence, making money, and as a means of transportation. Ghoulie murmured softly. It would be great if their bodies could be replaced with vibranium. The strength of vibranium is enough to make them a qualified warrior, not just a supporting role. Suddenly, Ghoulie's eyes lit up, and he took out the vibranium shield and the huge regeneration cradle from the system space. Oh my God, is the regeneration cradle this big? Since he got it, he had never seen it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, Ghoulie was a little confused. This somewhat abnormal regeneration cradle took up half of the basement space. Ghoulie even had a feeling. The space inside the cradle was enough for two drifters to lie down. No way, Brother Tongzi. Is the regeneration cradle really prepared for Transformers? After seeing the green light flashing rapidly in the system, Ghoulie suddenly smiled. Little Chaos, let me try the vibranium shield on you first. According to the operating instructions of the regeneration cradle, Ghoulie placed the vibranium shield in Little Confusion in the corresponding positions. The moment the power was turned on, the brightly lit New York City fell into darkness. Of course, the darkness only lasted for 2.5 minutes. It might be because Little Confusion's body was very small and the vibranium shield was not big. Another strange thing was that the whole New York had a power outage, but the basement of Ghoulie's villa was still brightly lit. The regeneration cradle, shining with a blue light, slowly opened, and Little Confusion, full of mechanical luster, jumped out of it excitedly. At this moment, it felt extremely strong. Sure enough, following the master was the most correct decision it had made in its life. When a mechanical dog and a mechanical bird saw Little Confusion's arrogant look, they rubbed Ghoulie's arm. Looking at the two pet-like guys, Ghoulie said helplessly, "We have everything. Wait for a while." Vibranium, he didn't have a drop. It seems necessary to take time to go to Wakanda, Ghoulie thought. He definitely won't buy it. Vibranium costs $10,000 per gram, and he can't afford it with his small fortune. And that money is reserved for future strength enhancement and can't be wasted on vibranium. I had to go to Wakanda to buy it for free. In the movie, vibranium was produced by a meteorite that fell on the Earth 10,000 years ago. The area where this meteorite fell was roughly in two places. One was Antarctica, and the other was Wakanda, the hometown of Black Panther. Why not take the dog to Antarctica? If we can find vibranium, there's no need to go to Wakanda. Ghoulie touched the dog's head. After all, if we go to Wakanda to buy for free, we are likely to be discovered. The movie setting, the technology in that broken place is the most advanced on Earth. If we are discovered, a war is inevitable. Let's go to Antarctica first. As for the metal that is stronger than vibranium, it should be Asgard's URU metal. and the knife of the purple potato spirit is also pretty good. Alas, Gu Li sighed heavily. After all, his strength was too weak. Until now, he couldn't even fly out of the earth. How could he go to the universe to see it? After putting the regeneration cradle into the system space, Gu Li picked up the mobile phone transformed by Xiaomi Luan and booked a plane ticket. He wanted to go to London to try. What if he succeeded? That would be the girlfriend of Ikari's, the ceiling of the Eternal's combat power. According to the nature of the system, the rewarded items or superpowers would most likely have something to do with the object he connected to. If he tried a few more times, he might be lucky enough to get all kinds of superpowers of the Eternals. Back in the room, Gu Li hugged Zhao Hailun. Fell asleep. With the 50-50 serum, not sleeping for a night actually didn't have much impact on his body, but it had a great impact on his psychology. He felt uncomfortable all over after not sleeping for a night. The next morning, after kissing Zhao Hailun goodbye, Gu Li took a taxi to the New York airport. Going on a trip at any time was an unattainable dream for him in his previous life. If that's the case, his time travel is not bad. At least he has a car and a house. Thinking of this, Gu Li laughed out loud. The trip to London was something he suddenly thought of because he had never had a similar travel plan before. Tony, who was at the Star Press conference, just said that sentence. I'm Iron Man. Buzz, except for the blonde girl with long legs and big breasts who had a one-night stand with Tony, all the journalists at the press conference stood up. The flashlights kept clicking, and the microphone was almost stuffed into the man's mouth. Tony wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly Jarvis' voice came to his ears. Sir, Mr. Gu just boarded the plane to London. Inspired by the mechanical dog, Tony has recently put all his energy into the research and development of the Mark armor. He asked Jarvis to pay attention to Gu Li's movements, because he is now confident that the Mark armor is more powerful than the mechanical dog. His battle with Stan last night made the Mark armor appear in front of the public. This is why there is this press conference. Tony turned and left the press conference. He wanted to see what the mysterious man was doing in London. In fact, he himself didn't know why he did this. Maybe it was the mutual appreciation between the two geniuses? He always thought that the mechanical dog was made by Gu Li, knowing that Gu Li went to London. There was also Natasha, who was slow to realize it. Of course, she heard from Sky and May. Natasha, who had been a dishwasher for several months, was on the verge of a breakdown. On the one hand, she was busy with the dishwashing work, and on the other hand, she fell into self-doubt. The reason was that she tried many ways, but could not get closer to the mission target, Gu Li. Natasha thought she was pretty good-looking, but she had hinted so obviously, but the other person remained indifferent. She even wondered if Gu Li didn't like women, but she instantly ruled out the idea. A few days ago, she saw with her own eyes that Guy was caught by his girlfriend when he was picking up girls. But why? Natasha couldn't figure it out. She was not bad, Black Widow. Why didn't the guy have any sexual interest in her? Taking advantage of going out to buy things, Natasha prepared to report Gu Li's trip to London. Fury was surprised when he received the call. Since the undercover operation began, Natasha had not taken the initiative to report for a long time. The target left New York? To London. What was he doing in London? Reason, unknown. Fury, maybe the undercover operation failed. Natasha suddenly became a little unconfident. She had never been so. Okay, I got it. Nick Fury hung up the phone and slowly stood up. He had to prepare early to create a sense of mystery so that he could meet Iron Man. On the other side, in the New York Temple, Master Ancient One opened her eyes, and the green light of the time gemstone on her chest slowly dissipated. She had tried several times not long ago, but she still couldn't find out Gu Li's future. This situation had never happened in her long life. Little guy who can't see the future clearly. Will you be a variable? Through the secular relationship of the New York Temple, Gu Yi also investigated Gu Li's life. Steady, the little guy has been very stable since he started school. His grades are always average, and he doesn't like to show off. In all aspects, he is an ordinary person. If it weren't for seeing the mechanical dog late at night, Gu Yi would not have noticed Gu Li at all. After that time, she stayed in the New York Temple to observe until she finally discovered it a few days ago. The dark magic used by the little guy in a short period of time came from Dormammu's dark breath. But this situation is exactly what Gu Yi doesn't understand. The last time he saw Gu Li, he didn't have the slightest magic breath. Right under her nose, Gu Li and Dormammu signed a contract at some point. Even that kind of magic is something she has never seen before. Go to the London Temple and have another look. London has many nicknames, the most well-known of which is the Fog City. There are two reasons why it is called the Fog City. On the one hand, London is located in the southeast of England, in a basin on both sides of the Lower Thames River. In autumn and winter, the air in the basin is not mobile enough, which easily leads to foggy weather. On the other hand, since the beginning of the 20th century, most families in London have used coal as household fuel, resulting in a large amount of smoke emissions. These fumes, combined with London's climate, have formed the famous London fog. After leaving the airport, Gu Li wanted to go to a nearby agency to start looking at houses. After all, he recently made a fortune through Iron Man. But the fog in the air made him start to hesitate. The limitations of the system require him to connect more plot characters if he wants to get more rewards. Most of the plot characters in the Marvel Universe live in America. In addition to his target of this trip, Eternal Cersei. The origin of the Eternals on Earth can be traced back to 5000 BC, when the god of judgment, Alizum, selected 10 Eternals with superpowers and sent them to Earth to resist the mutants. For thousands of years, the Eternals have been guarding humans on Earth and resisting the invasion of the mutants. When the last batch of mutants were wiped out in 1521, the Eternals had disagreements on whether to continue protecting humans. In the end, the 10-man team decided to separate and wait for the call of the Judgment God. 500 years ago, after Cersei separated from her ex-boyfriend Acaris, she lived in London with the Water Elves, one of the members of the 10-man team. As for the mutants, they are intelligent creatures created by the Celestials like the Eternals. At first, the Celestials put the mutants on Earth in order to hatch the Celestial babies inside the Earth. Because the growth of Celestial babies requires a lot of energy from intelligent life. At that time, humans on Earth had not yet become the top of the food chain. In order for humans to reproduce better, the first batch of mutants took on the role of human guardians and were responsible for eliminating those hunters who feed on humans. But later, an accident occurred. The mutants, who were supposed to guard humans, became new hunters who feed on humans. This is the background of the Eternals and mutants in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The plot of the 10-man team of the Eternals happened after the battle in the final game of Avengers 4. It's just a 2.5-hour movie, but it feels like nothing has been said. It's so bad. Back in London, Gu Li walked towards a museum with a try-your-luck mentality. As for the food, all over the streets, forget it. Isn't there a saying that the top 10 restaurants in London are all French restaurants? And his target, Cersei, has the superpower to reshape the molecular structure of objects. In layman's terms, it's a bit like turning stone into gold. Or it's a bit like the power of real gems. In the movie, Cersei turned a speeding truck into flying rose petals. One word, beauty, a superpower that is so beautiful that it's suffocating. It's just a pity that if he wants to get this superpower, he must connect with Cersei once or several times before he can get her ability. Although Gu Li has a similar appearance to the readers, he is even called the most handsome man in New York. But he is still a little unconfident. After all, that woman is a woman who has lived for more than 7,000 years. Who knows if that woman will have some special hobbies in the long years. At the entrance of the museum, Gu Li clenched his fists and took a deep breath. A woman who is 3,000 years older than me is now a fairy. Come on, old Gu. The Natural History Museum in London was officially opened to the public in 1881. It has 75 million specimens of animals, plants, fossils, and minerals. It is the largest natural history museum in Europe. Gu Li was just like an ordinary tourist. He wandered around the museum for a long time until he saw a man on the phone. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have remembered it wrong. Cersei did not work at the museum. The man was Dane Whitman, who worked at the museum, and he was pursuing Cersei. Competitor? Good boy. You actually took advantage of someone else's husband's disappearance to poach someone else's girlfriend. Judging from the content of the conversation that Ghoulie overheard, Dane has not succeeded yet. Maybe Cersei, who has lived for many years, is in a state of seclusion at this time? Fortunately, Ghoulie overheard the place where the two met at night. Ghoulie stood quietly behind Dane, as if he was really admiring the exhibits in front of him. How about a good old-fashioned hero saving the beauty? Since the visit from the Ancient One, Ghoulie has been in a state of high tension and anxiety for a long time. He is eager to gain more power to deal with the threats that will definitely happen in the future. And with his current strength, it is definitely not a problem to avoid the New York War. But he can't hide forever, especially since he still has a system. Over the years, he has really embarrassed the predecessors of the time travel. Think about the predecessors who are invincible at the beginning, and they can easily use all kinds of superpowers such as the Phoenix Force and the Kryptonian Iron Body after completing a task. At worst, that group of predecessors have been stepping towards the peak of strength since they were young. And he connected. TSK, I don't know which brain-dead guy came up with this. In the past few years, when he was not fully developed, he had the will, but not the ability. What the hell is the connection? Even when he developed for a period of time and his body had physiological reactions, there was still a restriction. He had to connect to the plot characters. Among the plot characters, there was that woman who liked the little boy who hadn't grown up yet. If you don't have 10 years of cerebral palsy, you will never think of such a crappy system. Hello, do you need me to introduce you to someone? Ghoulie, who had recovered from his shock, nodded to Dane, the man with the mustache. The exhibits in front of you are from. Dane led Ghoulie, who had ulterior motives, to explain the museum for a whole afternoon. Dane felt that his throat was about to smoke. But he couldn't help but explain the origin of each exhibit to Ghoulie in detail and seriously because of Ghoulie's love for natural history. It was not until a long time later that night fell. Thanks, Dane. Now I can finally go back to write my graduation thesis. Let's go have a meal together. Looking at Ghoulie's sincere eyes, Dane said apologetically, Sorry, Ghou, I have an appointment tonight. How about tomorrow? I will take you to experience the delicious food in London. If Dane had not made an appointment with Cersei a long time ago, he would definitely not refuse Ghoulie's invitation. It was because Ghou was so handsome and they had a common hobby, natural history. Okay, after leaving each other their phone numbers, the two separated with mutual respect. Looking at Dane, who was driving away, Ghoulie's mouth curled up slightly. Bro, I'll try it once 5 times. Hi, Ghou, this way. Ghoulie looked in the direction of the voice and saw Dane, a man with a mustache, waving at him from the other side of the restaurant. He quickly pretended to be a little confused and asked, Oi, Dane, what a coincidence. In fact, he was not sure if he had been noticed when he was wandering around the restaurant just now. Anyway, as long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. Dane, who accidentally met a new friend in the restaurant, was very happy to introduce him to Ghoulie. Ghou, this is Cersei, my friend. This is Ghou, just arrived from New York. Dane with a mustache was very enthusiastic, but it was precisely because of his hospitality that Ghoulie suddenly felt guilty. But this feeling of guilt only lasted for a second and a half before it was drowned out by Ghoulie's desire to become stronger. Hello, Ghoulie said in Chinese. Hello, Cersei replied in Chinese. Dane felt that he and Ghoulie were destined to be together. They just met in the afternoon and met again in the evening. Let's go together, Ghou. Perhaps because of Ghoulie's sudden joining, Cersei became a little unnatural. She sat aside and listened quietly to Dane and Ghoulie talking about some ancient buildings, although she was an eyewitness to the construction of these buildings. But from the perspective of the Eternals, the situation at this moment is quite interesting. Stonehenge hints at the celestial phenomenon of the 9 planets in a row. Ghou, I didn't expect you to think so too. Of course Ghoulie would think so, because in the setting of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, about 5,000 years ago, the celestial bodies converged and the 9 realms on the world tree were connected. At that time, humans built Stonehenge based on this celestial phenomenon. Dane sighed for a while and then said regretfully, My previous paper involved Norse mythology, which my supervisor thought was fabricated. Maybe your mentor believes in science more. In Guli's opinion, the Norse gods in the Marvel Universe are just some powerful alien races at best. Calculating the time, that Brazilian girl, Thor, the ceiling of the Avengers' early combat power, is expected to appear soon. Time is running out. The dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere, and the three of them walked together on the streets of London. A few sneaky figures not far away rushed out and surrounded them after seeing Guli's figure. The Italian mafia, wearing a pair of sunglasses, stammered to the three people. "Beat, robbery, ICIPIQ card, tell me the password." Hearing this, Guli immediately regretted it. The few mafia members he found at random before coming to the restaurant seemed to have a bit of a weird brain circuit. Dane, who was standing by, saw this and quickly protected Cersei behind him. Gentle Cersei looked around for a few times, and after confirming that there was no one around, she was about to take action. But at this moment, a mean voice suddenly came from Adair. "Hey, dear Gu, it looks like you are in trouble." Several people looked up, and the steel figure that fell from the sky was none other than Tony Stark, wearing Mark III. Several mafia members were confused at once, as their boss had not told them about this scene at the beginning. They had already received the money, so how could they continue to act this out? In order to meet the requirements of the violent boss, several people even searched the internet for a video of a robbery in China not long ago. But now that Iron Man has suddenly arrived, should they still rob? Guli was also very confused, as he really didn't know why Tony appeared on the streets of London. Shouldn't Tony be going home to face the boiled egg that had been waiting for him for a long time at this moment? The moment he saw the Mark armor, he secretly said in his heart, "It's not good. Damn it." According to his original plan, before coming to the restaurant, he hired a few mafia members to stage a robbery. Then Guli would bravely come forward to save the beauty. Although it was a bit old-fashioned, it should at least have some effect. Of course, the main reason was that he really had no experience in picking up girls. His relationship with his ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter was purely a chance encounter and accident. The two met at the Captain America Museum. With his current girlfriend, Ms. Zhao Hailun, it was love at first sight, and both of them were attracted to her at the same time. He and May had a relationship foundation of knowing each other for many years. Thinking about it this way, it was really a waste of his face that was the same as the reader's. So what if he was the most handsome man in New York? He was still. This old-fashioned way of chatting up people. On the other hand, he was so impatiently provoked by the Ancient One that he wanted to pounce on him immediately. Let's talk about feelings later. Or maybe he is just a person who doesn't care about feelings. He just wants superpowers. Several mafia came and went quickly. When leaving, the small leader even raised his eyebrows at Guli, as if to say, "Boss, although we didn't get the job done, the money won't be refunded." Guli held his forehead with melancholy, and a touch of emotion welled up in his heart. At this time, they were still thinking about professional ethics. They were really not blind to the beating they had not long ago. They should have been gentler at that time. Dane with a mustache shook the hand of Tony, who also had a mustache, and said gratefully, "Mr. Stark, thank you, thank you." Just now, he almost made a fool of himself in front of the person he liked and his new good friend. At this moment, his gratitude to Tony was from the bottom of his heart. Tony spread his hands and looked at Guli with his innocent eyes. "Your friend?" Guli nodded. "My friend. Why are you here?" The communication between the two of them was very smooth, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Tony patted Dane's shoulder and glanced at the black-haired lady next to him inconspicuously, with a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. No wonder he came to London. It turned out to be because of girls. Cersei actually doesn't really fit Tony's aesthetic. He likes blonde girls with long legs and big breasts. Thinking of Gu Li's current girlfriend Zhao Hailun, Tony felt that he had discovered the truth. Is it because they are both Oriental? I happen to have a manor in London. Let's go for a drink. Tony planned to assist once. Guli nodded, just because he was a little depressed and wanted to have a drink. In his opinion, Cersei's superpowers might not work this time. Dane also agreed. On the one hand, he had just met a new friend Guli, and they had common hobbies. On the other hand, Stark Industries had a huge influence, and getting to know Tony would be helpful to his family's business. Only Cersei looked at his watch. My sister is home alone. I'm a little worried. It's okay, I'll go get her. Tony was serious for once, so he had to play a good assist. Just like that, the four of them came to Tony's London manor. The Water Elf, or Cersei's so-called sister, was one of the 10 members of the Eternal Clan. For some reason, she had always been around 10 years old for thousands of years. She didn't have many friends around her, so she quickly became friends with Tony. Gu, you're the most handsome man I have seen in these years. The Water Elf stared at Gu Li and said, Little girl, what do you know? You can't do anything without a beard. Tony argued. Dane, who also had a mustache, agreed with him. He only realized now that the two women, one big and one small, around him always looked at Gu Li vaguely. Dane thought he looked okay, but he looked inferior compared to Gu Li. Gu Li's facial contours were clear, like a masterpiece of a sculptor, and every line was just right. A pair of eyes that shine like stars in the sky, making people fall for Hi Gu this way. Gu Li looked in the direction of the voice and saw Dane, a man with a mustache, waving at him from the other side of the restaurant. He quickly pretended to be a little confused and asked, Oi, Dane, what a coincidence. In fact, he was not sure if he had been noticed when he was wandering around the restaurant just now. Anyway, as long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. Dane, who accidentally met a new friend in the restaurant, was very happy to introduce him to Gu Li. Gu, this is Cersei, my friend. This is Gu, just arrived from New York. Dane with a mustache was very enthusiastic, but it was precisely because of his hospitality that Gu Li suddenly felt guilty. But this feeling of guilt only lasted for a second and a half before it was drowned out by Gu Li's desire to become stronger. Hello, Gu Li said in Chinese. Hello, Cersei replied in Chinese. Dane felt that he and Gu Li were destined to be together. They had just met in the afternoon and met again in the evening. Let's go together, Gu. Perhaps because of Gu Li's sudden joining, Cersei became a little unnatural. She sat aside and listened quietly to Dane and Gu Li talking about some ancient buildings, although she was an eyewitness to the construction of these buildings. But from the perspective of the Eternals, the situation at this moment is quite interesting. Stonehenge hints at the celestial phenomenon of the 9 planets in a row. Gu, I didn't expect you to think so too. Of course Gu Li would think so, because in the setting of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, about 5,000 years ago, the celestial bodies converged and the 9 realms on the world tree were connected. At that time, humans built Stonehenge based on this celestial phenomenon. Dane sighed for a while and then said regretfully, My previous paper involved Norse mythology, which my supervisor thought was fabricated. Maybe your mentor believes in science more. In Gu Li's opinion, the Norse gods in the Marvel Universe are just some powerful alien races at best. Calculating the time, that Brazilian girl, Thor, the ceiling of the Avengers' early combat power, is expected to appear soon. Time is running out. The dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere, and the three of them walked together on the streets of London. A few sneaky figures not far away rushed out and surrounded them after seeing Gu Li's figure. The Italian mafia, wearing a pair of sunglasses, stammered to the 3 people. Beat, robbery, ICIQ card, tell me the password. Hearing this, Gu Li immediately regretted it. The few mafia members he found at random before coming to the restaurant seemed to have a bit of a weird brain circuit. Dane, who was standing by, saw this and quickly protected Cersei behind him. Gentle Cersei looked around for a few times, and after confirming that there was no one around, she was about to take action. But at this moment, a mean voice suddenly came from Adair. Hey, dear Gu, it looks like you are in trouble. Several people looked up, and the steel figure that fell from the sky was none other than Tony Stark, wearing Mark III. Several mafia members were confused at once, as their boss had not told them about this scene at the beginning. They had already received the money, so how could they continue to act this out? In order to meet the requirements of the violent boss, several people even searched the internet for a video of a robbery in China not long ago. But now that Iron Man has suddenly arrived, should they still rob? Gu Li was also very confused, as he really didn't know why Tony appeared on the streets of London. Shouldn't Tony be going home to face the boiled egg that had been waiting for him for a long time at this moment? The moment he saw the Mark armor, he secretly said in his heart, "It's not good. Damn it." According to his original plan, before coming to the restaurant, he hired a few mafia members to stage a robbery. Then Ghoulie would bravely come forward to save the beauty. Although it was a bit old-fashioned, it should at least have some effect. Of course, the main reason was that he really had no experience in picking up girls. His relationship with his ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter was purely a chance encounter and accident. The two met at the Captain America Museum. With his current girlfriend, Ms. Zhao Hailun, it was love at first sight, and both of them were attracted to her at the same time. He and May had a relationship foundation of knowing each other for many years. Thinking about it this way, it was really a waste of his face that was the same as the reader's. So what if he was the most handsome man in New York? He was still this old-fashioned way of chatting up people. On the other hand, he was so impatiently provoked by the Ancient One that he wanted to pounce on him immediately. Let's talk about feelings later. Or maybe he is just a person who doesn't care about feelings. He just wants superpowers. Several mafia came and went quickly. When leaving, the small leader even raised his eyebrows at Ghoulie, as if to say, "Boss, although we didn't get the job done, the money won't be refunded." Ghoulie held his forehead with melancholy, and a touch of emotion welled up in his heart. At this time, they were still thinking about professional ethics. They were really not blind to the beating they had not long ago. They should have been gentler at that time. Dane with a mustache shook the hand of Tony, who also had a mustache, and said gratefully, "Mr. Stark, thank you, thank you." Just now, he almost made a fool of himself in front of the person he liked and his new good friend. At this moment, his gratitude to Tony was from the bottom of his heart. Tony spread his hands and looked at Ghoulie with his innocent eyes. "Your friend?" Ghoulie nodded. "My friend. Why are you here?" The communication between the two of them was very smooth, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Tony patted Dane's shoulder and glanced at the black-haired lady next to him inconspicuously, with a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. No wonder he came to London. It turned out to be because of girls. Cersei actually doesn't really fit Tony's aesthetic. He likes blonde girls with long legs and big breasts. Thinking of Ghoulie's current girlfriend Zhao Hailun, Tony felt that he had discovered the truth. Is it because they are both Oriental? I happen to have a manor in London. Let's go for a drink. Tony planned to assist once. Ghoulie nodded, just because he was a little depressed and wanted to have a drink. In his opinion, Cersei's superpowers might not work this time. Dane also agreed. On the one hand, he had just met a new friend Ghoulie, and they had common hobbies. On the other hand, Stark Industries had a huge influence, and getting to know Tony would be helpful to his family's business. Only Cersei looked at his watch. "My sister is home alone. I'm a little worried." "It's okay, I'll go get her." Tony was serious for once, so he had to play a good assist. Just like that, the four of them came to Tony's London manor. The Water Elf, or Cersei's so-called sister, was one of the 10 members of the Eternal Clan. For some reason, she had always been around 10 years old for thousands of years. She didn't have many friends around her, so she quickly became friends with Tony. "Goo, you're the most handsome man I've seen in these years." The Water Elf stared at Ghoulie and said, "Little girl, what do you know? You can't do anything without a beard." Tony argued. Dane, who also had a mustache, agreed with him. He only realized now that the two women, one big and one small, around him always looked at Ghoulie vaguely. Dane thought he looked okay, but he looked inferior compared to Ghoulie. Ghoulie's facial contours were clear, like a masterpiece of a sculptor, and every line was just right. A pair of eyes that shine like stars in the sky, making people fall for them. With a tall and well-proportioned figure, he exudes an irresistible charm. Ghoulie smiled slightly at the compliments of several people. "There's still 1.3 billion handsome guys like me in my hometown." Late at night, Stark Manor in London. Ghoulie sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette with a nostalgic look. In fact, he no longer had any hope of connecting with Cersei. He was invited here simply to have a drink. But he did not expect to succeed inexplicably. A few hours ago, Dane suddenly received a call and left, as if something happened in the family that needed his attention. Only Tony, the water elf, Gu Li, and Cersei were left drinking in the courtyard. I don't know if it was because of drinking too much fake wine, but Gu Li walked into the wrong room. Then, after a long VIP chapter, it became like this. He sat on the bed and smoked, and Cersei lay on the bed and slept. He vaguely remembered the reminder sound that sounded in his ears not long ago. Connecting to the plot character Cersei successfully, gaining the ability to reshape the molecular structure of matter, and by rearranging the molecules, allowing matter to change into other substances at will. Wow, this is a real superpower. Thinking back to his previous life, he saw the superpowers in the Marvel Cinematic Universe choose close combat, which was so low. And it was unreasonable. Why are you a long-range wizard pretending to be a berserker? Do you think everyone is Gandalf? Regarding reshaping the molecular structure, Gu Li said that he could play with it for a lifetime and even play it out. While Cersei was asleep, Gu Li, who was itching to do it, hurried to the bathroom to play with the superpowers he had just acquired. He thought that after Tony, the sixth man, interrupted his plan to save the beauty, there was no hope of connecting to Cersei. But unexpectedly, he still underestimated the power of being the most handsome man in New York. He really has the same handsome face as the readers. What can 7,000-year-old Eternal do? Wow. Watching the tap water in his palm slowly turn into a piece of gold. Gu Li just felt great, so damn great, so refreshed. Turn water into gold. From now on, there will be no shortage of money? It's so cool. All the objects in the bathroom were immediately affected. The toothpaste was turned into a rose by Gu Li, and the mirror was turned into an ink painting. The toilet was turned into a ceramic statue of Tony. After playing for a full hour and a half, Gu Li's eyes were full of stars. It's so fun. He sincerely admitted, reshaping molecular structure is definitely the coolest superpower ever. No doubt about it. Why didn't he discover the wonderful use of Cersei's superpower before? If he had known it was so useful, he would have come here without saying a word. The key is that this thing has no CD, and it doesn't seem to consume any energy. It's just like the rules of the conceptual level. If there's really a flaw, it must touch the object. If you can reshape the internal molecular structure without touching an object, wouldn't that be perfect? Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Gu Li's eyes. It really is possible. Chaos magic, or the reality gem. These two can be changed without any contact. It's time to take action. In addition to the reward of Cersei's own superpowers for this night's battle, he also got another reward, invisibility. After all, he was called a walking pile driver by Ms. Zhao Helen. Invisibility, one of the superpowers of the water elf in the 10-man team of the Eternals. Her other superpower is to create illusions. Gu Li discovered that this damn system, it splits up as much as possible. Spider-Man's superpowers alone were. The system was split into several parts. Gu Li has been with May for almost a year, but he still hasn't gathered all the abilities of Spider-Man. This is very much like a certain penguin in his previous life. To be precise, it is a little stronger than the unscrupulous penguin. After all, the system is just split, not some superpower fragments. As for the ability of invisibility, it is not as useful as he imagined. Invisibility, if it is a thing, it may be very useful in a world without superpowers. For example, peeking at someone taking a bath or something. In the Marvel Universe, which is full of superpowers, invisibility is a bit out of place. He took a lot of effort to get the way the life room returned to its original state, and he rubbed his aching lower back and returned to the bed. A woman who has been single for 500 years is indeed a bit scary. If he had not been blessed with the 50-50 serum, the roles of the two might have been reversed. And in the London temple, Master Gu, he had a lot of black lines on his face. She could never have imagined that Gu Li came to London just to have a one-night stand. Young people nowadays are playing so wildly. Gu Li drew a teleportation aperture irritably, thinking, this boy is just like that. He has no ambition, and his brain is full of sex. There is no need for her to continue monitoring him go. But when Ancient One walked into the transmission aperture, he was still very puzzled. Why did Dormammu's vision in selecting people suddenly become worse? These days, is it possible that the Dark Dimension is also in recession? Equally puzzled as Ancient One was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who was far away in New York. The sense of mystery he had carefully prepared for several hours in advance was completely in vain. He didn't wait for Iron Man at all. After the press conference, Tony followed Gu Li and left New York together. Fury, who had no idea, sat alone in Tony's beach villa waiting for a whole night, but Tony didn't show up. Damn Stark, is he out to pick up girls? This corresponds to the Easter egg at the end of Iron Man 1, when Tony returns home and meets the boiled egg that has been waiting for him for a long time. Tony, who was complained by the boiled egg, was indeed with a woman, but the woman was too young for him. She was an eternal water elf who looked like a 10-year-old child. She never grew up and yearned for love, especially for Ikaris. She lived with Cersei, and she was in a state of mind that she might see Ikaris in the next second. But she didn't expect that Ikaris had been gone for 500 years. There has been no news since then. Seeing Cersei and Gu Li in the same room, she was mixed with all kinds of emotions. Envy, jealousy, and joy. The reason why she sat in the yard with Tony to drink was that the two of them bet on how long Gu Li would leave Cersei's room. As a result, both of them lost. The water elf felt that Cersei should not have completely forgotten Ikaris. After all, they were married. So she would definitely not let Gu Li stay. Although Gu Li was indeed very handsome, he was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her long years. And she lost. As for Tony, he felt that even if Gu Li was young and in good health, 3 times would be the best. But he certainly could not have imagined that someone had been injected with the 50-50 serum. Then he also lost. At first, Tony advised the little water elf girl not to drink, and not to drink until she was of drinking age. But for some reason, after hearing the words little girl and age, the water elf seemed like a different person. She had to compete with Tony in drinking. And then it became like this. The two drank all night, a whole night. The two drunk people were arm in arm in the courtyard. Little girl, I'll make you a little mark armor later. Tony, who was drunk, laughed foolishly. In order to assist Gu Li, he risked his life and even let Jarvis trick the mustache Dane away. Sure to go, this piece of iron is useless. Gilgamesh can blow it up with just one blow. Tony slammed his wine glass on the table and burped. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Mark III was able to withstand a tank shell without any problem, but it was blown up by a slap. What a joke. That Jill, is he a mighty Hercules? Cersei took the water spirit away from Tony's manor. It seemed that the past night was just a sudden release of her emotions that had been suppressed for 500 years. Instead, the water spirit winked at Gu Li and even exchanged contact information. Brother-in-law, we'll go to New York to find you later. Gu Li made an okay gesture and watched the two of them go away. Gu, you are worse than me. Tony patted Gu Li's shoulder in a daze and complained truthfully. Tell me, what brings you to London? Tony must have something to do when he suddenly came to London. He didn't remember such a plot after the press conference. Hey Gu, do you have a mechanical puppy that can buy a bayou? Are you spying on me? Tony waved his hand quickly. No, you forgot. I brought the puppy back to New York from Afghanistan. Thinking back to his initial doubts, Gu Li nodded in understanding. No wonder he felt strange at first. The dog ran all the way from Afghanistan to New York and arrived almost at the same time as Tony, who took the special plane. Tony, that guy is an alien life form, not made by the technology on Earth. Tony's eyes widened. Alien, he said, looking at Gu Li with a puzzled look on his face. Alien, how about this? You take me to the suburbs first, and then we'll go to Antarctica. All right. Tony Stark pulled Gu Li up with one hand and soared into the sky. Feeling the wind in his ears, Gu Li hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked Tony, You've been wearing the armor all night. What should you do if you want to go to the toilet? Tony, well, this joke is not funny. The feeling of flying in the air is indeed very pleasant. As a human being who doesn't have the dream of soaring into the sky. But unfortunately, among the superpowers that Gu Li has obtained, none of them can allow him to fly freely. In the movie universe, the female superheroes who can fly freely without relying on external forces are Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer, Carol, Captain Marvel, Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, Hela, the Goddess of Death, Jean, and Agatha Harkness, the Dark Witch. The first person that can be ruled out is Phoenix Lady Qin, because there are no mutants in Gu Li's world. The second person who can be ruled out is the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. It does not conform to the aesthetics, and the Dark Witch, Agatha Harkness, and others also do not conform to the aesthetics. Carol is not on Earth at the moment, and Hela is imprisoned deep in Asgard. The only candidate who can give him the ability to fly is Wanda, who is currently in the Hydra base in Eastern Europe. Bang! Mark's armor landed and Tony looked at the mysterious man beside him in confusion. What are you doing here? Gu Li looked up at the sky and joked, I'll take you to see the aliens. The sound wave that had been floating in the depths of outer space outside the Earth, after receiving Gu Li's command, rushed into the atmosphere like a meteor. Because of friction, a long tail of fire ignited around him. When Tony looked up in the direction Gu Li was looking, he saw a beam of fire from the sky hitting the two of them. Oh my God! The sudden fall was immediately detected by MI-13. MI-13 is an organization in Eagle Country similar to S.H.I.E.L.D., whose purpose is to protect and deal with strange events such as the threat of mysterious aliens and superhumans. Its main members include Blade Warrior, Captain Britain, etc. With a bang, the sound wave landed and stirred up a lot of dust. According to the law of smoke without injury, Tony and Gu Li were fine, and the sound wave fell not far away from the two. The 6.7-meter tall black and white fuselage, scarlet eyes, and the behemoth with a mechanical structure knelt on one leg and said respectfully, Master, Soundwave reports to you. The scene in front of him instantly made Tony's eyes burn. For a genius scientist like him, what could be more exciting than the unknown object in front of him? Cool, snap, snap. When Soundwave transformed into a Cybertron stealth aircraft with an appearance similar to the F-117 Nighthawk stealth aircraft, Tony blurted out, Wangdefa. This is not in line with common sense of physics. This is the only thought in Tony's mind. It's too absurd. The scene that happened in just 2 minutes shocked Tony so much that he couldn't calm down for a long time. Tony thought that he had stood on top of the world with the Mark armor he and Ethan built. But now, he found that there are many things in this world that are beyond his cognition. For example, the big guy in front of him suddenly transformed into a fighter plane. Gu Li boarded the plane and turned back to ask Tony, who was stunned. Oi, brother, are you going to fly over or come up? As for whether they would be discovered by the Eagle Countrymen, what would happen if Tony Stark discovered them? Gu Li didn't believe that the Eagle Countrymen would dare to cause trouble for his elder brother America. The moment the Cybertron stealth plane started, it disappeared from MI-13's radar. As Gu Li expected, MI-13 only saw Iron Man Tony Stark and a large iron armor. On the way to Antarctica, brother Tony didn't ask questions endlessly. He looked and touched inside the fighter plane, just like a child who couldn't let go of a rare toy. Dear Gu, is this the alien you mentioned? How do they change their form? Hearing this, Gu Li spread his hands helplessly. I'm not sure as well. What are we going to do in Antarctica? Gu Li took out his cell phone from his pocket and tapped it lightly. The cell phone instantly turned into a small mess. Tony looked envious and said, This is so cool, he also wants it. Look at this metal. Tony asked in confusion after scanning it with the scanner on Mark's armor for a while. Vibranium? My father's previous records show similar alloy metals, but there is not much vibranium circulating in the market. The future Star Tower will have some vibranium on its floor, but only a bachelor like Tony can afford $10,000 per gram of vibranium. Gu Li nodded. We will go to Antarctica to find this metal. Is it hard? Quite hard. More than hard. It can be said to be one of the hardest on Earth. It's just that the vibranium in Antarctica is quite different from the vibranium in Wakanda. Gu Li couldn't remember exactly where the difference was. During the flight, Gu Li suddenly realized that his means of travel had to be updated. At worst, he could find a magic book to learn how to use a portal, which would be faster than taking a plane now. Although the sound wave flew very fast, it was not as convenient as a portal. During the long flight, the two chatted about everything. Finally, after crossing several seas, the sound wave brought the two to the Antarctic glacier. Cool click, cool click. After the metallic roar, it transformed into a combat form again. Sound waves scan nearby metals. Antarctic vibranium doesn't appear much in the movie, but I vaguely remember that it seems to be related to adamantium. It's the adamantium in Wolverine's body. After searching for several hours, the two of them and the machine finally found the target of this trip. Goo down below. Antarctica. Tony Stark glanced at Goo Lee, who seemed a little unwell. Hey Goo, you seem a little anxious. He didn't understand. It was just the discovery of vibranium. There was no need to be so excited. Goo Lee even looked a little crazy. The reminder beside him made Goo Lee fall into deep thought while standing on a glacier. Because of the visit of Ancient One, his mentality has changed a little bit in the past period of time. What is he anxious about? Now Odin and Ancient One are still alive, and the purple potato spirit will not come to the earth in a short time. He has enough time to prepare for it. Yes, why should I be in a hurry? Goo Lee laughed and said to Tony, "Thank you. The target is under the ice, I will cut it." Tony stepped forward and prepared to activate the Mark armor. Goo Lee quickly stopped him and said, "Let me do it." He had just acquired superpowers, so he had to experiment with them. "Stand back for a moment." Goo Lee half knelt and placed his hands flat on the Antarctic ice. Under Tony's gaze, the hard ice instantly transformed into white petals dancing in the wind. "Fuck!" Goo Lee yelled and fell directly into the ice cave. Bang! A loud noise came from afar. Goo Lee, who fell below the ice cave, suddenly realized that he should use his superpowers more often, otherwise such a mistake in fighting with others might be fatal. After the Mark armor slowly landed, a questioning voice came. "Goo, is it magic?" Goo Lee in front of him was like a mystery. Every time Tony thought he understood it, Goo Lee would always refresh his cognition. The hard ice layer turned into white petals. This scene is very unreasonable. It's magic. I'll explain it to you when I have time. Let's take a look at the vibranium first. Tony, who was wearing the Mark armor, nodded and picked up a piece of vibranium ore. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The moment Tony touched the vibranium ore, the Mark armor on his body slowly dissipated like melted ice. Goo Lee quickly grabbed Tony's arm and instantly transformed one of the arms of the Mark armor into flying snowflakes. Tony looked at the Mark armor that had lost one of its mechanical arms with lingering fear. Goo, can this or melt metals? It's a natural counter to Tony. The incident just now reminded Goo Lee of the difference between Antarctic vibranium and Wakanda vibranium. Antarctic vibranium is also called antimetal. The difference from Wakanda vibranium is that this type of vibranium does not absorb vibration waves. Instead, it can emit a vibration field that weakens other types of metals in nearby atomic and molecular bonds, causing nearby solid metals to liquefy. A small piece of Antarctic vibranium can turn any metal into a liquid or a state close to liquid. Because of this property, Antarctic vibranium is often used as a catalyst. True adamantium seems to be a fusion of steel, Antarctic vibranium, Wakanda vibranium, and other metals in a certain proportion. Tony, stand back. This thing is too unstable. If the reactor on Tony's chest is melted by mistake, Goo Lee dare not think about what the Marvel Cinematic Universe will be like without Tony. The undulating ore veins in front of the two were scattered with ores of various shapes, and there seemed to be a special position to isolate the existence of other metals. Looking at the large number of ore veins in front of him, Goo Lee thought about how to use Antarctic vibranium. He did not have the formula of real adamantium in his hand, and he himself was not an expert in the relevant field. It's a bit difficult. Fortunately, the sound wave was not let down, otherwise his few subordinates would probably be melted. You know, Deformation King Kong's entire body is made of metal, except for the fire source. And Antarctic vibranium is like the nemesis of all metals, and no solid metal is allowed to exist in front of it. Absolutely, Zhao Hailun of the metal world. But when it is used as a catalyst, it can be combined with other metals to fuse into an extremely hard adamantium alloy. Thinking of the murderous Wolverine, Ghoulie felt a ball of heat in his heart. If he could use the regeneration cradle to change the body material of all his Transformers to adamantium. Just thinking about it, you know that it must be quite awesome. It's just a pity that he doesn't have the formula of adamantium alloy. According to the property of this thing to melt metal, goo, do you have a way to mine it? The two of them immediately fell into deep thought. The nature of this thing had already determined that a metal drill would definitely not work. Even any mining machine would most likely fail if it approached. Brother Tony, how about we take the scattered ores back first? And when you have figured it out, we can come back and try to mine it? After hearing Gu Li's suggestion, Tony asked another question in his mind. How to bring it back? The two of them came here empty-handed on a fighter plane, without any storage tools at all. Don't worry about it. Just go up there and wait for me. Ghoulie grabbed the Mark armor and threw it up. After all, he was a man with a cheat. With the existence of the system space, it was not a problem to collect some scattered ores. After collecting all the vibranium ores near the vein, Ghoulie half-crouched on the ice, stretched out his hands, and gently touched the hard ice. Like a magic trick, a series of rotating steps were built in an instant under his touch. Looking at the dreamlike scene in front of him, Ghoulie sighed. If it can fly, it would be even better. The flying superpower is urgent. The two came in a hurry and left in a hurry. After covering the ice cave again, they flew to America in a fighter plane. New York, SHIELD office. After Nick Fury hung up the phone, he stared at the information on the screen in a daze. The picture showed Tony Stark wearing the Mark armor and the big guy standing quietly beside him. Large armor? This is much bigger than Ironmonger, worthy of being Stark. The news from MI-13 further strengthened Nick Fury's determination to recruit Tony to join S.H.I.E.L.D. On the one hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks a big money sponsor. Who else is more suitable than a bachelor like Stark? With a big money sponsor, he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., can do more meaningful things. On the other hand, Nick Fury and the politicians and the military behind him have seen the huge potential of the Iron Armor. The Iron Armor is a weapon that can change the world, and this weapon must be in the hands of America, otherwise they would rather destroy it. In addition to the above reasons, there is also, S.H.I.E.L.D. happens to have the things that Howard Stark left for Tony. Those things are very important to Tony Stark. They can even make him return home. The moment Nick Fury saw the big guy next to Tony, he had forgiven Tony. Although he waited all night, it was worth the wait, especially for a big money sponsor like Tony. How about going again, New York, Manhattan Island? Tony was shocked by the scene again. He stood in front of the villa and watched the car leave in a daze for a long time. Just now, the fighter plane that sent them back suddenly transformed into a Mercedes-Benz SLS in front of him. AMG, do I need to change the direction of research and development in the future? Forget it. I'll call Ethan first and study it when we meet. Ghoulie drove away, and he certainly didn't expect that his unintentional actions would make Tony think of changing the direction of research and development. At this time, he was eager to go home, and he missed Ms. Zhao for a few days. The perspective returned to Tony's beach villa. Hi, Ethan, you can't believe what I saw, a mechanical dog. No, much more powerful than a dog, such a big machine life. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. After taking off his Mark armor, Tony stretched his body and walked to the wine cabinet, pouring wine while thinking about his discoveries of the past 2 days. Transformers, the planet Cybertron from outer space, Ghoulie told him so. There is also Antarctic vibranium antimetal. The circulation of this thing must be controlled, where the next set of Mark V will be made based on this material. Of course, what he envied the most was Gu Li's several strange superpowers, changing the form of matter, and the way Gu Li stored vibranium, or just waving his hand lightly, a pile of or appeared inexplicably. It was too inconsistent with the laws of physics. Could it be that guy's God? At this moment, someone suddenly heard a sentence in the dark living room. God? Stark, the world is not what you think it is. Iron Man, do you think you're the only superhero in the world? Mr. Stark, there are many people like you, but you just don't know it yet. Who are you? Tony knew, of course, that he was not the only one, because the one who had been with him these past 2 days was a superhero. Tony looked for a long time and only saw a shadow standing not far away. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten to turn on the light. After turning on the light, he finally saw clearly that a one-eyed black man was standing inexplicably in his living room. Is this guy sick? Is he showing off in someone else's house? Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh no. A few minutes later, just like the original plot, Nick Fury, who was rejected by Tony, drove away awkwardly. After thinking it over, he dialed a number again. Natasha, your vacation is over. I need your help. No, no, no. Not as a dishwasher this time. That Dongfang Gu was more troublesome than Fury had imagined. With Natasha's beauty, she had been undercover for so long, but still failed. The most important thing right now is to invite Stark to join the Avengers. Nick Fury took a deep breath and thought, Natasha depends on you. On the other side, Gu Li, who was reunited after a short separation, entered a long VIP chapter. After Ms. Zhao fell asleep, he hurried to the basement. Successfully connected to the special channel. Get special reward Grey Wolf. Top scientist Grey Wolf is a top scientist. Fuck you. Gu Li was silent for a long time. He didn't understand why the damn system only reminded him when he exploded, and this time the reward was actually a conceptual level Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf is the kind of irrational inventor who thinks everything is reasonable. The kind who completely backstabs Newton and the laws of physics. As soon as Gu Li arrived in the basement, he heard the complaints from Grey Wolf. No, boss, our house is too small. It's no wonder that Grey Wolf dislikes it. You know, it used to live in Wolf Castle. A complete castle on the green grassland is not comparable to Gu Li's small villa. The mechanical dog, Little Mi Luan, and the mechanical bird on the side nodded in agreement with Grey Wolf's words. Even the drift in the underground garage responded with a few DDD. Gu Li, I'm offended. Bye, big one. Isn't it just changing to a big villa? Xiao Mi Luan, let's see if there are any big houses for sale. After arranging the house purchase, Gu Li took out a piece of vibranium ore. Mr. Grey Wolf, please help me take a look at this antimetal. I want to forge an alloy based on it. Brother Tony left a few pieces of vibranium ore, but more ore is still in his system space. No, boss, this is such a simple laboratory. Let me take a look first. I can't guarantee success. With empty hands, Grey Wolf took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and fiddled with the vibranium ore. Seeing that several mechanical pets wanted to come forward, Gu Li hurriedly stopped them. Hey, stay away, or you might get melted. These little guys are just idle. I'll give them some work after we move to a bigger house. One is responsible for mopping the floor. One is responsible for guarding. We are still missing someone who can cook. Enter the system interface. Name, Gu Li. Race, human. Age, 21. Superpowers, 50-50 serum, spider sense, super strength, fate card, remodeling molecules, invisibility. Items, cricket pistol, regeneration cradle, blue star destroyer. Affiliates, drift, soundwave, tape core, Grey Wolf. Contract object, Dormammu. After working on several chapters, I only got 2 superpowers. Gu Li sighed heavily. The road to becoming a strong man is long and arduous. The next morning, Gu Li came to the barbecue restaurant and learned from Sister May that the dishwasher Xiaona had resigned. But he didn't take it too seriously. Black Widow's love history was much more complicated than his, so he ignored Natasha's approach. Of course, more importantly, he thought that he would not get anything good from Natasha, and she suddenly resigned, probably because she felt that she could not find any useful information. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. is busy again? Boss, did you bring us any gift from London? Well, the trip to London was rushed, and the return was also rushed, so he really didn't think about buying gifts, but Gu-hee calmly took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket. Then, amid 2 exclamations, he turned into 2 bouquets of bright roses. 2 beautiful ladies here. May accepted it with a smile, while Sky was like crazy, hugging Gu Li's arm tightly with both hands. "Boss, brother, teach me." Obviously, they both thought it was a magic trick. But Gu Li felt that there was no need to explain, so it was just a magic trick. "Sky, I bought a house with a lot of empty rooms. Why don't you move in? It's too unsafe for you to live in a store alone." After hearing this, Sky's eyes flickered and he said, "I can't afford the rent. Hygiene work is left to you." "Thanks, Muen." Gu Li quickly pushed away Sky, who wanted to kiss him. "Ouch, what are you doing? Sister May is here." Although they both knew each other's existence, it would be bad to expose it in public. When night fell, Gu Li pulled Sky and rushed to the new home. The new home bought by Xiaomi Luan is located on the Manhattan Peninsula, about 1 kilometer away from Tony Stark's beach villa. The 3-story main building plus the basement is a full 4,000 square meters, which should be enough for those Transformers to have fun. The basement was transformed by Grey Wolf is the greatest inventor in film history and the first place in the Qingqing Grassland Physical and Chemical Knowledge Competition. He is honored as the best science student, Grey Wolf. In his previous life, Gu Li said that if he could go to Qingqing Grassland, he would let Grey Wolf eat a bite of mutton. But last night, when Gu Li really went to Grey Wolf with a roasted whole lamb, the guy actually burst into tears and righteously refused the mutton. "It doesn't eat mutton, eat beef." February 14th, 2010. It was both the Spring Festival and Valentine's Day. After returning from Antarctica, Gu Li fell into a state of life of pain and happiness. Zhao, Hailun, and the little sister Sky, who also had an oriental face, got along well with each other, but she was very harsh on Gu Li. Gu Li, who was not in the right, was besieged by the 2 women before he could enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives. On Valentine's Day, Gu Li was finally ready to start his plan for superpowers. But an accident occurred, and his plan was disrupted by a sudden visitor. New York, Manhattan Peninsula. The reactor on his chest saved Tony's life, but also caused him another kind of distress. Because he had been equipped with a single arc reactor for a long time, he suffered from palladium poisoning. He could only drink chlorophyll juice to relieve it. Tony, who had been searching for a solution for several days but still couldn't find a solution, rang the doorbell of Gu Li's house at Ethan's suggestion. After all, Gu Li's new home was not far from his beach villa. After hearing Tony's purpose, Gu Li said solemnly, "Brother Tony, I'm going to tell you a place that may be able to treat your palladium poisoning, but you have to promise me first that you won't reveal it to anyone." Tony thought quietly for half a minute. "Okay, I promise you. 177A, Bleecker Street, Manhattan. Go there and tell the gatekeeper that you want to donate to Kamartaj. As for how much you want to donate, it depends on your mood." Gu Li was not bothered by the excitement and told Tony the address of the New York Temple. "Gu, what is this place? Are you sure you can cure palladium poisoning?" He has tried countless methods these days, but none of them can solve the problem of palladium poisoning in his body. "It is certain that you can go there, Tony. There is everything you want. That is the dream city of Kamartaj." The reason why Gu Li deceived Tony in this way was, on the one hand, he wanted to make things difficult for Ancient One, so that this big guy would not visit him for no reason. On the other hand, the one in Kamartaj must have a way to solve the palladium poisoning, and who knows, Brother Tony might even become the supreme sorcerer. London's trip to Antarctica was fruitful, and now he can plan the next step. Should he go to the Hydra base to find Wanda first, or should he hook up with Sky first? This is a problem. You know, Hydra is now at its peak, with countless fanatical believers, soldiers, and politicians in the organization. It also controls the Hydra branch SHIELD. The leader, Alexander Pierce, is also the minister of the World Security Council, a close friend of Nick Fury, and the manager of the Winter Soldier. If you go rashly, there may be some risks. Based on the principle of the one who is close to the water gets the moon first, Gu Li decided to hook up with Sky first. After getting the Shockwave superpower, maybe going to the Hydra Eastern European base may be more likely. I'm looking forward to it. Is the reward from Wanda chaos magic or the power of chaos? What if I'm lucky and the power of chaos appears? Then, I don't eat beef, but it should be chaos magic most likely. After all, Marvel, the 3 powers are the power of goblins, the power of chaos, and the power of the phoenix. Only the power of the Phoenix appears in the movie, and it is a fragment of the power of the Phoenix on Jean Grey. As for the complete version of the three powers, I guess no one knows where the cat is. Hearing that palladium poisoning can be cured, Tony said goodbye to Gu Li without saying a word and drove to Bleecker Street. New York, 177A, Bleecker Street, Manhattan. Located here is the New York Temple, one of the three major temples of Kamar-Taj in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It is also the place where Master Ancient One appears most frequently besides Kamar-Taj. Perhaps it is because she likes to be here and check on the situation of the next Supreme Sorcerer from time to time. On this day, the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, who is still basking in the sun in Kamar-Taj, suddenly received a message from Master Daniel Durham, the guardian of the New York Temple. Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries and a world-famous tycoon, to support Kamar-Taj. Upon hearing the message, Ancient One was very conflicted, as Kamar-Taj was indeed short of money. The magic tools, the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the apprentices all required a lot of money. If it was anyone else who sponsored, she would have agreed, but not Tony Stark. As the guardian of the Time Stone, Ancient One had seen scenes of the future many times before. She knew very well that Tony Stark was an important figure at a certain absolute time point in this universe. Ancient One, who had already planned to retire, did not want to be too deeply involved. But what entangled her even more was how Tony Stark knew the news about Kamar-Taj and the location of the New York Temple. It shouldn't be. Master Gui sighed and drew a teleportation circle. At this moment, in the New York Temple, Tony sat on the sofa with a heavy heart. The gatekeeper mentioned by Gu Li, Daniel Durham, told him that the person in charge was not here, so please wait a moment. Oh, am I a bit desperate and trying all kinds of treatments? Tony thought. A moment later, a bald woman in a yellow robe came down the wooden stairs from the second floor. She had a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were shining with wisdom. At a glance, Tony was absolutely sure that Gu Li had not lied to him. This was definitely the image of a master. Maybe she was an old Chinese doctor? Mr. Stark, thank you for your donation to us. I have a humble request. Tony nodded and said, please tell me. Can you tell me how you knew about Kamar-Taj and the location of this place? Tony was stunned for a few seconds. He looked at the pair of eyes full of wisdom, which were staring at him at this moment. Can I not say it? Seeing that the yellow-robed woman was still staring at him, Tony wanted to struggle a few more times. I promised not to reveal his identity. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the field became cold, and Master Daniel Durham stood alone and smoked a cigarette. Tony was struggling in his heart, and he was in a dilemma between his life and his promise. After about 2 minutes, Master Ancient One seemed to have made an important decision. Mr. Stark, tell me, I promised you the donation. She speculated for a while, but was blocked by a cloud of fog. Although she had a guess in her mind, she still wanted to confirm it herself. Sorry, I refuse. Tony seemed to be surrounded by a dazzling holy light at this moment. He kept his promise to Gu Li. Hearing this, Gu Li did not expect it. It was a bit unexpected, but reasonable. Or, Mr. Stark, do you think this is okay? I'll tell you my name. If not, just shake your head. Tony looked at the woman with an oriental face in confusion. Is it possible to play like this? The people in Gu's hometown are so interesting. After thinking for half a minute, Tony nodded and said, okay, then do as you say. At least, he did not reveal Gu's identity in person. Is it Gu Li? Seeing Stark standing there in shock, Master Ancient One sighed heavily. This damned brat must be... On Valentine's Day, Gu Li had to spend the evening with Grey Wolf. After several months of getting along, Zhao Hailun and Shockwave Girl became good friends. When night fell, before Gu Li could start his plan, Zhao Hailun kicked him out of the room. Boss, don't lose heart. My wife is like this sometimes. Think positively. Beating is love and scolding is love. Grey Wolf wore a pair of sunglasses, a cigar in his mouth, commanded the mechanical pet army, and comforted Gu Li. Looking at the Grey Wolf, who was rated 10 by more than 200,000 people, Gu Li lowered his head in shame. Compared with the one in front of him, Gu Li, is a complete scumbag. I remember the review said, Grey Wolf is the most patient father, the most loyal husband, the greatest inventor, and the most respectable wolf king. When Grey Wolf shouted, I love the frying pan, all the words of confession became eclipsed. Alas, Guli sighed heavily. He was angry. It was all Brother Tongzi's fault. He had read countless novels in his previous life, but had never seen such a weird system. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to connect with different characters in the plot. I really don't know which idiot came up with this. Isn't this a complete scumbag simulator? In his situation, he was lucky not to be dumped by Zhao, Hailun, and Sky. Anyway, little Sky, no, little Daisy was already the meat in his bowl. He would eat her sooner or later, and there was no rush. After living under the same roof for several months, Sky told Guli her real name, Daisy Johnson. By the way, boss, I synthesized new metals from those or his last time. See if they meet the requirements. Hearing this, Guli walked quickly to the test bench. After testing for a while, Guli gave Grey Wolf a thumbs up. He is indeed the greatest inventor in film history. It took Grey Wolf only 2.5 months to successfully fuse Antarctic vibranium into adamantium. This was under the condition of building a laboratory and conducting experiments at the same time. To be precise, Grey Wolf reversed the fusion according to the material used in Little Confusion's body, that is, the material of Captain Wuwukai's vibranium shield. As for the Wakanda alloy required for the experiment, it was a small piece that Guli got from Tony. Now everything is ready, only missing Wakanda alloy. After obtaining the Shockwave superpower from Little Daisy, Guli will have the means to mine Antarctic vibranium. Then, he can go to Wakanda for free shopping. Guli, who felt that he had a purpose in life, drank with Grey Wolf arm in arm. He didn't know that he had been remembered by the Supreme Sorcerer again. Sometimes life is like this. The more you want to avoid something, the harder it is to avoid it. You never know which will come first, the accident or the surprise. Just like now, Guli, who was called upstairs, looked at Daisy's half-open door in shock. After Ms. Zhao Helen pinched him a few times, she returned to her room and closed the door. I'm such a jerk. After complaining about himself, Guli went into Daisy's room and was about to enter the VIP chapter. Warning. Minors, please leave voluntarily. Under the bright moonlight, Guli held Daisy's jade-like face and kissed her. The clouds and rain of Wushan that night made their bodies tightly entangled together. The red peach blossoms blooming on the bed sheets and Daisy's voiceless moans gradually merged into the fusion of their souls. Guli, who had already turned off the system prompt sound, fell asleep with the beauty in his arms. But before going to bed, he silently shouted, I love Brother Tongzi. On the other side, in the New York temple, no one knows what the Ancient One said to Tony, but he left with a smile on his face. After watching Tony Stark leave, the Ancient One also showed a happy smile on his face. After some bargaining, she, the Ancient One, secured an annual sponsorship of $50 million for Kamartaj. Without the worry of funds, the Ancient One opened her mobile phone and bought a large amount of daily necessities. She planned to improve the quality of life in Kamartaj. When she finished all this, she drew a light curtain casually, and after seeing the scene inside the light curtain, the Ancient One's face changed drastically and blurted out, Oh my God, is this kid a stud? How many? The one in the villa, the one in Queens, the one in London. Now he has found another one. Hiss, the dead boy really has no ambition. Dormammu's investment this time seems doomed to fail. Judging from Gu Li's attitude, he has no time to think about dark magic, let alone let the darkness fill the world. Gu even began to consider whether the decision she made not long ago was correct. In the agreement she reached with Stark, in addition to helping Stark solve the problem of palladium poisoning, she also put forward a condition. Legally come to learn magic. In her opinion, people who can be chosen by Dormammu are likely to have their own special features. Although she did not see Gu Li's talent for learning magic last time. But Gu Li is special in that she can't see this dead man, even with the gems in the world. The boy's future. His future is completely covered by the fog, and it even gradually begins to affect the future direction of the universe. The last time Ancient One visited Gu Li, his influence was still very weak. But now, Gu Li's influence on the universe can no longer be underestimated by Ancient One. Based on the principle of putting threats in front of him, Ancient One came up with such an idea. But now, she suddenly regretted it. Should I wait a little longer? Let Stephen Strange deal with the troubles. The wise Ancient One smiled slightly, glanced at the dawn in the east, and she casually drew a circle of light and returned to Camartage. The sun rises, a new day arrives, and the Twister becomes busy again. However, Gu Li and Daisy did not get up. The two of them hugged each other, as if they had endless things to say. Gu Li, I don't want to go to work anymore. Well, I'll support you. Gu Li, I'd better go to work. Well, as long as you like it. Finally, after some time, Ms. Zhao Hailun, who was hiding outside the room and eavesdropping, could no longer bear it. It's time to eat. Daisy quickly put on her clothes and finally regained her usual personality. Gu Li also took the time to turn on the system notification sound. Successfully connected to the plot character Daisy Johnson, obtained shockwaves, and was able to create powerful shockwaves to vibrate the target. In addition, he gained immunity to any damage caused by vibrations and immunity to mental attacks. It is worthy of being a superpower that can shatter the earth, and even immune to vibrations and mental attacks. It is simply the nemesis of the Mind Mage. What makes Gu Li feel sorry is that such a powerful superpower does not seem to be exerted in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It may also be due to the needs of the plot. If Daisy kills all the enemies alone, the director estimates that he will not be able to continue filming. After all, this is the same superpower as Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit. Gu Li, in a good mood, decided to give himself a vacation and go to Antarctic Vibranium for a few days. But what he didn't expect was that Tony— What? Master Gui asked me to come over. At the door of the villa, Gu Li stared at Tony angrily. Brother, you promised me. Where are your principles? Regret, very regretful. He was really bored to death and thought of making trouble for Gu Yi. Now, Gu Li didn't know whether Gu Yi was blocking him or not, but he was in a very bad mood now. This also made him realize that he was naturally at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the boss Gu Yi. After all, he had the ability to overturn the table, but he didn't. He was a father-level boss, and he, Gu Li, was at most a superpower with some ability. Seeing Tony fall into self-blame, Gu Li said helplessly, "Let's go, I'll go with you." In fact, he was very curious now. If that person wanted to deal with him with his strength, there was no need for someone to send a message. He was the supreme mage who had no rivals on the earth. It was for this reason that Gu Li was going to go to the New York Temple to see what the woman was up to. Driving to the New York Temple, Tony suddenly said, "By the way, Gu, Ethan has been wanting to thank you in person. Are you free tonight? He wants to treat you to dinner." He finally remembered that Ethan had urged him to ask more than once. Hearing this, Gu Li smiled and asked, "No problem. How is he now?" Ethan was the scientist that Gu Li saved when he first tried to change the timeline of this world. He works at Stark Industries, but he spends most of his time with me researching the Mark armor. Also, I just hired a secretary who is pretty amazing, as you would say. Talking about women, the two of them once again had a common topic. Really? Aren't you afraid that your former secretary will be jealous? During this period, Tony and Pepper had more ambiguous feelings for each other, and they had not yet officially established a relationship. Pepper, I plan to appoint her as the chairman and CEO of Stark Industries. She will definitely do a better job, so that I can also spare time to study Mark armor and vibranium. Speaking of vibranium, Gu Li quickly said, "By the way, I got the alloy ratio of Antarctic vibranium. We can go and mine it secretly. Have you found a way to mine in large quantities?" Tony had thought about flying a few hydraulic mining machines over there, but he thought the target was too obvious and would be noticed. "Well, I didn't think of it last time, but I just remembered recently that maybe I can give it a try. First get Antarctic vibranium, then buy Wakanda for free, and then use the regeneration cradle to change the metal material of the transformers under my command. As for whether it is reasonable and scientific to replace all the transformers' bodies with adamantium, the answer is all in the regeneration cradle produced by the system, which is very reasonable and scientific. After all, if such a system that connects the characters in the plot can exist, is there anything more unreasonable than it? Goo, that ancient one, is she very powerful? Tony hesitated for a long time, but finally spoke. Ghoulie sighed and said, "It's not a question of whether she is powerful or not. She is the kind of human being who stands at the top of the pyramid. It's no exaggeration to say that she is the most powerful being on Earth." In Tony's opinion, Ghoulie is a mysterious man, and now there is an even more mysterious woman. Especially the people and things he has come into contact with recently have gradually made him calm. How strong is he? Is he stronger than you? Me? Ghoulie pointed at himself and said with a wry smile, "When she's in a good mood, she should be able to beat 100 people like me. If she's in a bad mood, she can probably beat 1,000. After a mirror space came down, Ghoulie couldn't even escape. Not to mention fighting. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Ancient One has never really fought with all his strength, and his death was even more strange and cruel. Who can believe that a god-level master was stabbed by a dagger? She has the time stone, so even if she was really stabbed, she can recover instantly. Think about the purple potato spirit who got the time stone not long ago in Avengers 3, and you can understand the magical control. Ancient One is seeking death. The two god-level masters who appeared in the early and middle stages of the movie universe are more useless than each other. Ancient One is seeking death, and Odin is dormant all year round. Do you really think they are vegetarians? Odin was just beaten up by the Celestials and lost his fighting spirit. If it was just a Celestial group that came, Odin would probably be one. It's a pity that the Celestials, who stand at the top of the single universe, are not only extremely powerful individually, but also have no moral principles. There's several of them on the scene, and when one is beaten, a group of them come. This is also the reason why Ghoulie wants to strengthen the strength of his Transformers. To get out there, you need power and background. It is important for a person to be able to fight, but it is also important for his subordinates to be able to fight. The Transformers produced by the system are 100% loyal to him, except for the replaced Quintessa. That's a sickly and idiotic guy. Finally, the Audi R8 stopped at the door of the New York Temple again, and Tony, wearing sunglasses and Ghoulie in casual clothes, walked in quickly. After saying hello to the gatekeeper Daniel, the two of them were stunned where they were. The Ancient One has returned to Kamartaj. She asked me to tell you that everything is fine. That's it. The two of them drove away again, helplessly. Ghoulie always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what was wrong. Is she kidding me? I can bear it. What can I do if I can't bear it? I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. Goo, where are you going? I'll take you there. Ghoulie thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have any other plans for today. Daisy was still recovering from her injuries at home, and the store had hired a few more employees, so he didn't need to go there. How about going to your company? I want to see how Ms. Zhao works. Ms. Zhao Helen, a stock trading expert, bought Stark Industries stocks with all her assets, a rich woman in her rightful place. However, as a scientist, besides Ghoulie, she also likes her own research, life sciences and nanotechnology. This is why she joined Stark Industries, where she leads a separate research laboratory. In faraway Brazil, Bruce Banner, a soda factory worker, came to work at the factory as usual. The accidental leakage of gamma rays caused Bruce Banner, a scientist who had genetic mutations due to radiation, to escape here. Just because whenever Bruce was angry, the beast in his heart would be released, and the uncontrollable violent tendency quickly eroded his body, turning him into a powerful green giant as tall as a hill. But Bruce didn't want to be such a monster. Even if he could get magical superpowers from it, he would rather live an ordinary and plain life, because he was afraid that he would hurt the people around him and afraid that he would lose his reason and humanity. After escaping to Brazil, he learned to meditate and take deep breaths, temporarily suppressing his inner irritability. While working, he tried his best to find a way to heal his poisoned cells. Suddenly, he accidentally cuts his finger, and his irradiated, mutated blood falls into the soda below. Stark Industries. Ghoulie stood quietly outside the laboratory. It is said that men look the most handsome when they are working seriously. In fact, the same is true for women. Just like now, Zhao Hailun, who is working seriously, has a different kind of beauty in Gu Li's eyes. He has heard a saying before, everyone is a unique individual, and no one is a vassal of anyone else. Zhao Hailun is not, Mei is not, Daisy is not, and Cersei is not. Fortunately, they respect each other's choices and do not interfere with each other's preferences. When Zhao Hailun found Gu Li standing outside the glass partition, she smiled and blew him a kiss. It was not until this time that Gu Li suddenly remembered that he seemed not to have graduated yet. How about going back to school to have a look? He should not have been expelled yet. However, this thought only lasted for 2 seconds. Why does he care about these things when it's Marvel? He is not determined to become Dr. Banner, a man with 6 doctorates. Live, find a few wives, have a few children, and continue the bloodline of the Gu family in another world. This is his wish. As for working after graduation, please get out of here. He has been rolling around for so many years in his previous life, it is impossible for him to work, and it is impossible for him to work in this life. He can't do business, and can only rely on Xiaomi Luan to transfer other people's money to make a living. Gu Li was not moved at all by this. It's nice to eat gigolo, even though the object of this gigolo is a robot. Dear, how did you come here? Zhao Hailun hugged Gu Li's arm happily. Gu Li pinched his girlfriend's chubby face with one hand. Come on, I'll take you to skip work. Let's go out for a walk. At this moment, Gu Li suddenly wanted to find Gu Yi to learn magic, at least learn a teleportation ring. In this way, he can take his girlfriend to visit the scenery all over the world in an instant. It should be very interesting. At this time, Tony followed 2 secretaries and walked towards Gu Li. Pepper, this is Gu, who saved Ethan and me in Afghanistan. Although Tony was wearing the Mark I at the time, he knew that he might be able to escape successfully, but Ethan would most likely stay there, which is why he introduced to Pepper that it was Gu Li who saved them. Hello. Thank you for saving Tony and the others. Thank you very much. Pepper thanked sincerely, and when Pepper found Gu Li and Zhao Hailun holding hands, she was even more envious. Ellen, you two look so good together. Thank you. Several people complimented him, but Natasha, who was standing behind Tony, was trying not to let others notice her presence. She really didn't expect to see her last undercover target at Stark Industries. So embarrassing. Fortunately, after Gu Li and Tony made another dinner appointment, he left Stark Industries with his girlfriend. Tony, Gu is really good-looking. You should have introduced him earlier. For some reason, after hearing what Pepper said, Tony always felt that something was growing on his head. However, after Tony and Pepper looked at each other unintentionally, Tony was no longer worried. He could see that the love in Pepper's eyes had not shifted. On the other side, when Gu Li and the others came to the underground parking lot, a large bunch of delicate roses suddenly appeared out of thin air in their hands, which immediately caused Ms. Zhao to scream. I don't know if she was scared or too excited. Honey, how did you do that? It's amazing, Ms. Zhao asked with a blushing face. Your man has always been very powerful. Don't you know that? Looking at Gu Li's slutty appearance, Ms. Zhao immediately hugged him and started to bite him. After a short while, Gu Li started the car. Let's go eat first, then we can go shopping together and then go to the movies? Yeah. As expected, lovers still need to be coaxed and pampered. Now Ms. Zhao's eyes were full of love for Gu Li, no longer sour as in the morning. The two of them were like lovers who had just fallen in love, eating, shopping, and watching movies. An afternoon that was neither long nor short passed in a flash. After returning to their new home, the two hugged each other from the underground parking lot, kissing like 2 seals snatching grapes. Of course, after holding Ms. Zhao back to the room, Gu Li entered the VIP chapter again. At this time, Daisy, who heard the movement, opened the door, and the scene in front of her made her speechless. Sorry, I came at the wrong time. Gu Li, who is so beastly, didn't care about so much and pulled Daisy to the bed. No, you came at the right time. Oh no, VIP chapter, please recharge. After a long time, Gu Li, who was hugging both sides and enjoying the blessing of having two women, gently waved his hand. Suddenly, the quilt appeared out of thin air, covering the spring light and gently covering the three people. "Ah!" X2 exclaimed twice, and Gu Li told his two girlfriends the secret of his superpowers. Because of Gu Li's confession, the extinguished flames of war were instantly ignited again. After an unknown amount of time, the two beauties, with a smile on their lips, snuggled in Gu Li's arms and fell asleep. Gu Li felt his sore lower back and felt that the 50-50 serum was just like that. If he had the opportunity to go to DC in the future, he would definitely go to his Superman cousin to communicate. Or if he had the opportunity to find a woman who surpassed the gods, it would not be impossible. After turning on the system, the pleasant prompt sound rang again. Connect to the story character Daisy Johnson 5 times to get the Superpower Evolution card, Intermediate, which can evolve any superpower. Gu Li stared at the purple Superpower Evolution card in the system's space absent-mindedly. This time, the system reward was not the other superpowers, but if he chose to evolve the superpower he currently had, he would definitely choose the remodeling molecule. No matter how the 50-50 serum evolved, could it evolve into a man of steel? The spider sense and super strength were enough for him to deal with the early and middle stages of the movie universe. As for the destiny card and invisibility, it doesn't matter if it doesn't evolve. Instead, the reshaping molecules obtained from Circe of the Eternals reminded Gu Li of the Molecule Man, who was the mortal enemy of the Transcendent. That guy was an almighty cosmic existence, although not very stable. In the comics, in order to prevent the Transcendent from destroying the multiverse and destroying the Earth, the Molecule Man fought a great battle with the Transcendent and finally succeeded in destroying the Transcendent. Later, the Molecule Man defeated the Dark Avengers and the Sentinels, but after killing the Sentinels for the first time, he was killed by the resurrected Sentinel's dark personality, Nihilism. But all of the guys mentioned above have never appeared in the movie universe. Of course, maybe after he travels through time, these guys will appear in future movies. Having said that, Gu Li doesn't believe that the Superpower Evolution card can evolve the reshaping molecules to the strength of Molecule Man. After all, this thing is just an intermediate. System evolution reshapes molecules. As Gu Li silently chanted, the purple evolution card slowly dissipated, and the system's prompt sounded again. Evolution succeeded, reshaping molecules. By rearranging and combining molecules of matter, matter can be arbitrarily transformed into other substances without contact restrictions. Sure enough, only the contact restrictions were removed, and it did not evolve to the subatomic level. Molecules, atoms and subatoms are different levels of matter, among which molecules are substances composed of 2 or more atoms bonded by covalent bonds. Atoms are the basic building blocks of matter. They are composed of atomic nuclei and extranuclear electrons. The atomic nucleus contains protons and neutrons. Subatomic particles are smaller than atoms, including protons, neutrons, and electrons. The ability of the Molecule Man has at least reached the subatomic level. After recovering from his shock, Gu Li's mouth curled up a little. The direction is right, but I don't know when I can get the next Superpower Evolution card. After kissing the two beauties sleeping in his arms, Gu Li, exhausted physically and mentally, gradually fell asleep. For several days, Gu Li lived a decadent and extravagant life. He had forgotten all his goals and dreams, and was addicted to the land of tenderness. Tony called him several times to arrange a dinner, but he refused. It didn't matter if he didn't mine Antarctic vibranium or if he didn't eat. This decadent life was interrupted until Master Ancient One called him. "Gu Kid, come to the New York Temple. I have something to talk to you about." Beep, beep, beep. Gu Li looked at his phone in confusion. This woman can't be so childish, right? She fooled him last time, and she's coming again this time? But even if he didn't want to, Gu Li still drove to the New York Temple. There was no way. He couldn't beat him. He really couldn't beat him. And the moment he saw Master Gu Yi, The old man stared at him with an inexplicable look for some reason. Are you losing weight recently? How come you lost so much weight all of a sudden? Ghoulie stood there blankly for a while, until he looked at the mirror in the New York temple. The man in the mirror was still handsome, but he looked like he was hollowed out. Ghoulie muttered absent-mindedly, I was hurt by alcohol and sex, and I am so haggard. From today on, I will quit drinking. It's a pity that there is no wine glass in his hand. Otherwise, Ghoulie would have smashed the wine glass to show his determination to quit drinking. Seeing this, Master Goo, he held his forehead with one hand in melancholy, and said, You damn boy, you didn't mention sex at all. Goo boy, I'm here to ask you to come over because I need you to run a trip for something. Ghoulie, who had made up his mind to quit drinking, was full of ambition at the moment. Master, I can't refuse, but can you teach me a spell? Just one will do. Ghoulie didn't expect Ghoulie to be so easy to talk to. A spell? Is it a portal? Yes, that's it. I just need to learn this. Ghoulie nodded and flicked her fingers lightly, and an ancient book appeared in her hand in an instant, and then she handed it to Ghoulie. It's like this, there's a witch in Europe who I have some connection with, and she's done a lot of wrong things recently, so you just need to go over and teach her a lesson. Ghoulie looked at Ghoulie curiously. Which? Origin? Is it Agatha? Now, it was Ghouie's turn to be curious. She stared at Ghoulie with interest. Do you know Agatha? Her mother is an old friend of mine. I'm sorry to bother you this time. As soon as he finished speaking, before Ghoulie could ask again, Ghoulie disappeared into the New York temple through the golden portal. Boss, can you at least tell me where she is? Europe is not a big place, but it is not as big as a small place. There are many countries, and it is very troublesome to enter and exit the country. When I become awesome in the future, I will definitely not do anything and just tell my subordinates to do everything. Ghoulie said that he could understand Ancient One's unreliable behavior. After all, as a big boss, there's some problems. Agatha, whose full name is Agatha Harkness, appeared in the Marvel miniseries WandaVision. In the comics, she is the mentor of Scarlet Witch and has also served as the nanny of the Fantastic Four. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she is set as a supervillain who killed the witch group led by her mother Ivanora just because they wanted to execute Agatha, who used black magic. In fact, it's not that the storyline was brought forward, but that they originally existed in this world. Just like Hydra has always existed in S.H.I.E.L.D., but now it is not the time to reveal their identity. But what puzzled Ghoulie was why Ancient One was sure that he could teach this dark witch a lesson. I'm not being monitored by the boss again, right? That shouldn't be the case. I've gained a lot of superpowers recently, but I haven't used them much, right? Ghoulie, who couldn't figure it out, simply stopped thinking about it and booked a flight to London the day after tomorrow. As for today and tomorrow, of course, he had to continue to be happy. Also in New York, AIM Company, founder Aldrich Killian stared at the information on the screen with a gloomy look. In other words, there was a woman who got our experimental video, but you didn't find it? The truth behind the human bomb in New York on March 9th last year was that AIM Company secretly conducted an experiment on the Desperate virus. However, the Desperate virus was not perfect, which led to the accident. Boss, because it has not been announced, so Killian walked up to the man who was speaking and slapped him hard. Not announced? Are you waiting for others to reveal it before taking action? I'd rather have a dog than you. Now, immediately find that woman. Yes, boss. The younger brother, covering half of his face, hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, What should we do after we find her? Killian roared, Kill her. Very tired, Killian really felt very tired. AIM Company has a bunch of good-for-nothings, and it has been able to develop to its current state entirely due to the existence of the extremist virus. If that video gets out, it will be a fatal blow to the company. He won't allow this to happen, so that woman must die. For some reason, he suddenly envied Tony Stark, the man who was once his idol, the man who made him stand on a rooftop in the cold wind on New Year's Eve of the millennium and wait all night. The man who made his beloved woman follow him all the time, Tony Stark. The memories of working with Pepper are the most beautiful pictures of his life. His persistence struggle and hard work over the years are to tell Tony Stark. I'm no boss. You've been drawing circles for the whole morning. Are you performing some kind of ritual? Grey Wolf didn't understand at all. The boss's behavior in front of him became a little strange. No matter how you look at it, it looks a bit like the shaman dance on the green grassland. Hearing Grey Wolf's question, Ghoulie stared at the advanced Camartage portal in his hand in exasperation. There should be no problem with the magic book that Ancient One gave him, but the problem is he just can't learn how to use the portal. He doesn't understand. Why is the most basic spell portal in Camartage so damn difficult? No wonder Ancient One said that he didn't have the talent to learn magic. This shouldn't be the case. I am a loser who was chosen by the system. According to common sense, aren't the hosts chosen by the system the chosen ones? The talents of the chosen ones shouldn't be too bad, right? I just don't believe it. Ghoulie stretched out one hand, and with the other hand he mechanically and stiffly drew circles in front of him. Circle, circle, and circle again. For a whole afternoon, Grey Wolf held a snow stick in his mouth and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Sitting next to him were the mechanical dog and the mechanical bird. The three guys stared at their boss for a whole afternoon, and Grey Wolf watched him for a whole day. Mechanical bird. Is the master exercising? Mechanical dog. I think the master should be practicing some kind of martial arts. Grey Wolf. Do you think there is a possibility that the boss is summoning something? That makes sense, X2. After all, they were summoned suddenly, and they couldn't even resist the forced summoning. As expected, he is a great master. He must have not summoned anything new recently, and the master feels rusty, so he practices so diligently. As night fell, Ghoulie lay decadently on the sofa. He practiced drawing circles all day, but he couldn't even draw a spark. It was too damn difficult. You are Nene, 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 Nene. A mechanical ringtone sounded, and Ghoulie quickly picked up the phone. Little Peter's crying came from the other end of the phone. Uncle Goo, Aunt May and Sister Sky are injured. Please come quickly. Come quickly. The basement suddenly shook a few times, and Ghoulie's aura was like a volcano about to erupt. Soundwave, go to the sky, quick. Drift away. Drift roared out of the underground garage and smashed the garage door directly. After Ghoulie got in the car, the speed instantly soared to the limit. Soundwave rushed into outer space. From the moment he heard the news, Ghoulie's body kept shaking. He was very scared, afraid of losing May and Daisy. Reason gradually disappeared, and Ghoulie hated himself very much for not being able to learn the portal and why he was so careless that he let Soundwave stay in the garage. Faster, Drift I should have let the Soundwave take me there. Ghoulie, who was confused, began to blame himself. If the Soundwave was still floating above the earth for surveillance, even if Xiaomi Luan was asked to monitor the vicinity of the barbecue restaurant, at least he could be on guard. The drive that originally took 30 minutes only took 7 minutes. But for Ghoulie, these are the longest 7 minutes of his life. Seeing the crowd gathered in front of the barbecue restaurant, Ghoulie's head buzzed, and he felt cold all over. He murmured, "Don't do this, don't do this." The out-of-control shock wave even caused cracks on the ground of the street. Fear and regret lingered in his heart, and he didn't know how he ran into the store. He only regained some consciousness when he saw that May and Daisy were still alive. Daisy, with tears on her face, rushed into his arms. Feeling the warmth of the person in his arms, Ghoulie woke up completely. "Sir, don't worry. The two ladies were only slightly injured." Looking in the direction of the voice, Ghoulie had never thought that police uniform was so lovely as it was now. "I am George Stacy, the police commissioner of New York City. There are some things I need your cooperation to record." A moment later, Ghoulie, who knew what happened, was still in shock. Not long ago, several sneaky figures came to the store and happened to meet Police Chief George, who came to dine with his colleagues. Because of this, an exchange of fire in the store resulted in the death of a guest and injuries to several guests. May and Daisy were scratched on their arms by broken glass. Fortunately, there were several policemen in front of him at the time. Ghoulie held George's hand and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. It's my duty." "Sir, Have you ever had any grudges with anyone recently? The questioning lasted about half an hour. The ambulance arrived late and sent the injured guest to the hospital for treatment. Ghoulie waved his hand and took full responsibility for the medical expenses and compensation of the guests. He gave the employees another half-year paid vacation. He was not going to open the barbecue restaurant anymore. At least, he could not open it until this crisis was resolved. Looking at May, whose arm was bandaged beside him, Ghoulie took her and little Peter to their new home. "Sister May, there are many rooms in the house. You and Peter should live here first. I don't want to lose you." After hearing such explicit words, May looked at him with resentment. Fortunately, Peter was wandering around in the living room at this time. After comforting the two women, Ghoulie directly contacted the sound waves floating above the earth. "Soundwave, have you investigated the origins of those people?" "Master, the 4 people who took action were from AIM Company Security Department." After learning the truth, Ghoulie gave a few instructions to Drift and the mechanical pets at home. After telling them to guard the house, he took advantage of the night to rush to AIM Rush Forward. He now had only one thought: to kill them all. New York Police Department. Chief George Stacy is checking the suspicious people in the surveillance one by one. The guys who exchanged fire with them in the barbecue restaurant did not look like ordinary gangsters. Finally, by comparing the surveillance footage with the police department's internal system, George discovered that the gunmen were actually retired soldiers. It seems that this matter is not simple. The gunman's target should not be the owner of the barbecue restaurant. But how could a little girl offend this group of people? When George was lost in thought, suddenly there was a loud voice of surprise. "Director, the boss today was really generous. He just donated $10 million to our bureau. Is the barbecue restaurant so profitable now? It makes me want to change jobs." Hearing this, George immediately laughed and scolded. "The car is worth several million, so the barbecue restaurant is probably just a hobby. George probably donated $10 million because the girl was very important to Ghoulie, even very important." George, who also has a precious daughter, suddenly found Ghoulie very pleasing to the eye, handsome and good-looking. In America, where money is the most important thing, Ghoulie's behavior in the barbecue restaurant is not in line with the characteristics of this social capitalist. Unpaid leave for employees, providing medical expenses and mental compensation for all customers, and donating $10 million to the police station. He doesn't look like an... In addition, the cracks that suddenly appeared on the street ground are very unusual, and they look like the impact of an earthquake. But the strange thing is that there has been no earthquake in New York recently. S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. Director Nick Fury is hosting an important meeting to discuss the assignment of tasks with a group of agents. Black Widow also came to attend the meeting. Her undercover identity in Stark Industries has not been revealed. The atmosphere in the meeting room is serious, and Director Fury looks at each agent solemnly. Ross found the big guy's trail. Who of you will go to Brazil? Bruce Banner is also one of the people Nick Fury has always wanted to recruit, and Ross is his potential competitor. For no other reason, it is because Ross controls the Super Soldier Project. Suddenly, a trusted agent broke into the meeting room and reported solemnly. Director I.M. There was a serious exchange of fire near the building. Nick Fury raised his hand to end the meeting and ordered, "Cut the screen to that." At this moment, I.M. building, Ghoulie was killing like crazy. In the game, friends who often kill people know that this thing is addictive. The desperate virus fighters came like a tide, and the roaring armed helicopters were like a group of steel giants circling in the sky. The sound of their engines was deafening, as if they were going to tear the whole world apart. The raging gunfire, like lightning, cut through the night sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. And in the center of the battlefield, Ghoulie gently flicked his fingers. Everything disappeared in an instant, and the battlefield was instantly quiet. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye Clint and others stared at the surveillance screen for a long time. In all these years of his career as an agent, Hawkeye has never seen such an elegant and environmentally friendly violent element. Ghoulie's moves were not fancy at all. He just flicked his fingers elegantly. Several armed helicopters hovering in the air, and countless crisscrossing shells and gunfire suddenly turned into snowflakes flying all over the sky. The main theme is pollution-free. But when it comes to killing people, he doesn't even blink an eye, a complete violent element. That group of special forces soldiers who were like lava, even before they got close, also inexplicably turned into flying snowflakes. The scene in front of him completely pierced his cognition since childhood. How can he convert any substance into any other substance? Even Superman may not be able to do it. Yes, there are Superman comics in the Marvel Universe. The shocked agents in the meeting room were silent for a long time. After a long time, Nick Fury said solemnly, "He'll pass on his threat. Adjust to level 10. The view switches to AIM building. After eliminating the small fish under Killian's command, Ghoulie reached out to AIM building, clenched its fist, and the endless shock wave instantly filled the entire building. Boom! The glass curtain wall of the building suddenly burst, and the building began to shake. At this moment, an urgent, pleading voice came from Mark's armor, flying in the distance. "Goo, stop it. There are only foibles outside. Let me handle the rest." After a few long seconds, Tony breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ghoulie stop. "I was scared to death. This guy Goo was really deadly when he went crazy. He killed A in just 10 minutes. Out on base camp." If the Mark armor hadn't flown so fast, Tony had no doubt that the building in front of him would have been destroyed by Ghoulie. Although the cause of the incident was still unclear, Tony subconsciously believed that someone must have offended Ghoulie. After all, in his opinion, Ghoulie was like many Oriental people, elegant, reserved, and polite. Under normal circumstances, he would never take the initiative to cause trouble. "Thanks, I'll kill one more person and leave." Ghoulie never forgot the principle of cutting the grass at its roots. The root of this incident against Daisy was Killian, the founder of M Company. But whether it was Killian's order or not, it was no longer important. Although tonight's behavior was not in line with his usual way of hiding, Killian was of a certain level, and he could still hide. "Do you think you're Ancient One or the Purple Potato Spirit?" After entering the elevator and going all the way to the top floor, Ghoulie finally saw Killian. This villain in Iron Man 3 did not look panicked at the moment, and he even smiled and said, "Honorable Mr. Goo, how about we make a deal? How much money can you pay to buy my life?" Living in America, hatred is not really important. In this decadent society, money is everything. Killian believed that Ghoulie, who was very powerful and who grew up in New York, would inevitably be infected by the society. He believed that he could buy his life with money. But what he certainly didn't know was that even if Ghoulie killed him, the money would still be Ghoulie's. It was because they had the most high-end thief in history. Little confusion, of course, the most high-end in history was valid until the birth of Ultron. Killian's answer was only one sentence, and the pain of his heart being torn apart. "Be more careful in your next life." Bang! It sounded like a heart bursting, and Killian's fallen body slowly dissipated until it completely disappeared. Ghoulie took a long breath. It was the first time for him to kill someone in his 2 lives. He was a little upset. Fortunately, his method was not so bloody, and the people he killed were all dead. It gave Ghoulie an illusion that he was living in a game world. As for the troubles that might come later, Ghoulie waved his hand and transformed into a little confusion on the phone. He took the initiative to send the video of the desperate virus explosion that Daisy had obtained before Tony. After watching the video, Tony was immediately full of confidence. "I'll take you out of here first, and I'll have Stark Industries hold a press conference later." Suddenly, the Mark armor dragged Ghoulie through the thick floor, stirring up a lot of cement blocks and dust. Ghoulie had no choice but to use his ability to dispel the dust on his face. Sure enough, Tony still remembered the last time Ghoulie threw him out of the ice cave. This also made him more determined. The portal must be learned. No strong man will run on 2 legs like him. Can a master who doesn't show off his style still be called a master? Although he can sprint and glide for a short distance with the ability of shockwaves, under the premise that flying is hopeless in a short time, the portal is the best choice. An hour later, Stark Industries held a press conference. Iron Man Tony Stark severely condemned IM Company's inhumane human experiments and admitted that he had personally solved the threat of the extremist virus. In addition, Iron Man promised, Stark Industries will always uphold the concept of sustainable development and contribute to the construction of America. The video footage released at the press conference put an end to the New York human bomb incident. The M building firefight was apparently over, and there was no trace left near the building except for the broken glass, as if the firefight had never happened. Privately, the atmosphere in S.H.I.E.L.D. was dull. Nick Fury believed that Gu Li's destructive power was comparable to that of the Hulk. The difference might be that one was physical destruction, and the other was a magical attack. Natasha, you continue to work at Stark Industries. Coulson, you go to Brazil. Clint, you go to contact Gu Li. After giving instructions for the work arrangements, Nick Fury sighed heavily. These three guys are more troublesome than the other. Some strange things happened in New York City recently. The sudden disappearance of a large number of citizens has mobilized a group of police officers, Ferber, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. However, they have been searching for several days and still have no clues. Those people seem to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. There are no traces or clues left. And what makes them feel most strange is that all the missing people are from IM Company. The real culprit of the incident was Gu Li. He spent a month that the remnants of Killian's family in M Company have been cleared out. The root cause was eliminated very thoroughly. Gu Li knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely find out the truth about the missing personnel, and Hydra hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. would also find out the truth. He just wanted them to find out, to let them know what the consequences of provoking him are. I am a madman. You could do whatever you want. Living in this dangerous world, you can't just hide. You have to show your fangs from time to time. And the events before and after M Company are his fangs bared to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and the people behind them. Don't mess with me. S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and director Nick Fury explained their purpose. Fury, that guy is a lunatic, a complete lunatic. He can find the list of M Company personnel can definitely find the location of my home. You can give his task to someone else. Nick Fury nodded helplessly. I'll give you a break, Barton. Take a good rest for a few days. In the past month, all the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been progressing smoothly. Tony Stark was invited to become a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he had two prerequisites. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. must cooperate in concealing the truth in front of the M building cannot be used to target Gu Li. Second, S.H.I.E.L.D. must return all the things left by Howard Stark. Lu Dan agreed to Tony's conditions without much thought. Although Gu Li was a little crazy, at least there was a chance to persuade him when he was crazy. This alone was better than the Hulk. In addition, the things originally belonged to Stark's family. Returning the things to the original owner was actually no loss to him and S.H.I.E.L.D. But there was one thing that was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that Stark and Gu Li would have such a good relationship. When did these two guys know each other? So far, Hawkeye's mission to contact Gu Li has failed, and Agent Coulson, who went to Brazil, did not see Bruce Banner. After Ross learned of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements, he sent troops to besiege the soda factory in advance, causing Bruce to escape as the Hulk. Fortunately for Fury, Bruce Banner secretly returned to Culver University, giving him the opportunity to contact him. On the other side, Stark Building, Gu Li, who was invited to have dinner with Tony and Ethan, was ready to set off for Europe. A month ago, he promised Master Ancient One to look for Agatha. Because of the accident, it was delayed. It would be unreasonable not to go. In fact, the main reason was that Gu Li was worried that Ancient One would get angry. Although from the movies, he knew that Ancient One usually didn't care much about things. Unless the Earth was invaded by a dimension, she would take action. But that was the Ancient One in the movie after all, and Gu Li met the living Ancient One. Ethan died in the previous Life movie, but now, Ethan is alive and well after being rescued by him. So some things can't be measured by common sense. Gu, are you ready? Tony asked about going to Antarctica to mine vibranium. Brother Tony, I'm going to Europe to find someone first, and then we'll go mining. Tony suddenly became interested and stared at Gu Li and asked, a woman? To be precise, it's a woman. Agatha. A woman who has lived for nearly 400 years has become insane because of her practice of dark witchcraft. I'm with you. It just so happens that the Mark V can now be transformed into a suitcase like a dog, because they saw the mechanical dog transform into a suitcase outside the cave in Afghanistan. Tony and Ethan subconsciously developed the Mark V to look like a suitcase. Come, let's have a drink for our great cause. Tony Stark joined S.H.I.E.L.D. as a result of 3 people's consultation. The explosion of the extremist virus, the mysterious Ghoulie, and the equally mysterious Ancient One made Tony realize that this world might be different from what he knew before. That's why he negotiated with Ethan to set up an organization to deal with the threat of superpowers. And the first person they invited was Ghoulie. But precisely because their organization has too few people, some mysterious events may not be discovered at the first time. That's why Tony joined S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover. After all, Ethan is an old bachelor, his family is gone, and he doesn't have any superpowers. S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely not want him. And Ghoulie is a bit too violent and not very suitable for undercover work. To do the work thoroughly, what if he suddenly goes crazy and destroys S.H.I.E.L.D.? That would be very difficult to deal with. As for the name of the organization, the 3 name-giving losers have not yet decided, and the organization's base is temporarily set in Tony's beach villa. The reason why Ghoulie agreed to join was still influenced by the attack on the barbecue restaurant last time. If Director George had not happened to be dining in the restaurant at the time, he couldn't imagine what the outcome would be. Although there are many bad guys in this world. Some want to rule the world, some want to devour the earth, some want to destroy half of the creatures in the universe. And there are countless villains who come on stage one after another. But there are more ordinary people like George. Since he came to this world, Ghoulie doesn't mind doing something that can be done at hand. Goo, thank you again for saving me and Tony. To be honest, that is one of the greatest inventions I have ever seen. Goo. Lee understood that Ethan was referring to the robot dog. He raised his glass to the 2 of them. Being a superhero may be tiring, but being a person who does whatever he wants without violating principles like them may not be so tiring. With the existence of extraterrestrial surveillance and artificial intelligence, Jarvis, they can easily lock most anti-human behaviors. Besides, there are news channels of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the current S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra and turned into a sieve, it is more like a Hydra branch to be more accurate. But after all, they have a foundation and more news channels than the 3 of them. And Tony is going undercover to get information. At least his own safety should not be a problem. Unless Hydra suddenly goes crazy. Speaking of Hydra, Ghoulie suddenly thought of the leader of Hydra, the Inhuman Hive. Calculating the time, that guy is about to return to Earth. On the other side, Bruce Banner returned to America and was trying to find the original research data to solve the problem of blood mutation caused by gamma radiation. Because of Ghoulie's disruption, Ghoulie temporarily suppressed Tony's palladium poisoning, and the information left by Howard was taken back by Tony from S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, who is not threatened by palladium poisoning, should not let himself go again. Of course, perhaps the self-repair of the timeline will transfer the battle that originally took place in Morocco to London. Speaking of timelines, the Time Stone and the Time Variance Administration are related to them. Of course, there is also the one who made the Time Stone green, the god of stories, Loki. The Time Stone is still in the hands of the Ancient One, but it is hard to say who the god of stories is. At this moment, I am not strong enough to see my future self. Perhaps my future self is staring at my present self. Time is a relatively abstract concept, which is the movement of matter, the continuity and order of change. Perhaps at this moment, the god of stories is staring at the present multiverse at the end of the long river of time. I know I must be the kind of god for you, for all of us. Ghoulie is sure that he can also reach that level of god. After all, he's a cheating player. With the existence of the scumbag simulator, he really doesn't believe that anyone can stop him. If he is really desperate, he can just commit suicide. When his soul is dragged to hell, he will hug the thigh of death. With his reputation as the most handsome man in New York, he will definitely cuckold the purple potato spirit. You know, that is death, which is one of the 4 abstract existences along with eternity, infinity, and annihilation. As for the planet eater, sorry, he is just a unit of measurement. Goo, your smile is a bit creepy now. Ha ha, Ghoulie quickly laughed and said, I suddenly thought of something happy. I'm going home first. Remember to arrange the special plane for tomorrow's flight. No problem, I have an appointment with the water elf girl, and this time I just happened to bring her a small armor. In the original timeline, Tony only gave the Mark armor to Rod and Pepper. Although Rod took the war machine away by himself at that time, if Tony did not allow it, he would not have taken a chicken. For some reason, Tony likes the little girl of the Eternal Clan, the Water Elf. Maybe this guy is born to be a daughter slave. Thinking of Cersei who lives with the Water Elf, Ghoulie said that he missed her. Of course, before going to Europe, he still had to appease the 3 people at home. A shameless VIP chapter overnight. At noon the next day, Tony saw Ghoulie, who was listless, in his private plane. Goo, why are you so haggard all of a sudden? Didn't you get enough rest last night? When they separated yesterday, Ghoulie looked very healthy. It's only been a day and a night. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie looked like a drug addict. He had a pair of big dark circles under his haggard face, and his eyes revealed a deep sense of fatigue. What was even more strange was that this feeling was inexplicably familiar to Tony. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Call me when we get to London. He was really exhausted, but fortunately, he had achieved great results. After a year and a half, Ghoulie finally obtained all the superpowers of Spider-Man. Now, he has the 50-50 serum plus the body of Spider-Man. But for some reason, he still doesn't look good enough when facing his 3 girlfriends at home. It seems that the Man of Steel is imminent, but the key is that this is Marvel, and he has no way to go to DC to find Supergirl. After a burst of random thoughts, Ghoulie's thoughts were like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, galloping across the endless grassland, and finally returned to the stable exhausted. It's good to be young. Seeing Ghoulie lying down and falling asleep without saying a word, Tony envied him. Tony was born on May 29th, 1970, and is now 40 years old. However, Tony doesn't feel old. After all, men are in their prime at 41. He just feels that he is no longer young. For hours later, at London Airport, seeing the Water Elf and Cersei coming to pick him up, Ghoulie quickly stepped forward and opened his arms for a big hug. Brother-in-law, how long do you plan to stay this time? The Water Elf's eyes flashed with cunning. In her opinion, the more stable and solid the relationship between Ghoulie and Cersei is, the greater the chance she and Ikaris will have. Ghoulie rubbed the little girl's head. I'm here to do something. I might have to stay for a long time. Hey, little girl, don't you have any place for Uncle Tony in your eyes? The Water Elf smiled and pounded Tony's chest, and there was a ding-ding sound. In the long period of 7,000 years, because of the inability to grow up, the Water Elf has always felt inferior and has no other friends besides the Eternal Family. However, although she has not known Tony for a long time, but for some reason, the Water Elf has an inexplicable feeling for this strange uncle and likes to be with him very much. Cersei's face was as calm as usual, as if nothing could cause any waves in her heart. But her eyes were evasive, and she couldn't look directly at Ghoulie. This time, when she came to London, Tony and the others did not go to the Star in London. Instead of staying in the Kerman, they lived in the Water Elf's house. As for why they made such a choice, the two had their own little thoughts. Ghoulie thought that it would be relatively safe for Brother Tony to stay here while he went to find Agatha. After all, there are 2 Eternals here. Tony was mentally prepared to assist again. Cersei and the Water Elf prepared a sumptuous, welcoming banquet for the 2 of them, and the table was filled with delicacies from various countries. These delicacies are colorful, fragrant, and delicious, like exquisite works of art, making people reluctant to put their chopsticks down. The advantages of living a long time finally showed at this moment. Both of them are good at cooking, and they can handle both Chinese and Western food with ease. In this regard, Tony gave a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Girl, you and Cersei's cooking skills are really good, even better than Lee's barbecue restaurant. After hearing Tony's words, the Water Elf sighed, looking a little regretful. Too bad we didn't have time to try it. How about this, girl? When the school is closed, I will arrange a special plane to pick you up. The water elf's eyes suddenly became dim in response to Tony's suggestion, no longer shining. She felt a little helpless, not knowing whether she should tell Tony that she would never grow up and never go to school. Noticing the change in the atmosphere, Gu Li said, "Sister, some things may not be bad if you look at them from a different perspective." The chopsticks in Gu Li's hand slowly dissipated into flowing particles lingering on his fingertips. In the shocked eyes of Cersei and the water elf, the particles on Gu Li's fingertips reassembled into a lily and a rose. After stuffing them into the hands of the two, Gu Li continued, "When you face up to your own abilities and flaws, you will find yourself like a diamond, shining brightly in the sun, and your flaws are your sharpening stones, which make you tougher and more brilliant." The scene in front of them was very familiar to Cersei and the water elf. It was the superpower that Cersei possessed. Seeing this, the water elf stood up and said in a lost voice, "Brother-in-law, are you also an eternal? Brother-in-law, are you also an eternal?" The water elf said, and quickly shook her head. She knew that the Eternals who came to Earth 7,000 years ago were only a team of 10 led by a Jack. They were Ajak, Cersei, Ikaris, Tina, Gilgamesh, Jinwa, the Black Ghost Fastos, Druid, Makari, and her. I am a human, a pure-blooded human." Sisai, who was standing by, was obviously much more alert. She stared at Gu Li and asked him what was bothering her. "You approached us on purpose. What on earth do you want to do?" Ceci's eyes were full of vigilance and expectation. She was like a wounded little animal, staring at Gu Li while hoping that the truth was not what she guessed. Her mood was like a chaotic ocean, turbulent, making her unable to calm down. She didn't know what was wrong with her now. She just felt that her heart was full of contradictions and uneasiness. "Meeting you that day was the most beautiful accident in my life. From the first time I saw you, I knew I fell in love with you, whether it was love at first sight or lust. I just fell in love with you." At this moment, Gu Li became the most affectionate man in New York, and he even secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Accident? If it happens often, it is reasonable. Hearing Gu Li's confession, Cersei's face blushed slightly, and she decided to ignore this man for the time being. Seeing this, Tony and the water elf put their hands under the dining table and silently gave Gu Li a thumbs up. Tony knew that there were 3 beauties living in Gu Li's house: 18-year-old Daisy, 24-year-old Zhao Helen, and 31-year-old May. If you add Cersei now, there are already 4. And Tony also knew the reason why Gu Li came to Europe, to find another woman. Of course, if Gu Li knew what Tony was thinking now, he would definitely say righteously, "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Crazy witch wizards like Agatha do not conform to his aesthetics. Seeing that his sister and brother-in-law were caught in a cold war, the water elf cleverly avoided the topic. "Brother-in-law, how do you know we are Eternals?" "Yes, little girl, what are the Eternals? Are they a branch of humans?" Faced with the two's questions, Gu Li helplessly spread his hands and said, "You said it, sister. I didn't know you were from the Eternals." The water elf's mouth twitched twice. Thinking carefully, it was really what she said just now. "Then why did you comfort me like that? As if you knew my and sister Cersei's superpowers." "Well, actually, I can naturally sense the energy fluctuations of others." Gu Li was very proud. "I just want to ask if this excuse is perfect or not. If someone else in this world said this, it might be exposed as fake. But for a time traveler like him, he knows a little bit about most of the superpowers in the Marvel Cinematic Universe." Sure enough, after hearing what Gu Li said, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in the eyes of Cersei and the water elf. At this time, Tony, who didn't understand what the 3 were talking about, asked hurriedly, "What are the Eternals? Little girl and Cersei also have superpowers?" "Gu, are you kidding me?" Seeing the silence of the 3, Tony felt that his life suddenly became a little gloomy. Why did he know people with superpowers during this period of time? While Tony Stark, was so outstanding, but he was just an ordinary person. Why? Gu Li held Cersei's hand and looked into her eyes affectionately. "Can you tell me, Cersei?" Gu Li was ready to be a scumbag to the end, I thought the massacre in front of the M building completely aroused his nature. For an ordinary person, the various and dazzling superpowers made him completely sink. When you can only be an ordinary person, then you'd better be an ordinary person. But when you have the opportunity to become a god, who would refuse to become a god? Sisai gave up, struggling helplessly, and let Guli hold her hand and intertwine his fingers. The Eternals came to Earth 7,000 years ago. Over the years, we have been protecting the safety and reproduction of human civilization. After a long time, Tony heard about the relationship between the Eternal team and the history of human development. He once again refreshed his cognition and muttered absent-mindedly, "So, little girl, you have lived for more than 7,000 years. Yes, Uncle Tony, and I have always been like this, and I will never grow up." The water elf fell into emo again. The fact that her body cannot grow up means that she will never be able to enjoy the taste of love. Yes, most of the Eternals are love-brained. Tony put his arm around the water elf's shoulders. He didn't know how to comfort this 7,000-year-old child. After all, Tony, was just a 40-year-old child. The scene in front of him made Guli hesitate again and finally decided not to say anything. In fact, the water elf is not forever grown up. As long as she gives up her own abilities, she will have the opportunity to grow up. As the night deepened, the few people chatted for a while and then returned to their rooms. However, a sneaky figure gently stroked the lock of Cersei's door with his fingers and got in skillfully. After a very long VIP chapter, the two hugged each other tiredly. "On you, why was there a familiar energy fluctuation just now?" Pinching Cersei's cheek gently, Guli argued, "Maybe we're used to each other's energy aura." As for why, Cersei suddenly had an illusion about Guli. Guli was also helpless. He couldn't say, "I just got the superpowers of your ex-boyfriend." Unfortunately, this time it was still not the ability to fly. It was a laser similar to Cyclops in the X-Men, that is, the golden cosmic energy beam emitted by Ikaris from his eyes. By getting along with Cersei, Guli had an illusion. That is, if he is given a year, he may be able to obtain all the superpowers of the 10-man team of the Eternals. Among the 10-man team of the Eternals, Cersei has the ability to reshape the molecular structure of matter, but it is far from the subatomic level of perversion of the molecule man. The little girl is a water elf with the ability to manipulate illusions and invisibility. Ikaris is similar to the Superman of the DC universe. Except for the lack of a cloak, he can speed on light and launch cosmic energy beam from the eyes. Uncle, his fingers can launch cosmic energy light bombs and beams. Others, there is still a long way to go. For 3 days, Guli was immersed in an extremely blissful sexual life, intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Tony's reminder woke him up from his gentleness and reminded him of the task of finding Agatha. But he was too busy to acquire the ability to fly. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink a cup of tea, let alone run all over Europe to find that crazy woman. So, he made the most correct choice without hesitation. "Hello, Master Gui. I am Shao Gu. Please help me find where Agatha is. I remember that Kamar Taj has a magical thing that is the best place to find people." In Miami Beach, Gui, who was wearing sunglasses and casual clothes, frowned after answering the phone. She did ask Guli to teach Agatha a lesson, but that was a month and a half ago. This kid, he didn't take it seriously at all. Although he was reluctant to pay attention to Guli still waved his hand, and the mirror space instantly isolated her soul from the whole world. She formed seals with both hands again, and a light curtain suddenly appeared. In the light curtain was the crazy Agatha. With a snap of his fingers, Gui's soul returned to his body. "Sokovia." Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Guli immediately bought a ticket to Sokovia. The close communication with Cersei in the past few days still did not allow him to gain the ability to fly, and he did not learn the portal. He had to choose this most primitive way of travel. During the flight, Guli half lay on the seat and studied the system panel. Name, Guli. Race, human. Age, 21. Superpowers, 50/50 serum, spider totem, destiny card, remodeling molecules, invisibility, dynamic light waves. Items: cricket pistol, regeneration cradle, blue star destroyer. Affiliates: drift, soundwave, tape core, gray wolf. Contract object: Dormammu. After obtaining all the abilities of Spider-Man, the column on the system panel becomes a spider totem. As for the spider totem, is the source of power for all Spider-Mans in the multiverse. We will talk about it in detail later. Ngu Li's new superpower, dynamic light waves. It comes from the same golden light and thermal energy vision as Ikari's, and can emit golden cosmic energy beams from his eyes. It has to be said that for the style he has always pursued, the golden special effects of dynamic light waves are really full for him this time. Think about it. The enemy is eating hot pot and singing, and he suddenly makes a sneak attack. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The key is that this ability is very useful. It belongs to the kind that can be used in close combat, medium, and long-range combat. There is no CD. As long as his eyes are not dry, he can keep bayou. If there's a blind guy who says in the future, look at another one, Guli will definitely say that I am happy. In the two major universes of Marvel and DC, the superpowers with glowing eyes include the well-known Superman, the Destroyer, Ikari's, Cyclops, and the mouthless version of Deadpool. Of course, there is also Darkseid's Omega Rays, but this thing is more mysterious. Compared with the above ones, it can turn. In addition, the popular Homelander Azu's eyes can also glow. But if you really want to compare these thermal visions, Ikari's thermal vision is definitely weaker than Darkseid's Omega Rays, but it is stronger than Cyclops, the mouthless version of Deadpool, and Azu's laser eyes. As for the comparison with Superman and Destroyer, it's hard to say. If there is a chance to go to the DC universe, then compare it. He still remembers that Marvel and DC will occasionally do character linkage in a certain multiverse. After obtaining the ability of dynamic light waves, Guli began to have a feeling that even if he did not communicate with Supergirl in the future, relying solely on system rewards, it is entirely possible for him to become the plus version of Superman. I don't know what that crazy woman is doing in Sokovia. After finding Agatha, he decided to try the power of dynamic light waves first. Bayou, 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 it will definitely be exciting. In Sokovia, this seemingly inconspicuous small Eastern European country plays a vital role in the Marvel Universe. In 1999, civil unrest broke out in Sokovia. A bomb attacked Maximoff's home, and Wanda and Quicksilver's parents unfortunately passed away. Then, the second missile fell in front of the brother and sister. Fortunately, the missile did not explode. The brother and sister stayed motionless for 2 days for fear of triggering the bomb. She kept staring at the logo on the bomb, Stark Industries. From this moment on, the seeds of hatred had been quietly planted. Another thing was the final battle between the Avengers and Ultron. The Battle of Sokovia, which was the fuse of the Sokovia Accords, which led to the subsequent split and civil war of the Avengers. Guli guessed that Agatha's target might be the Hydra base hidden in Sokovia. The most famous slogan about the Hydra organization is, "Cut off one head, and 2 will grow back." Throughout the history of Hydra, the more famous ones are Hive, Red Skull, Dr. Zola, Winter Soldier, Baron. Among the above list, only Dr. Zora, the short and thick one, left a deep impression on Guli. Zora, a genius without any superpowers, is the brain of Hydra. He created the technology of uploading consciousness to the network, artificially brainwashed, and controlled the Winter Soldier for decades, and a weapon that can store the energy of the cosmic cube. Even in the Marvel series What If, when Zora and Ultron competed for the body, Zora won. After the end of World War II, the major bases of Hydra were destroyed, and Zora was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. and rebuilt Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D., completing the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is why from the end of World War II to the signing of the Sokovia Accords, Hydra was obviously destroyed, but there were shadows of Hydra in them. The current Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. into a sieve. It has to be said that One-Eyed Fury can stand out from the Hydra and become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is quite capable. Although in the movie universe, Hydra's plan to rule the Earth has failed repeatedly. But in other multiverses, they have had successful examples, such as the famous Hydra leader, Captain Honeymouth. We'll talk about it later. After leaving Sokovia Airport, Ghoulie followed the clues provided by Gu-E and started looking for Agatha, without stopping. At this time, in Virginia, at Culver University, Bruce Banner, who had fled from Brazil, came to the school he had not seen for a long time. Past memories came rushing back like a flood. The voice and smile of his girlfriend Betty, the details of his work, and the launch of the military's super soldier program. The accidental leakage of the gamma ray experiment turned him into a green monster. These memories flashed through his mind like pictures. Bruce came to the school this time with great hope to find previous research materials to solve the problem of his body mutation. In fact, his request was not high. He just wanted to be an ordinary person again. Sokovia, Hydra base. Just like the flame fruit that even dogs won't eat, Ghoulie suddenly thought that the superpower of invisibility, even a dog wouldn't use it again. Why did he suddenly say that? It was because Ghoulie sneaked into the Hydra base after turning invisible, looking for the witch, but he didn't find the witch, but he was discovered by the thermal sensor monitoring first. This invisibility is indeed not a real invisibility. His current mood is really speechless. No matter what, invisibility is at least one of the superpowers of the Eternals water elves, but he never thought that he could be discovered by thermal sensor monitoring. Just like him now, being pointed at by a group of Hydra soldiers with guns, he had no choice but to lift the invisibility. It's outrageous. Is it you? The masked man, who is the leader of the Hydra soldiers, spoke. From his reaction, it was obvious that he knew Ghoulie. Now, it was Ghoulie's turn to be curious. Am I so famous now? But after just a few seconds, he realized that Hydra must have obtained information about his strength from S.H.I.E.L.D. Since we know each other, it's easy. I'll find someone. The little leader was silent for about half a minute. Ghoulie was even ready to take action at any time, but suddenly he heard a voice. Okay, what kind of thing can what I say? Ghoulie looked at the other party in shock. He was sure that he had heard it right. The little leader did say, okay, but this made him feel even more strange. Come on, brother. You are Hydra, the evil organization recognized by the world, the Hydra that attempts to rule the Earth, the Hydra that kills people like crazy. How can you be so easy to talk to? If he was not extremely sure that he had come to the Hydra base, he would have doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. Ghoulie scratched his head in confusion. If so, he would not be able to take action again. Face is given to each other. Hydra has given face, and he, Ghoulie, is not the kind of person who does not understand the ways of the world. Mr. Goo, who are you looking for? I'll ask someone to bring them here. Seeing that people had said so, Ghoulie didn't pretend to be. Agatha. After hearing the words, the masked little leader suddenly became silent. But Ghoulie could feel that when the little leader heard Agatha, he hesitated for a few seconds, and then he quickly took out his mobile phone and made a call, as if to report the situation here. After a while, the little leader saluted into the phone, the standard Hydra Nazi salute. Yes, Chief. Mr. Goo, please wait a moment. No, take me with you. I'm curious about what this crazy woman is doing. Ghoulie never expected that Agatha and Hydra had such a relationship. Is it cooperation? Dark Witch, Hydra, not to mention they're quite a good match. Sure enough, showing fangs before has its advantages. Just like now, it is better not to take action if the problem can be solved by talking. Even if he took action to deal with the Hydra soldiers in front of him, it would be easy for him. Led by the little leader, the group walked forward along the base passage. After about 5 minutes, Ghoulie finally saw the crazy witch. At this time, Agatha was like a shaman, with arms outstretched and shouting, muttering, "Ah, hey, 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 hey." It seemed that some mysterious ritual was being performed, and the sacrifices of the ritual were a group of children. A fierce look suddenly flashed in Ghoulie's eyes, and then he glanced around. Not far from the group of children, there were several large iron cages. Imprisoned in the cages were several humanoid creatures covered in gray hair. The huge creatures were lying in the cages with their backs to the crowd, and it was unclear what species they were. Seeing this, Ghoulie raised his eyebrows, and a golden light was faintly visible in his eyes. If it were any other occasion, Agatha would have died, and these Hydra members would have died as well. But now that there are children, he is not sure if forcibly interrupting the ceremony will cause harm to the children. Let her stop first. I have something to ask her. The little leader nodded. If anyone else spoke to him so arrogantly, he would have been killed. But Mr. Gu in front of him was different. After all, he was the one the leader wanted to recruit, and he might even become his boss in the future. Just give your future leader a favor. The little leader, who was doing PUA himself, immediately stopped Agatha from casting a spell. The Mad Witch came over angrily and shouted, I didn't come here to let you drink and drink. Why interrupt the werewolf transformation ceremony? Don't forget that there are no suitable sacrifices near the base. Hearing this, Ghoulie said, so it's a werewolf. There are werewolves and vampires in the Marvel Universe, but they generally live in Europe. Just like the legends about werewolves and vampires in the previous life, most of them appeared in European countries. Blade, one of the members of MI-13 in London, is a vampire hunter. And according to the current situation, Ghoulie guessed that it should be the Dark Witch Agatha was invited by Hydra to conduct a werewolf transformation ceremony similar to human experiments. In this case, let's kill them all. When Agatha and the little leader were arguing, Ghoulie's fingers moved imperceptibly. In an instant, the Hydra warriors in the base seemed to have been snapped by Thanos in advance. Their bodies slowly turned into enchanting red petals, and the petals were scarlet as if they were soaked in blood. The breeze blew, and the red floating in the wind looked a different kind of beauty, just like the way Ghoulie was killing people at this moment. There was no wailing, no splattering of blood, and even the people being killed did not feel the slightest pain before they lost their lives. Although it was the second time he killed someone, Ghoulie did not feel any discomfort. He just felt that his method needed to be improved. 2.5 seconds later, there were only a group of unconscious children and Agatha who tried to resist left at the Hydra Sokovia base. Ghoulie glared, and a dazzling golden light burst onto Agatha, knocking her unconscious. As for why the crazy witch was not killed, it was because there was a big boss standing behind her, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. You know, the Sorcerer Supreme not only controls Kamartaj, as well as the 3 major temples in Hong Kong, London, and New York. The entire world of wizards and wizards on Earth is under the control of the Sorcerer Supreme. Damn, people with backgrounds are really different. I'm very angry now. Don't get me wrong. The reason why Ghoulie was angry was not because he wanted to relieve his anger. He was angry at Agatha and Hydra for using children as sacrifices. At this moment, a breath that made him feel longing in his heart suddenly came from Agatha. Ghoulie hurried forward and searched the witch's chest for a book, a tattered book. No way could it be that, holding a book full of ominous aura in his hand. Ghoulie was stunned for several minutes. He was still a little bit unbelievable. This ugly book turned out to be one of the copies of the Dark Book in Wanda's search for relatives. The Dark Book originated from the god of the underworld, Scython, and is the source of all dark magic. It is the polar opposite of light and darkness with the Book of Vishanti in Kamartaj. This book is extremely powerful and evil. It records the evil spells of the ancient gods on Earth and many powerful black magics. It can ensure that people who use any language can fully understand the mysteries in the book. You must know that Wanda, after practicing the Dark Book, is like 2 different people compared to Wanda before. Although Wanda, before practicing the Dark Book, had the strength to tear Thanos apart, she was too unstable at that time. She was not strong when she should be strong. After practicing the Dark Book, Wanda not only wiped out Kamartaj alone, but also beat Doctor Strange to flee everywhere. It was obviously Doctor Strange too, but she turned it into Wanda's search for relatives. Later, she successfully controlled Wanda of the 838 universe through the dream-walking spell and wiped out the entire Illuminati alone. You have to know that Wanda of the 838 universe is just an ordinary person without any superpowers. That battle made Captain Carter become the captain of the upper and lower special teams. In that battle, Black Bolt was gone before he even opened his mouth. In that battle, the charlatan de Galao Lu changed from Mr. Fantastic to Mr. Noodles. Of course, there was also the Meat Pie Black Terror team, who was half killed by a stone. The Illuminati of the 838 universe is not a group of weak chickens. They successfully eliminated Thanos of the 838 universe. But even such a powerful Illuminati is still no match for Wanda, who practiced the Darkhold. Therefore, this book is really suitable for Gu Li to use to enhance his strength. But now, with the Darkhold in his hand, he became a little hesitant. All this could it be that it is a test from Gu Ilao Deng to me? No wonder Gu Li would ask this question, thinking carefully about the whole thing. The copy of the Dark Book was searched out from Agatha, and Agatha was asked by Gu Ilao Deng to find. Thinking further back, when he was playing with the fate cards, Gu Ilao Deng might have been peeping at the New York Temple at that time. Yes, this is a test for him. Gu Li, TSK, I won't be fooled. Gu Li immediately made up his mind to hand over the Darkhold to the Ancient One. It would be better to let Kamar Taj deal with such dangerous things. But only 2.5 seconds later, Gu Li began to hesitate again. Is he willing to hand over the Darkhold to Ancient One like this? He was indeed very unwilling. This is equivalent to others putting meat in your bowl, but you dare not eat it. Not only do you not dare to eat it, but you also have to return the meat. How can this be justified? Although the Darkhold is the medium for the Hades god Zithorn to return to the earth, the user's soul is very likely to be corrupted by Zithorn. But the black magic recorded in the book is indeed extremely powerful, which makes Gu Li very excited. Moreover, he has already contracted Dormammu, and he will inevitably fight with Dormammu in the future. After all, he has no intention of returning the borrowed dark magic. If you look at it this way, having one more Zithorn doesn't seem to be a big deal. Staring at the unconscious Agatha for a long time, Gu Li suddenly came up with a plan. How about killing the crazy woman and leaving no evidence? At this moment, the hairs on his body stood up again, and the spider sense was activated. Zizizi, the golden flames slowly gathered into a circle. Seeing this, Gu Li quickly put the dark book into the system space. There is no reason to return something that is in hand. Dormammu is no exception, and Old One is no exception. After waiting for a while, no one came out of the portal, but the voice of Ancient One came from the other side of the door. Throw her over. Gu Li then kicked Agatha over, and a powerful magical fluctuation suddenly emerged from the other side of the door. This is a big deal. Just as Gu Li was thinking about whether to honestly confess and hand over the dark book, the voice of Ancient One came again. You have 2 little guys over there. Don't kill them. Master, you must have misunderstood me. I'm a kind-hearted person who loves to help others. After a sigh, the golden portal disappeared in an instant. Gu Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself, is Gu Deng so powerful? Who are these 2 little guys? Suddenly, Li was overjoyed. It can't be Aome Dam. What a pleasant surprise. Chaos magic, here I come. But when he saw the unconscious child lying on the ground, Gu Li sighed and called Brother Tony. There was a series of tinkling sounds coming from the other end of the phone. Hey Gu, I'm a little busy now. Gu Li asked doubtfully. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Lajiao will find out? Is there something wrong? Soundwave. Turn the screen over. Through the video on the phone, Gu Li saw Tony, wearing Mark V, fighting with a familiar figure. Not far away, the water elf was anxiously making a phone call. Big Ivan, the electric whip? He really chased him to London. Before coming to London, he had thought that this might happen, and it really happened. At this moment, Gu Li realized belatedly that the flapping of his wings by little Karami had made things a little confusing for no reason. For example, now, the attack of Big Ivan on Tony, which was supposed to happen at the Morocco racetrack, turned into Tony and the water elf were attacked while playing in London. There was also the gunfight in the barbecue restaurant before. All of this has changed unexpectedly again and again because of some actions he has taken. His advantage of the god's perspective as a time traveler has disappeared, and it has even gradually exceeded his understanding. Of course, with the existence of a scumbag simulator, it doesn't matter whether the god's perspective is needed or not. But instead of making things more troublesome, it is better for him not to interfere. Everyone does their own thing. In short, the world will continue to exist with or without him. Even the Chitauri will be defeated, the Hydra will be eliminated, and Thanos will be defeated. And his goal is to become stronger, and become stronger by connecting more female plot characters. As mentioned above, Ghoulie finally made up his mind. Try to interfere as little as possible when it comes to picking up girls, and let girls do whatever they want when they don't need them. Just like Agatha, for Ghoulie, if he really wants to kill her, it would be like crushing a bug. He can kill her at any time. But in that case, it would be better to keep her alive and let her continue to play her role. After all, Ghoulie knew what Agatha would do later. She ran to be Wanda's neighbor, and then was almost killed in return, and even gave her a dark book. And if Ghoulie killed Agatha now, then according to the nature of this world, the role that Agatha should have played originally, after Ghoulie killed her, might be played by a stranger that Ghoulie was completely unfamiliar with. Self-repair of the timeline. Forget it. Let's rescue the children first, and then look for A.O. May. Sokovia, deep inside the Hydra base. Little Mulwan was working hard to crack the base's defense system, while Ghoulie was talking to Grey Wolf remotely through another phone. Boss, remember to bring this back? And that one. And the one behind it too. He originally planned to destroy the Hydra base directly, but Little Mulwan told him that there was some very good equipment in the base, which Mr. Grey Wolf might need. Among Ghoulie's subordinates, Grey Wolf firmly occupies the position of the boss. After all, who would refuse a scientist who knows everything? Especially the mechanical life forms Little Mulwan, the dog, and the mechanical bird, which were strengthened by Grey Wolf. The guns on both sides of the dog's hind legs were upgraded to laser cannons by Grey Wolf, and even a language system was added to it. Originally, only the mechanical bird could speak, but now the dog and the others can speak. Grey Wolf's thinking power is indeed extraordinary. It thinks that an invention that is reasonable will inevitably become reasonable regardless of whether it is reasonable or not. And speaking of the way Ghoulie obtained Grey Wolf, it was purely accidental. It happened that Ms. Zhao had her long hair tied up that day. I'll clear the base, and you can pick it up when you get home. There are too many things in Hydra base. If you go through them one by one, it will take forever. So Ghoulie chose the simplest method, leave nothing behind. Master, there's a room with 2 people locked up here. Following the route given by Zhao Mulwan, Ghoulie found the brother and sister Pietro and Wanda deep in the base. The 2 were being held in a special cell. At a glance, Ghoulie was immediately struck by how beautiful they were. The 21-year-old sister A.O. was so young. It was also that glance that made him, the most handsome man in New York, decide to take action. Chaos magic is indeed powerful, and Wanda is also very beautiful. It is rare to have the best of both worlds. After all, the other powerful women made it a little difficult for him to do it. Maybe he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation yet, and would wait until he had no choice. The brother and sister were very alert when they saw Ghoulie suddenly appear, and they were still on guard until the cage was opened. Who are you? Pietro protected his sister behind him. Wanda hid behind Pietro, showing her head and looking at Ghoulie with disgust. I can feel that you have bad thoughts about me. The scene before him completely confused Ghoulie and made him wonder if his eyes were too hot just now. The awkward first meeting left a bad first impression on the brother and sister. Come and help. There are a few kids outside who need to be taken care of. Ghoulie immediately turned and left, thinking, I actually made such a low-level mistake. Let it go, and communicate more with Cersei in the near future, and consider other things after gaining the ability to fly. Among the 4 children he rescued, 3 are still in a coma, and the little ones who woke up held Ghoulie's clothes and refused to let go. After finding a car in the base, Ghoulie drove to the nearby police station with the children. The Pietro brothers and sisters got into the car with cute expressions. Thank you for saving us. Where are the people in the base? Dead. At this time, Ghoulie's cell phone rang suddenly. You are the one who is... Hey, Goo, I was a bit busy just now. Shall we leave now? Tony's somewhat decadent voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you got it done over there? Well, I met a lunatic and was extradited to America by the Ministry of Defense. Sure enough, although the beginning changed, the rest of the story developed in the established direction. That's good. I still have some things to do here, so I can go back tomorrow. Okay. I heard from Fury that a hammer fell in New Mexico. After I finish the vibranium work, I want to go and have a look. After hanging up the phone, Guli took out 2 cigarettes, then looked at Pietro and said, "Want one?" Pietro hesitated for a long time and finally hesitantly reached out his hand to take it. However, neither of them lit the cigarette in the end, because Guli suddenly remembered that there was a child in the car. Hammer, the Brazilian chick is here, so the god of stories should not be far away. The reason why Guli is very interested in Loki is, on the one hand, the timeline issue, and, on the other hand, the absolute time point. In his previous life, when he saw Tony snap his fingers, he felt a little regretful. Iron Man, who is comparable to gods with his mortal body, should not have that kind of ending, and he wants to try to see if he can change it. But the fact that the actions of Dr. Black Strange led to the destruction of the universe is still vivid in his mind. Loki will become the god of stories and the god of time in the future, but those are things that happen in the future. Guli wants to use the current Loki to see if the future Loki already exists at the end of time at this moment. After all, the time stone has always been green from the past to the present. In other words, it is very likely that the past, present, and future of the entire multiverse are all affected by the god of stories. Anyway, it is very messy. Just like those movies that were released at different times, the story time is almost the same at the same time. P.S. The plots of The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Thor 1 happened almost at the same time. Of course, this may also be set by the director to solve the logical problem of why Iron Man did not stop the Hulk from destroying New York. After sending the 4 children to the police station, Guli planned to set off. After all, the Antarctic vibranium that he had been thinking about for a long time was finally in his hands. After getting the Antarctic vibranium, the next step is to go to Wakanda to buy it for free and then upgrade the materials of Drift and Soundwave. Real adamantium transformers. Just thinking about it is a bit exciting. However, when Guli saw the brother and sister who had been following him, he was puzzled. What have you been following me for? Can you lend us some money? Time goes back to not long ago. America, New Mexico, Old Bridgetown. Late at night, the moonlight cast a faint glow on the street, outlining the outline of the town. Outside the town was immersed in a quiet darkness. The silent night breeze blew, bringing a slightly cool breath, gently swaying the leaves, as if telling a silent story. And above all this, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared, and the runes on the circle flashed with fantastic colors. This awe-inspiring and abnormal scene also attracted the attention of Jane Foster and the other 2 in the car. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of existence the anomaly in front of them was and what impact it would bring. The 3 drove the RV at a high speed towards the abnormal point. Suddenly, a muscular figure fell from the sky and hit the RV directly. Bang! A moment later, the burly and muscular Nordic man staggered like a hungover person and shouted, "Where's the hammer? Where's my hammer?" Antarctic Ice Cave. Guli and his companion returned to the Antarctic vibranium mine again, and were mining vibranium with their Shockwave superpowers. Suddenly, Tony asked out of the blue, "Goo, you seem to be very interested in money?" Guli stopped what he was doing and looked at Tony and Mark's armor in astonishment. "Stark, are you talking human language? Who doesn't like money?" However, he felt that the matter was not simple, and hurriedly asked again, "Why do you ask this suddenly?" Brother Tony really had no reason to ask this suddenly. Could it be that something happened that he didn't know? Tony was silent for a while, and slowly said, "Before, Stan's property disappeared mysteriously, and Jarvis investigated for half a year. Then I found out that it has something to do with you." Well, Guli was not the only one who was embarrassed. The little mess in his pocket was also embarrassed. How ruthless the promise was at that time. How ruthless the slap in the face is now. How many people know about this? Tony shook his head. I haven't told anyone about this. Gu Li's face changed slightly, and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Why not just silence him? Tony, who noticed the subtle change in the atmosphere, instantly activated the Mark armor and flew away for a while. He hurriedly explained, We are friends, aren't we? Don't worry, I will definitely not leak it. For some reason, an idea came to Tony's mind. It is imperative to counter the Gu Li armor. Gu, you'd better not do this again in the future. If the traces you leave are discovered by others... Gu Li nodded. Thank you. It seems necessary to change the way to make money. In fact, he didn't understand why he was so obsessed with money. His previous plan of picking up girls and buying houses didn't go well. After this period of time, we will study it again. Gu Li mined for a whole day with the power of Shockwave, and the two of them didn't know how much vibranium they had collected. Anyway, the more the better. That was their common idea. Tony planned to replace all the Mark armors with adamantium materials, and even build an iron army. Gu Li's side was much simpler. Just change the material of the body of Soundwave, Drift, and Dog. The two chatted idly. The other day, that big green guy showed up at Calvary University and was repelled by the military. And there's also the Hammer in New Mexico, so I think we need to recruit some people. Hearing Tony's words, Gu Li nodded. It is true that they are a little short of manpower. With the scale of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is a bit overwhelmed to face three things happening at the same time. Black Widow is undercover in Stirk Industries. Coulson leads a group of agents to New Mexico to deal with the Hammer, and Nick Fury personally keeps an eye on Bruce Banner. But he has decided not to tear it down and go in as much as possible. How should he explain it to Tony? Brother Tony has the awareness and responsibility to become a superhero, but the key is that Gu Li does not have it. He just wants to get girls and become stronger. The process of the two people's acquaintance, to be precise, originated from Gu Li's original idea. Would changing Ethan's death cause any irreversible impact? Later, Tony discovered the traces of the mechanical dog that had saved him and Ethan, and thus paid attention to Gu Li. After that, the trip to London assisted Gu Li and sent away Dane with a mustache. For Tony, Gu Li opened the door to his cognition of this world and let him see a different world. The world where superpowers exist. Transformers, Camartage, New York Temple, Eternals, mutants. He even had a feeling that Gu must know the origin of the Hammer in New Mexico. It's just that this guy's mind is full of women and money. Tony sighed secretly, and he was so similar to himself when he was young. As for Gu Li, he was thinking about what else to do to strengthen his strength besides strengthening a group of subordinates. The practice of the Dark Book was indeed a bit difficult when the Ancient One and Old Deng were still alive. If he was not careful, he might be locked up. Even if the Ancient One didn't want to lock him up, the three-dimensional Vishani behind Camartage would not allow such a thing to happen. After thinking about it, the fastest way to strengthen his strength at present is to communicate with Cersei. After all, Cersei is his biggest experience package in recent times, and she is the superpower of a 10-man team of the Eternals. Lighting a cigarette, Gu Li leisurely enjoyed his short mining career. The road ahead is bright. At this moment, a quick mechanical voice suddenly came into his mind. It is detected that Lao Gu's Turkish kebab restaurant is about to be destroyed by the abomination. Please go to stop it as soon as possible. Mission time, 30 minutes. Mission failed, reduced by 10 centimeters. Gu Li was stunned for 10 seconds. Brother, you're a scumbag simulator, not a mission simulator. The sudden self-confidence of the system made Gu Li's head buzz, and his thoughts began to become confused. It was because the punishment for mission failure was so glaring. If he was in New York at this moment, he could just drive over and deal with the hatred within 30 minutes. It was not a big problem for him. But, damn, he is still in Antarctica. If the penalty of reducing 10 centimeters is for height, then he can bear it. After all, his height of 187 centimeters can be reduced to 177 centimeters. But if it is for the second brother, then he will have no chance to survive in the future. Damn it. The countdown on the light screen in my mind is so dazzling at this moment. 29 minutes and 26 seconds, 29 minutes and 25 seconds. Ghoulie immediately stopped mining, stretched out one hand in midair, and used the other hand to draw circles in front of him, silently reciting, "Please, please." Ghoulie's strange behavior immediately attracted Tony's attention. "Goo, what are you doing? Let me be quiet for 30 minutes. If you can't draw a portal within 30 minutes, what'll he do in the future? My scumbag simulator is 10 centimeters shorter, half as much." Time passed by minute, 20 seconds equals 22 seconds. He still failed to draw the portal. Tony retreated to Ghoulie and secretly recorded this video, which caused great harm to him in the future. If he could go back in time, he would never film this scene. 13 minutes 14 seconds remaining. 13 minutes 13 seconds. 13 minutes 12 seconds remaining. Ghoulie now had only two thoughts. One was to pray for the portal to appear, and the other was to pray that the abomination would not smash his barbecue restaurant first. There are many streets in New York, big brother, you can go and smash other things first. At worst, I will pay the compensation. 8 minutes and 28 seconds remaining. Tony's next words made his expression change drastically. "Goo, two green fat men appeared near your barbecue restaurant." Ghoulie's hands began to tremble. His face turned pale and bloodless. His eyes also lost their luster, and he could only hear him muttering, "Already, are you nearby? My 10 centimeters." 6 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Ghoulie's current state was not far from madness. He even had a crazy idea. If it was too late, he would shatter the earth. But it was only a flash of thought. After all, even if the earth was shattered and the barbecue restaurant was gone, his 10 centimeters would also be gone. Fortunately, your barbecue restaurant is not open yet. The store next to it was hit by the car thrown by the two green fat guys. Hearing this, Ghoulie took a deep breath and took out the Dark God book in the system space. He didn't care about so much. He quickly flipped through the ancient Dark God book, as if the knowledge in the book was the key to saving his second brother. The characters in the book were like lively notes, jumping in his mind, and like a photocopier, deeply imprinting every word in his mind. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Closing his eyes, Ghoulie calmed down, his hands falling naturally and steadily. He adjusted his breathing, focused his thoughts, and seemed to have entered a mysterious and wonderful state. At this moment, he seemed to be in harmony with the whole world. The world merged into one. He heard his own heartbeat, which was the drumbeat of life, beating firmly and powerfully. Not far away, Tony's heartbeat in the Mark armor also reached his ears. On the ice, the heartbeats of the penguins were like tiny notes, jumping lightly. And inside the earth, the deep and slow heartbeat belonged to the god Thiam. In this wonderful state, Ghoulie seemed to feel the heartbeats of all living things on the earth, and each heartbeat shone with a unique light like a star. Of course, this also includes Hulk and Abomination. Suddenly, there was a crackling fire, and a golden portal appeared instantly. Ghoulie hurriedly got in and disappeared. Only the messy Tony was left alone, stunned and stammering at the place where Ghoulie disappeared. "Goo Wong Defa." At this moment on the streets of New York, the Hulk Abomination completely turned into a demolition team. The two strong top laners, for some reason, became long-range ADCs. The attacks they fired were cars one after another, which flew past like cannonballs, smashing into buildings and innocent pedestrians. The wreckage and smoke of the cars filled the air, as if it were a doomsday carnival. The chaotic streets were filled with roars, wails, screams, and cries. This is what Ghoulie saw when he arrived at the door of the barbecue restaurant. The helicopter hovering in the air, the swaying flames produced by the explosion, and the flashbulbs of a group of reporters not far away flashed nonstop. These lights shone on the two monsters, making them look even more hideous and terrifying. Ghoulie stretched out his hand and turned the car that smashed into the barbecue restaurant into petals falling all over the sky. The petals fell like dancing butterflies and seemed to drift away with the wind. Dandelions, like a colorful rain of flowers. And the aura on his body is like the abyss, like the sea, like a volcano about to erupt. It's these two damn things that almost made me lose 10 centimeters. Damn it. The moment his fingers slid lightly, the cars on the street seemed to be cast a spell, instantly dissipated and gathered into a majestic torrent of particles. This torrent was like a silver dragon, attacking the two monsters with its fangs and claws. In the torrent of particles, several iron chains quickly materialized around the monsters' bodies like agile pythons, entangled them tightly, and made them unable to move. And his eyes were flashing with dazzling golden light, as if they were two golden suns, releasing two golden cosmic energies. These two energies poured out like a torrent, with endless majesty, attacking the abomination that had just thrown a car at the barbecue restaurant. Ah, the howling sounded again, but this time it was a hateful wail. He struggled nonstop because of the pain, trying to tear the chains off his body. But gradually, two holes appeared on his chest, his eyes went black, and he passed out completely. Ghoulie turned his head and smiled evilly at the confused Hulk, and the golden dynamic light wave tilted out again. Seeing this, the reporters flashed their cameras even faster. Oh my God, Superman appears. Another superhero? He's so young and handsome. By the way, his eyes are not doing anything. He has been shooting for several minutes. Both monsters are tall and mighty, with muscular bodies, just like a moving hill. But in front of the handsome young man, they have no power to resist. Finally, the extremely angry Hulk broke free from his restraints, yelled at Ghoulie, and then punched his chest with his huge fists. Ghoulie just tried to see if he could turn hate and Hulk into molecules, but failed. The physical strength of the two guys was far beyond the range of his ability to molecule. At this time, Ghoulie's new home seemed to be shrouded in a cloud of sorrow. Zhao, Hailun, Daisy, and May sat on the sofa with worries, staring at the news on TV, as if they wanted to see the person who made them worry through the screen. Sister May, you must teach Ghoulie a lesson when he comes back. He doesn't take his own safety seriously, Zhao Hailun said anxiously, with a hint of concern and blame in her voice. Such a terrifying monster, with a fist like a hammer, might smash Ghoulie to pieces with one punch. On the screen, the Hulk roared and jumped into the air, and the huge fist hit Ghoulie hard. The three women outside the screen closed their eyes at the same time. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies were trembling. Aunt May, Uncle Goo is so handsome. Little Peter, who was squeezed on the other side of the sofa by three people, shouted excitedly. The scene returned to the door of the barbecue restaurant. Ghoulie was surrounded by a faint white circular shield. He successfully blocked the punch with the power of Shockwave, and the golden light in his eyes poured out again. And between the middle finger and index finger of his left hand, a golden energy card slowly emerged. The first attempt, I hope it will make me dizzy. The dazzling golden card instantly hit the furious Hulk, making his eyes roll back and his body become shaky. One card is not enough? Then I'll give you a few more. The golden cards began to hit Hulk's huge body like snowflakes. Finally, Hulk couldn't stand it anymore and roared. After looking at his girlfriend Betty, he turned around and ran without saying a word. However, he ran like a drunkard with a hangover, staggering. After losing the thread, a group of reporters stood there in confusion. What happened today was too shocking. Two mountain-like violent beasts raged in the streets, and then a handsome guy who looked like Superman appeared. Suddenly, a blonde woman with long legs raised a microphone and rushed towards Ghoulie. Since the last press conference, Tony, after Stark admitted that he was Iron Man, she almost lost her job. She now had only one thought in her mind, that no matter what, she must be the first to interview this superhero tonight. Even if it costs a little, she would not hesitate. Ghoulie's handsome face flashed before her eyes, and the female reporter ran faster, and the reporters who had recovered from their shock also rushed over like flying. Seeing this, Ghoulie quickly drew a teleportation aperture behind him with his mind. If he didn't run now, when would he run? He didn't want to be a superhero. After seeing Ghoulie's magical disappearance, the reporters became even crazier and worked overtime. They had to work overtime to finish the manuscript. After returning to the Antarctic ice cave, Ghoulie was shocked by the situation in front of him. He saw Iron Man Tony Stark, with one hand hovering in the air and the other hand constantly drawing circles in front of him. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Oh my God, a new superhero is born. Golden Superman versus Green Monster." Shocking. The most handsome superhero in history is actually a student at New York University. Crazy. The things I have to say about the Golden Superman are the most precious memories of my life. The New York media went crazy, and the front page headlines of the next day were all about Ghoulie's battle with Abomination and Hulk last night. However, the pictures printed on each page were Ghoulie's images, and he was even given the title of Golden Superman. Of course, it could also be the images of Abomination and Hulk, which are not in line with the aesthetics of normal humans. A strong and handsome superhero will have a wider audience. But calling him Golden Superman, Ghoulie felt it was too much. He is at least 4 abilities away from being Superman: flying, steel body, super brain, getting stronger in the sun, etc. Except for flying, the other abilities are definitely not something he can obtain in the near future. Similar to the Man of Steel is physical strength. Big Mom can barely be counted as one. But in the short term, he may not meet Captain Marvel, unless he goes to One-Eyed Fury and steals the pager. As for the Superbrain, that's a BUG. The most core thing is to get stronger by basking in the sun, which is the foundation of Superman's superpowers. But in the Marvel Universe, it seems that there is really no one who can get stronger by basking in the sun. But Ghoulie suddenly became curious about what brand of razor Superman uses. You know, bullets can't penetrate Superman's cornea, but razors can shave off his beard. The quality is really damn good. As for Superman's weaknesses, one is kryptonite, and the other is his personality that is full of all the bright sides of human beings. Fortunately, these two are not my weaknesses. Ghoulie rubbed his sore lower back. He was beaten up by 3 women as soon as he got home last night. Now it was noon, and he still felt a little sore in his lower back. But the process was pleasant, and the result was gratifying. He received a new reward from Daisy: 10 Terrigen crystals and a matching activation device. Terrigen crystal is a strange, naturally formed crystal or produced under the ground of the Inhuman City Atlan, which can activate various superpowers for Inhumans or humans with Inhuman genes. Shockwave Girl is about to return. He wanted to linger with Daisy in his arms for a while, but suddenly he received a call from the Water Elf. "Brother-in-law, my sister and I are planning to go to New York to have a look. Remember to pick us up when the time comes." Ghoulie's face suddenly changed. Damn it, he must not let Cersei meet the 3 women at home. Otherwise, given her personality, she would definitely get rid of him without saying a word. Fortunately, the small villa rewarded by the system is still there. When the time comes, Cersei will be arranged to go there first. The troubles of sexual happiness. International Security Council, Minister's Office. Alexander Pierce sat in his office chair, looking gloomy, his fingers constantly tapping on the desk. The rapid tapping sound was just like his confused thoughts at the moment. "Maybe we should reconsider this decision," Pierce whispered. The destruction of the Hydra base in Sokovia forced Pierce to reconsider whether the plan to recruit Ghoulie was feasible. It was also from this incident that Pierce realized that Ghoulie was a moody guy who did things based on his own preferences. And such people are usually difficult to control. Pierce's behavior was very strange. There was no one else in the office, and he didn't answer any calls. It was as if he was talking to himself. After a while, a snowflake flashed on the computer screen in front of Pierce, and countless green data streams finally converged into a human face. What he did was perfect. A year ago, he stole $300 million from Kingpin, $1.2 billion from Obadiah Stane. And this year, he made $800 million of Killian's fortune disappear without a trace. This guy has no moral standards. If he was there, we might have succeeded a long time ago. Project Insight needs the help of this kind of person. At worst, we could just give him more money when the time comes. After hearing what Dr. Zola said, a gleam of light flashed in Pierce's eyes. Project Insight, the great plan that he and Zola have been preparing for many years and promoting, is an important step for Hydra to rule the world. In the face of the great cause, The destruction of the Hydra base seems less important. Pierce made up his mind and asked Zola again. Who should be sent to contact him? The Winter Soldier. That guy is too strong, and there is really no suitable candidate in the organization for a while. The Winter Soldier, who he has used most easily in these years, flashed through his mind, and Pierce suddenly became a little worried. What if he is beaten to death by that guy? The Winter Soldier is their trump card. I'll go. He shouldn't be able to do anything to me in a short time. Dr. Zora started paying attention to Ghoulie last year, and in just a year and a half, that guy has become stronger and stronger. But fortunately, through big data analysis, he concluded that Ghoulie is greedy for money and lustful, and does not have high moral standards. He is simply a natural Hydra warrior. No matter how strong Ghoulie is, he will most likely be helpless in the face of his artificial intelligence with countless backups. And this is exactly why Zora volunteered to recruit Ghoulie in person. At the same time, another person who decided to recruit Ghoulie in person was One-Eyed Fury. He watched the video of the street fight last night countless times overnight. In his heart, Ghoulie is now second only to Carlo. Carol is a super strong man. After all, Carol can fly, and from the information held by S.H.I.E.L.D., Ghoulie does not seem to have the ability to fly. But Ghoulie possesses another superpower that makes One-Eyed Fury extremely excited: teleportation. This is simply a super killer. Even now, he is not sure whether there is a distance limit or a time limit for teleportation. Just imagine the power of large-scale teleportation. They steal other people's homes before they even get home. At this time, Camartage was not yet known to the world. So Nick Fury subconsciously thought that teleportation was a kind of superpower. Of course, if he knew that teleportation was a spell, most people could learn it. I guess he would become even crazier. Coulson, please arrange for me to meet this golden Superman tonight. The trusted agent beside him, with two big dark circles under his eyes, quickly explained. Director, Agent Coulson and Agent Barton have been sent to New Mexico by you. In addition, the security of Mr. Goo's home is quite special. We can't sneak into his home like we did into Stark's villa. Hearing this, Nick Fury frowned slightly. If this is the case, then his mysterious appearance will not be possible. Okay, I understand. One-Eyed Fury sighed heavily. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with Coulson and the others not being around him. How about letting Stark help? Hey, Fury, what a rare visitor. Tony joked in a good mood. The Antarctic vibranium sent by Ghoulie allowed him to upgrade the Mark Armor 1 after another. If it weren't for the lack of Wakanda vibranium for synthesizing true adamantium, he would have the urge to build an iron army now. Stark, shouldn't you call me director? The two of them were old acquaintances. Since last year, Fury had repeatedly come to recruit Tony, until Tony agreed to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant. Nick Fury sat down and said solemnly, Stark, I need your help this time. Tony asked casually while pouring wine. Tell me. Thank you. Fury took the glass from Tony and continued. Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. is short of high-end talents. I would like to ask you to help me make an appointment with Ghoulie. Hearing this, Tony quickly covered his mouth with his hand, not for anything else, just because he almost sprayed a mouthful of whiskey on Fury's face. After Tony dried his hands, he looked at Fury with an intriguing look. Letting Ghoulie join S.H.I.E.L.D., what a joke. That's a lazy guy who doesn't even go to school. Unless there are many beautiful women in S.H.I.E.L.D., he can't think of any reason for Ghoulie to join. Okay, I'll give you a call, but I can't guarantee that Ghou can come. Can't. On the other side, Ghoulie smiled after hanging up the phone and looked at the computer screen. Dr. Zola, you have also seen that S.H.I.E.L.D. is sincere. You're making it very difficult for me to deal with this. Arnim Zola, the brain of Hydra and an artificial intelligence life, is currently at Ghoulie's house. To be more precise, he is currently appearing in Ghoulie's computer. Isn't it just $10 million a year? We at Hydra will give you $10 million every month. How about that? Hearing this, Ghoulie kept thinking in his heart, how much wealth is under the name of Hydra? The destruction of Hydra in the movie universe is already doomed. Instead of giving it to others, it is better to get it under his own name. Dr. Zola, you did give a lot, but for me, There's a huge difference between joining Hydra and joining S.H.I.E.L.D. If I join S.H.I.E.L.D., I will be a superhero admired by everyone, with countless fans and admirers. But once I join Hydra, I will definitely become an evil element that everyone wants to kill. Not to mention admirers. It will be difficult for me to find a wife in the future. Don't worry, the organization can provide you with different women every day. She is definitely no worse than the woman next to you. Hiss, Ghoulie suddenly felt a little moved. Moreover, Goo, please allow me to call you that. You don't actually have to make a choice. Just agree with S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghoulie was stunned and stood there. Damn good guy. Worthy of being the head of Hydra. He said the key to the problem in one sentence. But he also knew that he must not let on that he knew Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. like a sieve. Doctor, what do you say? You should first agree to join S.H.I.E.L.D. with Nick Fury, and then you will know. Ghoulie touched his chin and murmured in his heart. Working 2 jobs? I like it. Okay, doctor, I'll wait and see. The two negotiated again about benefits and other related issues, and finally reached the following agreement. Ghoulie's annual salary, $120 million US. His family enjoys the same treatment as S.H.I.E.L.D. employees and has higher priority. Ghoulie's level within Hydra is deputy leader, second only to Pierce, Zola, and others. Dr. Zola left with satisfaction. He did not reveal more information about Hydra to Ghoulie. Although Ghoulie agreed to join, the organization still needed to observe for a while. Nick Fury, who returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., received a call from Ghoulie at 3:30 in the morning. Mr. Fury, this is an extremely difficult decision for me. You know, I have no sympathy for evil. Please bear with me in the future. It's okay, Goo. Welcome to join us. Fury's heart was so excited that his thoughts were a little confused. He knew that he had to comfort Ghoulie more at this time, but he was too excited and couldn't think of any words of comfort for a while. Although he had seen a human stronger than Ghoulie, that person did not join S.H.I.E.L.D. And now that his dream has come true, his heart is a little turbulent. After hanging up the phone, he still slapped himself unsurely. The pain from his left cheek and the slightly numb left hand made him believe that this was true. Ghoulie agreed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a big thigh, a super killer. Natasha's long-awaited vacation is coming. At this time, Ghoulie fell into deep thought because after hanging up the phone, he heard the system prompt again. Congratulations on triggering a special mission. Destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. once. If you count the mission that was triggered when Zora came over during the day, congratulations on triggering a special mission. Destroy Hydra once. He is working 2 jobs, and he is also going to quit and ruin the company. A good scumbag simulator has evolved into a mission simulator. What the hell is this? However, for the sake of $130 million US a year, go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to fish. After recovering from the shock, Ghoulie hurried to the basement. Uncle Wolf, an artificial intelligence has invaded my computer. Please take some time to upgrade the defense system at home. Big Gray Wolf rubbed his eyes. Boss, don't you check the time? It's 3:30 in the morning. Even capitalists are not as greedy as you. Ghoulie scratched his head awkwardly. I was busy during the day and forgot to tell you. Gray Wolf rolled his eyes and said, You are busy with Jill. Yes, you are busy with Jill all day long. Wait a minute. I'll smoke a cigar and relax. When it's late at night, Gray Wolf always thinks of his wife and children who are still in Wolfburg. Forget it. I signed a 3-year contract, and there is still 1.5 years left. Gray Wolf put on a coat, held a cigar in his mouth, sat in front of the server, and started to tinker with it. About 2 minutes later, okay, it's done, boss. I have tracked the shorty's whereabouts. Do we need to destroy him? Ghoulie raised his head and thought for a while. Not for the time being. I'll go there to work for 2 years, and I'll talk about it after I get my salary. Seeing that Gray Wolf was no longer sleepy, Ghoulie went to the kitchen to cut 2 pounds of cooked beef and brought 2 bottles of beer. Uncle Wolf, how did you get here? He wanted to try and see if he could find a way to travel through the universe from Big Gray Wolf. He wanted to improve himself. Superwoman, Wonder Woman, the superpowers of the wolf are almost making him greedy. Gray Wolf glanced at Ghoulie, who was trying to please him, and blew a smoke ring. Boss, it is written in the contract that I cannot tell you. If you want a shuttle, I will make one for you later. Hearing the word shuttle, Ghoulie rubbed his hands excitedly. Can I really travel through the universe? Can I go back? If he can really go back, then he would take off from the spot. What are you thinking? There's a wall there, so you can't go back. Shield. Nick Fury was beaming with joy as he introduced the responsibilities and functions of each department of S.H.I.E.L.D. to Ghoulie. Coulson Barton went to New Mexico for a mission about the hammer in the news, Natasha. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was that there were only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats in S.H.I.E.L.D. At this time, the high-end combat forces of the Avengers, Thor, and the Hulk had not yet joined. The newly joined Ghoulie was the face of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thinking of Natasha, Fury hesitated for a while and decided to confess. It is better to talk about some things than to cause greater misunderstandings in the future. Shauna, the dishwasher at your barbecue restaurant, is actually an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghoulie pretended to be stunned for a few seconds and gave a thumbs up. She is very dedicated, and the store employees all praise her for washing dishes cleanly. After the episode, Fury took Ghoulie to the office that S.H.I.E.L.D. had assigned to him. This is your office from now on. Mine is across the street, but generally no one comes here. Ghoulie nodded. Of course no one would come here. They were all undercover or on their way to be undercover. Who would have the time to sit in the office? At a glance, the office was about 20 square meters, and it had everything you could need, and it wasn't cheap. The bureau is quite wealthy. These are all provided by Stark. He heard that you joined, and he will come over later. Sure enough, within a moment. Through the office window, Ghoulie saw the flashy Audi R8. By the way, Minister Pierce of the International Security Council wants to see you later. In fact, Fury was also very curious about why Pierce wanted to meet Ghoulie. But based on his trust in his old friend, he didn't think much about it, and just thought that Pierce was curious about this golden Superman. You know, the outside world, especially the students of New York University, are obsessed with Ghoulie. It's simply fanatical. After watching comic characters for many years and entering reality, anyone will inevitably lose their mind. Although there are slight differences between Ghoulie and Superman, it is enough to be a spiritual sustenance. After Nick Fury left, Tony poked Ghoulie's arm in confusion. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Why don't you stay at home with your girlfriend? He had suggested before that they join S.H.I.E.L.D. to gather intelligence together, but Ghoulie rejected the proposal righteously at that time. What else can I do if I have time? I might as well do some exercise at home. In Tony's mind, Ghoulie was a pervert. Ghoulie shrugged and said faintly, Always do that kind of thing. It's boring. I just suddenly want to change my way of life. It's impossible to say that he joined in order to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hydra behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Ghoulie was very sure that once he said that, it would be 100% monitored by someone. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are not easy to deal with. If it wasn't for the system's sudden brain attack and triggering a special task, no one would come to work. International Security Council. Following the code provided by Zola, Ghoulie successfully met with Hydra leader Pierce. After boasting to each other in front of a large number of news media, the two came to the minister's office. Welcome to join us. Ghoulie nodded, looked around for a few times, and then said solemnly, Mr. Pierce, Dr. Zola, I need to discuss something with you. Please confirm whether this place is absolutely safe. Pierce's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He was a little suspicious whether Ghoulie was going to kill him suddenly. He was careless. If this guy really did it, he would definitely die here today. After noticing that Pierce looked abnormal, Ghoulie smiled helplessly. If I really want to do it, no matter how many people come, it will be useless. After hearing the explanation, Pierce laughed and said, I believe you. He pressed the button on the table and continued. Now, our conversation will not be monitored by anyone. Ghoulie lit a cigarette to calm his inner fluctuations. What he wanted to say next was what he suddenly remembered after seeing Fury in the morning. There is an alien race living in our home world, and their numbers have been increasing over the years. The ability of this alien race can make them look like any human on Earth. Maybe you, Mr. Pierce, maybe me, maybe President America, of course, except Dr. Zora. Zora, the artificial intelligence, said, I am offended. After hearing what Ghoulie said, Pierce's eyes were curious at first. He knew about the Skrulls. Fury had encountered them before. Then he was puzzled. How could Ghoulie know the existence of the scrolls? Ghoulie looked at the face on the screen. Dr. Zora should know of their existence. You can predict their population in 10 years. Without waiting for Pierce to nod, Zora started a dense data flow calculation. About 2 minutes later, the face on the screen said, without any emotion, there will be about 1.2 million. Pierce's expression changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, so many. It was beyond his expectations. More than 1 million aliens who can change their appearance, shape, and even gender at will. Will they be guests on Earth, honestly? Pierce believed that if he were in his place, he would definitely not be happy to be just a guest. After all, isn't that how America was born? In recent years, the number of Skrulls who have defected from outside the Earth has increased significantly. Pierce was suddenly lost in thought. Originally, in his plan, the Skrulls were also the target of recruitment. But now it seems that the Skrulls have long been rebellious. After noticing the change in Pierce's expression, Ghoulie added fuel to the fire and said, for the sake of Hydra, I will never allow other intelligent life forms to have any chance to occupy the Earth. I will either kill them all or expel them from the Earth. I don't want to be stabbed in the back by a Skrull who turns into Mr. Pierce one day in the future. Why did Ghoulie have such a strong desire to kill the Skrulls? It was mainly because he was afraid that one day the woman he met would be a green-skinned Skrull. He felt sick just thinking about it. Pierce nodded in agreement. What Ghoulie said was true. It was indeed very likely to happen. Maybe it has already appeared. Goo, the doctor and I need to discuss this matter again. You are welcome to join Hydra. Both parties were quite satisfied with this meeting. Ghoulie felt that he had found a group of free laborers to serve as thugs to expel the Skrulls. And Pierce also had this feeling that he had found a powerful thug. After all, everyone can see how powerful Ghoulie is. Otherwise, Fury would not have gone there in person to recruit him. Thinking of the phone call Fury made to him in the morning, Pierce's mouth curled up slightly. He's not from S.H.I.E.L.D. He's from HYDRA. Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer shouted, I don't want this kind of armor. I want a wearable steel armor. Do you understand? After Ivan was extradited to America, Justin Hammer used his military connections to get Ivan to Hammer Industries. He was impressed by his scientific research ability. Hammer Industries has been suppressed by Stark Industries for many years, and his several confrontations with Tony Stark made him a clown and was ridiculed by the world. He, Justin Hammer, was not convinced. He wanted to defeat Tony Stark in the field he was best at, and then tell the world, I, Justin Hammer, am the best. Manhattan, Ghoulie's living room. 9-year-old Peter was half lying on the sofa, playing video games and eating snacks. There were several bottles of Fat House Happy Water on the coffee table in front of him. The main character is a bohemian and freedom-loving person. When he caught a glimpse of Aunt May, he immediately jumped up from the sofa, but Peter was not afraid because his dear Uncle Goo was right next to him. Sure enough, Ghoulie dragged and hugged May and persuaded her to go from the living room to the kitchen. Children's love of playing games is helpful for developing their brains. May rolled her eyes. You're the only one who has many twisted ideas. You should take full responsibility for Peter's current situation. Ghoulie remembered the lesson of not reasoning with women and silently complained without saying a word. Only 31 years old. Menopause is a little early. May put her hands on her hips and vented, then suddenly asked, You say, why don't we let Peter suffer a little more? At least it will help him grow in the future. Ghoulie looked at May Parker, who was complaining speechlessly. Little Peter has suffered enough in his life. If the original story continues, Peter Parker lost his parents when he was a child, and when he grew up, he lost his adoptive father, May, and his girlfriend also forgot about him. It was definitely hard enough. Sister May, you really look like a cruel stepmother now. Ghoulie ruthlessly complained while reaching out to touch May's belly. Are you pregnant? May pushed Ghoulie's hand away in anger. Go to hell, you are so rude. I think Peter has become more and more comfortable with life since he moved here. This is not good. Their lives were not as extravagant as they are now. Recently, the pocket money that Ghoulie gave Peter was enough to buy several cars. In other words, Peter is becoming more and more like a rich second generation. Guli sighed and advised, Magia, do you know what is the most hateful thing in the world? It is telling people to endure hardships and work hard. Hardship is hardship. It will not bring success and is not worth pursuing. Don't be moved by other people's suffering. They are in suffering only because they can avoid it. Therefore, there is absolutely no reason to let little Peter suffer unnecessary hardships. Although Guli does not go to school or work, little Miluan stole a lot of money. If you can choose, who wants to suffer from being penniless? May didn't know if she was convinced or not. She just looked at Gu Li and suddenly asked inexplicably, Gu, do you want a child? Hearing this, Gu Li picked up May and walked towards the room. It's not enough to just think about it. You have to do it. No, it's daytime now. After a long VIP chapter, Gu Li got up and changed his clothes. The water elf and Cersei will arrive in the afternoon, and he will pick them up at the airport. I don't know why they suddenly came to New York. What is the reason? Today, Ms. Zhao Helen is still leading the team to study life sciences and nanotechnology, and Daisy is learning hacking technology from Grey Wolf. It will take some time for the barbecue restaurant to open after renovation. Guli is very satisfied with his recent life, but he also knows that this is just the calm before the thunder, and Cersei's personality is not like the three women in the family. Ms. Zhao is firmly in the main wife, and she is very career-oriented. Sister May treats Guli like a neighbor's sister, doting on her brother, and Daisy admires Guli a little bit, plus she is a little heartless. This is why Tony envies him very much. There are three women in his family, but they have always been at peace. But Cersei is different. She is the kind of woman who is compassionate to humans, but fragile and sensitive to her own emotions. Female, eternal. After looking at the drift in the underground garage, Guli suddenly remembered that the two-seater drift could not accommodate three people. He casually drew a portal and came to Tony's underground garage and called, Tony, can you lend me your car? You can drive it at will. The garage code is 89757. By the way, will you come to the Stark Industrial Expo tonight? The audience misses Superman very much. Guli thought for a moment and said, let's see the time. Cersei and the water elf will take the flight in the afternoon. Remember to say hello to them for me. I'm a bit busy here. I'll hang up first. Beep beep, Guli held his forehead in melancholy. He was not sure whether things would become more troublesome because of his interference. After all, in the original timeline, Rhodes had already become a war machine. And now, because Tony was busy upgrading the Mark armor some time ago, Rhodes had not yet received the Mark armor. At the Stark Industrial Expo in the evening, if he remembered correctly, Big Ivan would come out to cause trouble. The real adamantium Mark armor should not have any problems. At this time, the Mark armor on Tony's body was more than one level stronger than before. Little Ivan would definitely not cause any trouble. In Tony's basement garage, Guli randomly picked an SUV and drove towards the airport. In fact, according to his original plan, he was going to New Mexico. When Carlson reported the hammer yesterday, he heard it next to Nick Fury. The Nordic long-haired strong man must be the Brazilian girl. The reason why he wanted to go there was that he wanted to try whether he could lift the hammer, as if he had traveled through Marvel. The predecessors have all tried. The hammer fell to the ground, and it has become a Marvel check-in holy place. But Guli felt that he probably couldn't lift the hammer. Let's put it this way. He didn't have the determination and belief to sacrifice himself to save the world, and he didn't have the powerful strength to exceed Odin's spell on the hammer. On the other hand, he wanted to go and see Mr. Stan Lee, who drove a truck to pull the hammer. It is said that the old man is the incarnation of OA, so he went to see if he could ask something. He also wanted to open his eyes and see if Jane Foster's bestie Max was as big and white as the legend said. I just don't know. If you successfully connect to Max, will you get the power of Thor? When Guli got out of the car, he was suddenly shocked by the thought in his mind. The four women around him were enough to give him a headache, and he would go crazy if there was another one. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem impossible to maintain a physical relationship with Max without entering into life. He has deeply realized that he made a mistake in principle when dating his three girlfriends before. He promised each girlfriend home. He lost the face of a scumbag. No, his behavior can be called philanthropy at most, and he can't be called a scumbag at all. You know, a scumbag is the kind of person who abandons his wife and children after having an affair, but he has never had such an idea. After all, his dream is to give each woman a child. Before getting out of the car, Ghoulie changed himself into a low-brimmed hat and sunglasses for a little disguise. After all, he is now known as the Golden Superman, and he can be considered a celebrity. Keep a low profile. In fact, the main reason is that he is worried about being discovered by Ms. Zhao and the others, and it is estimated that he will inevitably be subjected to a PUA by the three of them. When will the system reward me with a pair of perpetually powered kidneys? Brother-in-law, why are you wearing a hat? The water elf sat in the back seat, pulling at Ghoulie's hat on the driver's seat with both hands. If it weren't for Cersei's sense of the familiar aura on Ghoulie, the two of them might not have discovered Ghoulie, who was hiding in the crowd and covered tightly. Ghoulie said helplessly while driving, "I'm scared of being photographed by those paparazzi. They watch me almost 24 hours a day. If I was accidentally photographed just now, I don't know if they will chase you too and take pictures in the future." Ghoulie secretly glanced at the two people's enlightened expressions and gave himself a thumbs up. "I am thinking about you. Aren't you touched?" "Ghoulie, how come you also have thermal vision?" Cersei spoke in Chinese. The reason they came in New York this time was to ask in person why Ghoulie had the same thermal vision as Akari's. Ghoulie's superpowers, the same remodeling molecules and thermal vision as the Eternals, were simply too ridiculous. It was as if the superpowers of the 10 members of the Eternals were combined together. After hearing Cersei's question, Ghoulie thought for a moment. How should I put it? Every once in a while, I suddenly develop a superpower for no apparent reason. As for why this happens, I actually have no idea. Perfect. Anyway, we will be together for a long time in the future, and maybe we will figure it out by then. Cersei nodded and tacitly agreed with Ghoulie's explanation. By the way, sister, how long are you going to play this time? Ghoulie began to ask Sisai how long she was going to stay. Brother-in-law, we're going to move here. The water elf's answer was completely unexpected, and Ghoulie immediately entered a brainstorming. After thinking for a while, he was extremely sure that the water elf's words should not be true. Cersei really liked her job. That's great. If you stay, at least I'll have someone to keep me company. Who knows, maybe next year you could be my aunt. Who wouldn't lie? Really, brother-in-law, are you planning to have a baby? The water elf suddenly shouted excitedly. For more than 7,000 years, she, the water elf, has always been the youngest of the Eternals. Now that her generation is expected to double, she is inevitably tempted. Brother-in-law, you guys better work hard. I can't do it alone. I need Cersei's cooperation. Before he finished speaking, his mouth was suddenly covered. Suddenly, even the air in the car was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After speeding all the way, the three of them finally arrived at the small villa that the system had rewarded them with. Ghoulie successfully asked for leave on the pretext of attending the Stark Industrial Expo. Night fell. Ghoulie found a random excuse to sneak into Cersei's room, but he didn't expect that what was waiting for him was such a sentence. "Not today. I'm not feeling well." Hearing this, Ghoulie nodded as if he had understood. "In that case, put your hair up." "Why do you have to put your hair up?" Cersei was very confused. What responded to her was a large VIP chapter. After an unknown amount of time, the hard-working Cersei fell asleep. Ghoulie touched her face with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Just because the ability he had been thinking about was integrated into his body with the system prompt sound, every cell in his body was cheering. Successfully connected to the special channel. Get the special reward satisfied card, which automatically transforms into Akari's version of flying according to the host's current psychological state. Is it a loss? After all, flying is one of the superpowers he has been dreaming of recently. But if it is not a loss, if the satisfied card has just automatically transformed into the Iron Man, it seems that it can also fly. It can even fulfill his dream of having a perpetual kidney in disguise. Another thing that bothered Ghoulie was about Cersei and the Eternals. Cersei was proud of guarding humanity for 7,000 years, and she loved humanity so much. But the truth is often the cruelest. The Eternals on Earth believe that their 7,000 years of efforts have successfully protected the reproduction and survival of human society. Indeed, their contribution cannot be denied. But if the Eternals knew the truth, all their efforts were just to make the sea god of the Celestials appear. When the god Thiam inside the Earth appears, it will be the day when the Earth will be destroyed. Will Cersei be able to accept it then? Of course, there are even crueler ones. Among the 10 members of the Eternals team, except for the captain and Jack, the other 9 have been brainwashed. The hometown they think of is just a world furnace. And the Eternals are robots mass-produced by the Celestials in the world furnace. The mutants were the first group dropped to Earth by the Celestials to serve as the guardians of mankind, were also created by the Celestials. But the mutants disobeyed the orders of the Celestials, which gave rise to the Eternals. After the Celestials learned their lesson, they would brainwash the Eternals and restore them to factory settings every time they completed a mission. Can Cersei accept this? She certainly can't. Feeling the warmth and heartbeat of the person in his arms, Gu Li couldn't speak after all. No wonder people often say that lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Behind all this are the Celestials, and how terrifying the Celestials are. At least for Gu Li now, it is very terrifying. At least the robots they mass-produce are stronger than he is now. Forget it. Things will work out when the time comes. The most important thing now is to experience the feeling of flying. The moment the thought slid, a portal with a sizzling sound suddenly appeared at the head of the bed. Gu Li didn't even notice that he was only wearing underwear at the moment. He went straight in. Then he flew around the Earth like a madman. After a long period of planning and hard work, he finally gained the ability to fly. What human being doesn't want to soar into the sky? Now, Gu Li's mood is the same as when Tony flew over New York in the Mark II. His smile is like the gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky, shining with endless joy and excitement. Oh, haha! Who doesn't like the unfettered and free wind? Gu Li felt the embrace of the wind, and every cell in his body and his soul that was stained by the world were liberated and freed from the shackles. He could finally fly. Oh, ah! Gu Li, who was suspended in the sky, took a deep breath. The different perspective made it difficult for him to hide his inner excitement. Perhaps the only difference from Tony was that he was flying around the Earth. But he didn't dare to fly too fast. Ikari's maximum flying speed could reach the speed of light because he had a strong body. Data source. At the end of the Eternals movie, Ikari's flew from the Earth to the Sun in a few minutes, which was basically equivalent to the speed of light. And he, with only the 50-50 serum and the spider totem blessing, couldn't bear the pressure of flying at the speed of light. Among the Marvel female heroes, whose body can withstand the speed of light, Mother Marvel? Yes, Hela should be able to do it. However, neither of them is in Gu Li's aesthetic taste. As for Ao Mei, chaos magic is quite strong, but Ao Mei is a fragile mage, and her body is not very strong. No, I have shockwaves. Shockwaves can be small enough to cause vibrations from within an object, causing it to collapse. They can be large enough to cause strong earthquakes and even destroy planets. Of course, shockwaves also have another function: protective shields. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the shockwave girl Daisy once used shockwaves to form a spherical protective shield around her body. Previously, Gu Li had also used the same method to resist Hulk's punch. However, Gu Li found that the spherical protective shield greatly affected his flying speed. So what he has to do now is to suspend the shockwave on the surface of the skin to form a protective film-like protection. Because he has no biological position, he has to use this method to resist the friction of the air on the body during flight. After all, his current physical strength is a bit behind the strength of his superpowers. Like reshaping molecules, shockwaves are one of Gu Li's superpowers that he values very much. But his control over shockwaves has not yet reached the level of destroying planets. He has only obtained the superpower evolution card once. As for the superpowers he has obtained, Gu Li has not found any other way to evolve them. except for enhancing the power of the superpowers themselves through the superpower evolution card. His system has no mall and no lottery. In the past, there were only simple connection rewards. Recently, the system will trigger tasks under specific circumstances after a convulsion. For example, when he was mining in Antarctica, Lao Gu's barbecue restaurant was about to be smashed, which triggered the task of guarding the barbecue restaurant. But the annoying thing was that the reward after completing the task was extremely low, so low that it was completely unbearable to look at. It was even worse than the cricket pistol. He still remembered the prompt sound. Congratulations on completing the task of guarding the barbecue restaurant. And you get the reward, blue fire Gatling. In any case, each bullet of the cricket pistol is equivalent to the power of a grenade explosion. But what the hell is this blue fire Gatling? Could it be that the system intends for him to shoot at Thanos? Speaking of which, at this time, Gu Li's body was like wearing a silver-white tight protective suit, and it was the Shockwave covering his skin. After solving the hidden danger that his body might not be able to bear because of flying too fast, Gu Li rushed around the Earth at full firepower. Make trouble for me. Make trouble for me. 2.5 hours later, Gu Li, who had recovered from his excitement, sat on the roof of his house and smoked. After all, his physical strength was not up to standard. His maximum flying speed was not even 1% of the speed of light. If he increased his speed without considering the consequences, his body might even burn. Among all the speedsters in the Marvel DC universe, Superman, Flash, Reverse Flash, Quicksilver, Macquarie, etc. are well known. Among them, Quicksilver and Macquarie of the Eternals are roughly in the same category, much slower than the others. In most cases, Quicksilver is far slower than the Flash, of course. There have been unexpected situations. In the savage continent of the comic Justice League vs. Avengers, jointly created by Marvel and DC, there was a setting in which Quicksilver's speed exceeded that of the Flash. As for Superman, he is a more versatile type. He can do everything. Theoretically, Superman can exceed the speed of light, and Superman in the Silver Age once exceeded the speed of light and went back to the past. And the Flash is even more perverted. The Speed Force is a bug. It has no upper limit, and in extreme cases it can even reach 10 times the speed of light. After all, the DC Restarter is not called that for nothing. As soon as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Gu Li laughed out loud at his own greed. Too greedy. There are only a few chapters. There's still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Go to sleep. Just as he lay down, his cell phone rang uncooperatively. You're Nene Nene. Nene, Nene, Nene. The moment the call was connected, there were shouts and Tony's solemn voice on the other end. Gu, there are too many people at the venue. You may need to come over to help with the transfer. Brother Tony thought of the portal at the first time. After choosing a formal suit from the system space, when Gu Li was about to open the portal, Cersei, who was awakened by the ringing of the bell, lazily got into his arms. It's so late. Are you going out? Gu Li gently scratched her nose. Your superhero is about to appear. At this time, at the Stark Industrial Expo, after Tony hung up the phone, he stared at the front with a serious look, dozens of steel machine troops from Hammer Industries. The shouts of the audience did not make him feel better at this time. It must be admitted that the little prince of the electric whip is indeed a talent. In just a short time, he made such a bunch of remote control toys. Although this thing does not conform to Tony's aesthetics and ideas, even if he changes the venue and gives him some time, he can quickly destroy this pile of toys. But now there are too many ordinary people in the venue. At a glance, among the dense crowd, there are countless cheering light signs, some of which are Iron Man, some of which are Golden Superman. Huh? What the hell is Captain America's sign? Tony was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that old Deng's fans would come to the scene. Having said that, if he had a firefight with the remote-controlled toy in the venue, the consequences would be something he dared not imagine and did not want to see. From a moment he put on the Mark armor, he had found his responsibility to protect the Earth and mankind. So after he came to the scene and saw the situation clearly, he contacted Gu Li as soon as possible. Gu, that guy, would definitely find a way to minimize the losses. At the moment when this thought flashed through Tony's mind, a golden halo slowly appeared on the stage. In an instant, the audience below the stage, who saw the logo, cheered one wave higher than the other. Ah, Zhao, Superman! 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 The one who walked out of the portal was Gu Li in a light gold casual suit. Ms. Zhao Helen had a good taste in choosing clothes, which was very consistent with Gu Li's temperament and name. In the eyes of the audience, Gu Li under the lights was like a shining god. Screams rang out again, louder and louder. Gu Li stretched out his hand to greet the fanatical fans in the audience. He thought the fight had already started, but he didn't expect it was just beginning. But he was not Azu, and he had no intention or awareness of becoming a big star. When he saw Rhodes sitting in the stands, Gu Li felt a little regretful for some reason. Because his appearance, Rhodes hadn't become War Machine yet, so his ex-wife's famous scene was gone. This is unforgivable. I must go back and encourage Rhodes. The stage and the audience were bustling, and the meeting between fans and idols was even a little heartwarming. Only Justin Hammer stood awkwardly on the podium. He really couldn't imagine that Tony Stark actually invited Superman to come and calm the scene. You know, Superman is the most popular superhero now. You damn Stark, you have no martial ethics. What about the competition of steel armor? Stark actually jumped to another track and started competing for connections. Although Hammer is also a fan of Superman, he is one of the few at the moment, and it may be his only chance to beat Stark in this life. Hammer will never give up. Seeing Gu Li appear at the expo, Ivan, who was controlling the steel robot from a distance, raised his eyebrows. There was an accident, but it's not a big problem. He prepared a big surprise for Tony Stark. At this moment, the originally lively expo scene suddenly changed. Dozens of steel robots on the stage flew into the air under Ivan's remote control. They raised their arms and turned from defenders to executioners, attacking the crowd below the stage. The sudden change made the audience not even have time to react or exclaim. Gu Li slid his fingers lightly and performed a big magic in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Dozens of steel robots in the air of the venue, and the bullets and artillery fire they spewed turned into golden petals flying all over the sky in the blink of an eye. Golden rain descended on the scene. The audience, who were stunned by the change, became fanatical again because of the golden flower rain. Superman. Tony felt a little regretful. Gu Li stole all the limelight. Gu Li was too good at pretending. He knew what the audience wanted to see. However, Tony was fortunate that the crisis was over before it even started. Fortunately, there was still the little prince of Electric Whip waiting for him to solve it. Gu, I leave this scene to you. Seeing the Mark armor soaring into the sky, Gu Li walked to the host's desk and patted Hammer, who was still in a daze. I'll give you a task. Evacuate the crowd. Without waiting for Hammer to respond, Gu Li took off from a spot and disappeared in an instant. I'm getting wet. I just broke out. Superman. Hammer looked up. What appeared in his eyes were the audience's fiery eyes, flushed faces, excited shouts, and trembling bodies. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, One-Eyed Fury, who was remotely directing Natasha, also stood up after seeing this. He can fly? Is he really a Kryptonian? Heat vision, flight, change of form, teleportation. Fury couldn't think of any other possibilities except the Kryptonians in the comics. And the above are just the abilities that Gu Li has revealed. Are there any abilities that have not yet been revealed? Could it be the same as Carol? Fury murmured solemnly. I hope he is sincere in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Recently, Fury has studied the information about Gu Li in S.H.I.E.L.D. in depth. Unlike Tony Stark's sense of responsibility, Fury believes that Gu Li adheres to the principle of doing whatever he wants, justice. On the positive side, as long as Gu Li is just, no one could stop him. On the negative side, if Gu Li changes one day, no one could stop him either. Before the Avengers are successfully established, Nick Fury has to face a choice. Should superheroes be restricted? This is just like who would you save first if your mother and your girlfriend fell into the water at the same time. From the perspective of ordinary people, is it right or wrong for superheroes to hurt civilians in the process of saving the world? Who should superheroes be restricted by? Those politicians in America? Become the politicians' thugs? The freedom of the strong is bounded by the weak. Those superheroes, can you do it? Nick Fury was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice the phone ringing beside him. Iron Man, wearing the Mark armor, met Ivan, who was also wearing the iron armor, in a scenic spot. Ivan, who was looking for revenge, seemed to be in a good mood. Tony Stark, your nightmare is coming. I thought you could build an army of steel robots, but it turned out to be just a bunch of remote-controlled toys. Ivan didn't care about Tony's ridicule. People make mistakes, trust me. Remote control is better. This is why, although he could make the same armor as Tony, he only made one wearable armor, and the rest were all steel robots that could not be worn. He did not agree with Tony's concept. Stark, you just have a better background and better friends. Ivan stopped talking. He couldn't continue. It was too frustrating. Why was he born a mule, while Stark was born in Rome? Go on. I said Nima. The same reactor drove the same mecha to fight each other, but Ivan soon discovered that his attacks and electric whips couldn't break Stark's mecha defenses. What metal is this? If I remember correctly, it's called true adamantium. After answering Ivan's question, Tony added, by the way, it was given to me by my powerful friend. Ivan's defense was instantly broken. You're the only one who has friends, right? Ivan, he really doesn't have many friends. Justin Hammer, the stupid arms dealer, is just a person he uses. At this moment, Ivan realized that he should make more friends. The result of the battle between the two is obvious. The Mark armor, made entirely of real adamantium alloy, completely defeated the electric whip Prince Ivan. Without the existence of War Machine Rod, Ivan would not have been killed by the second bomb. You lose, Stark, Ivan said inexplicably. At Tony's feet, Ivan's already damaged steel armor suddenly flashed red. Pepper, Tony murmured as if he had realized something, and the Mark armor took off instantly, and his speed was pulled to the limit. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the dazzling flames and harsh noise illuminated the entire scenic area. Ivan was killed after all. The rapidly flying Mark armor finally soared into the sky, holding the dazed Pepper at the last moment. This time, the imagined explosion did not sound. Tony reacted belatedly, and the rest of the steel armor had already been turned into golden petals by Ghoulie at the venue. On the rooftop where the two rested, Tony looked at the emotional Pepper affectionately. At this moment, he realized that the person who was most important to him had already appeared by his side. The two hugged and kissed each other affectionately for a long time before they separated. The two people who were deeply in love looked at each other affectionately and were ready to do it again. At this moment, two figures appeared on the rooftop, strangely, with a teasing remark. It was Ghoulie who took Rhodes invisible. Goo, do they look like two seals snatching grapes? Ah, Pepper exclaimed. Tony looked at the two people who appeared inexplicably with resentment. You two can go now. Even though Rhodes failed to become a war machine for some reason, his skill as the king of Marvel rants remained undiminished. This scene made Ghoulie, who had never seen his ex-wife's famous scene before, feel that it was just right. It was just right. With a thought, a golden portal with a sizzling sound suddenly appeared behind Ghoulie. I won't bother you anymore, Rod. Do you want me to take you back? After hearing this, Rod was obviously very excited. He really wanted to try out Superman's portal. But when he remembered what Ghoulie had suggested to him not long ago, he quickly shook his head. Next time, Goo, I have something to discuss with Tony. In the morning, Ghoulie and Cersei, who had gotten up early, were doing morning exercises when they suddenly heard the phone ring. Ghoulie waved his hand in annoyance, used his Shockwave ability to hang up the phone, and prepare to continue his morning exercises, but the annoying ringing sounded again. Answer it. Maybe there is something important for you. Sisai was a little out of breath after exercising too much. Ghoulie nodded, and the mobile phone, transformed by Xiaomi Luan, answered the call very considerately. Hey, Superman, go check out that hammer. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Ghoulie said, unhappily, Tony big shit. Wait until I finish my run. He was speechless about Tony's suggestion. Hammer? What a bullshit hammer. It's not white and soft. How can it be as important as getting up early to exercise? Our ancestors said, a day's plan begins in the morning. After telling Xiaomi Luan to turn off the computer, The sound of panting and exercising rang out in the room again. 2.5 hours later, Ghoulie appeared in Tony's house with a sizzling portal. At a glance, two figures of Mark armor appeared in front of him. In one of the armors, Rhodes' excited face with a mouthful of white teeth was so dazzling. Obviously, Rhodes and Tony reached an unknown condition last night, and the war machine was in place. You still need to run? Tony looked at Ghoulie in confusion. Superman needs to run? No one would believe you. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day. Why do you think I'm so strong? Ghoulie blurted out without blushing. Thinking carefully, his daily exercise volume seems to be much more than that. Tony and Rhodes were quite interested after hearing what he said. If they could do the above exercises, they would be as strong as Ghoulie. It seems that it is not impossible. Come on, are you two planning to fly over there, or come with me? Tony obviously had other plans for this question. How about we three compete to see who can fly faster? In Tony's opinion, Rod was flying the Mark 6, while he was flying the more advanced Mark 7. He would not be the last one anyway, and he might even have a chance to beat Ghoulie once. Rod nodded in agreement. He had been flying for most of the night and was still very excited. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Seeing the longing looks on their faces, Ghoulie sighed helplessly. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, the war machine started instantly and broke down the iron door of Tony's house. Rod, your uncle. Mark 7 chased after Rod. After waving his hand to drive the superpower of the remodeling molecules to repair the iron door, Ghoulie soared into the sky and caught up with the two in less than a second. The monitoring department of the American Army was very speechless. Before, one Iron Man was enough to give them a headache, and he ignored the air defense control. Now there is a Superman, and their military Colonel Rod, who is worried. I want one too. The soldier in charge of monitoring drooled from his eyes. Among the three figures flying side by side in the air, Tony laughed with relief and said, At least I wasn't surpassed by you this time. God knows how much he suffered in his heart after meeting Ghoulie. Except for money, he is better than him in everything. He is not as young as him, and he does not have as many superpowers as him. No, to be precise, he has no superpower at all. Tony Stark, used to be a child of destiny. Is that so? Ghoulie laughed evilly, and the shockwave covered his whole body and accelerated instantly. Bang, a huge sound of air explosion followed. Tony, Rhodes, and the others were shocked. When they looked up, there was no trace of Ghoulie. Jarvis, Goose speed. Sir, I'm not sure, but it's roughly 120th of the speed of light, 2,500 kilometers per second, or even faster. X2 will never compete with this pervert again. This is the common voice of the two. At this time, outside the town of Old Bridge in New Mexico, Coulson, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., is dealing with the aftermath. Under Coulson's feet, there are traces of the burned Rainbow Bridge array. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. linguists accompanying him are interpreting the records. He looked up and felt strange. Why did there suddenly appear a person? Overtake Superman. Coulson muttered, When did this person come? I didn't see the golden circle. To the outside world, the golden teleportation circle is the symbol of Superman. Coulson hurriedly stepped forward and extended his hand to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Coulson. This was the first time the two of them met officially. When he knew that Superman joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he almost jumped up with excitement. In addition to Captain America, Superman was his second favorite superhero. But these two, one passed away, the other only exists in comics. I'm Ghoulie. Has Hammer God left? Coulson nodded and replied, He just left about an hour ago. The conversation between the two also made the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were working nearby discover Ghoulie's presence. They now had only one thought, to take a photo with Superman. Several female agents even blushed with excitement. Ghoulie took a casual look and was immediately shocked by her beauty. Max, it's really big, really white, it's hard to control with both hands. Jane Foster, who had a mutual affection with Thor, stared blankly at the traces of the Rainbow Bridge. She knew that she didn't know when they would meet again after this separation. Her best friend, Daisy Louise, who Ghoulie thought was Max, was comforting her. Daisy Louise looked up and happened to meet Ghoulie's eyes. Oh, Jane Superman, look at Superman. Ghoulie nodded in a friendly manner. Although Max, who was so big and so white, was completely in line with his aesthetic taste, he was not a stallion in heat. If he had this time, he might as well exercise more with Cersei. The superpowers of the Tin-Man team of the Eternals were not bad, but the ones shown in the Eternals movie were a little off. There were so many means of long-range attack, but they had to fight with others in close combat. Of course, it was probably because the special effects were too expensive that led to this situation. However, being in the Marvel Universe did not have the trouble of expensive special effects. He was only worried that the special effects of superpowers were not enough. The mirror space of the Ancient One and Old Deng, the shockwave of Daisy at home, the remodeling molecules on Cersei's body, the ancient magic recorded in the Dark God book, and even the one in the system space, the Blue Giant Star Destroyer. These are all existences that can pull out the full special effects. There is still some time before the Ancient One surrenders to the Eternals, and the dark magic in the Dark God book cannot be used openly at present. About 2.5 hours later, Tony Rhodes and the others arrived late. The distance between New York and New Mexico is 3,357.8 nautical miles equals 6,218 kilometers. 1 nautical mile equals 1.852 kilometers. In Iron Man 2, Tony Stark's flying speed exceeded the maximum speed of the F-22 fighter jet, which is 2,410 kilometers per hour. The specific value was raised to more than 2,414 kilometers. Combined with factors such as straight-line flight and the location of Old Bridgetown, it is roughly equivalent to a 2.5-hour journey. The hammer is gone. After hearing the news from Coulson, Tony looked up and saw Ghoulie surrounded by 2 beauties. The 3 of them were talking and laughing. This kid comes again. Isn't he afraid that his house will catch fire? New Mexico, Old Bridgetown Hotel. Ghoulie smoked a cigarette with a nostalgic look. The girls in America are indeed very open. He could vaguely hear Max's excited shout last night. I slept with Superman. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the reward for connecting with Max was not the superpower related to Thor as he guessed. But it was normal. Max was simply envious of Thor's figure, especially since Thor was the boyfriend of her best friend Jane, and nothing had happened between her and Thor. But Max had no such concerns about Ghoulie. Connect to the story character Daisy Louise successfully and obtain the Transformer Cable. Cable, the leader of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Dynatron, has a huge body of 25.6 meters in combat form, which can be said to be the ceiling of the combat power among the Transformers. Like Ms. Zhao Hailun, Daisy Louise is also a scientific research staff member, which may be the reason why Ghoulie obtained the Transformer again. The trip to Wakanda is a must. He and Tony have already prepared all the materials needed to synthesize the real adamantium, except for the Wakanda vibranium. The reason why he has not gone to Wakanda is that recently, the Incredible Hulk has happened one after another. The plots of Iron Man 2 and Thor 1, as well as the tasks that suddenly popped up in the ventilation system. On the other hand, he and Tony had a disagreement on how to obtain Wakanda vibranium. Tony wanted to buy it, and Ghoulie wanted to buy it for free. The above reasons have caused them to not take action yet. This also led to the fact that among the Transformers subordinates obtained by Ghoulie, only Little Chaos replaced his new body with the vibranium shield as the raw material. Drift, Soundwave, the Mechanical Dog and the Tape Legion, the Mechanical Bird, and the newly obtained Steel Cable all need to update the material. 4.6 meter high Drift, 6.7 meter high Soundwave, 25.6 meter high Steel Cable. If you count the Iron Legion that Tony wants to build, Ghoulie estimates that they may need hundreds of tons of Wakanda vibranium. And at the price of $10,000 per gram, 100 tons of Wakanda vibranium requires a full 100 billion US dollars. This price is exactly equal to the official Marvel announcement of Iron Man's net worth of 100 billion US dollars. How about selling Tony? With a thought, a portal with a hissing sound appeared instantly. This time, Ghoulie left in a carefree manner, with the attitude of entering the body but not the life. They were all adults, and it was consensual, so he was not a scumbag. After coming to Tony's house again, he told him the amount of money needed to buy vibranium. After hearing the specific amount, Tony said he was really shocked. What? 100 billion? Goo, are you kidding me? Even if you sell me, it won't be enough. In fact, selling you is just enough. Tony, who is always calm and rational, looked at Ghoulie in confusion. You're talking about the price of 100 tons of vibranium, but we don't need that much. Although he planned to build an iron army, he was not crazy enough to really build tens of thousands of iron soldiers. First of all, the funds he could use at any time might not be enough, and by then, the politicians in America would go crazy. They would definitely go crazy. What? Do you want a rebel, Stark? Ghoulie sighed helplessly and continued to explain. 4.6-meter high drift, 6.7-meter high sound waves, 25.6-meter high steel cables, mechanical dogs, mechanical birds. You can calculate how much vibranium I need. Besides, we have to keep some inventory. After hearing Ghouli's analysis, Tony had never felt this way before. Billionaire Tony Stark would be short of money one day. This beaver? No one would believe it if they told him. What no one believed was that Ghoulie, who was called the Golden Superman and the light of humanity by the news media, was full of thoughts about buying things for free. Goo, how much do you have there? Tony became a little compromised. I have used most of my funds to buy your company's stocks. I still have about 1.2 billion on hand. How about we sell the stocks? Tony shook his head like a rattle. Absolutely not. If that happens, Stark Industries will be finished. As a major shareholder, he cashed out, which was obviously telling the world, I'm not in the game anymore. You guys can do it. By then, it would be good news if the stock price was cut in half. Seeing that the atmosphere was in place, Ghoulie continued to add fuel to the fire and seduced. Then listen to me. Wakanda will be bought for free. Tony rolled his eyes. The resistance on his face became even stronger, and he said speechlessly, Goo, we are superheroes. Ghoulie suddenly shouted, In that case, I will argue with you. Tell me loudly, Tony, what do we want Wakanda vibranium for? Although Tony was puzzled, he still answered, Synthesize real adamantium. He actually didn't understand why it was called real adamantium. Could it be that there was fake adamantium? Ghoulie asked loudly again, Tony, what do we need real adamantium for? Of course, it is to build an iron army, yes, and your transformers. After hearing this, Ghoulie was overjoyed. Then tell me, why are we building the Iron Legion? Goo, what's wrong with you? Tony obviously didn't understand the hidden meaning of Ghoulie's words. He just felt that Ghoulie was asking a question even though he knew the answer. Ghoulie asked very formally, Tell me why. Protect the Earth, Tony said weakly. He secretly made up his mind to let Pepper tell Helen Zhao that her boyfriend had a mental problem. So, Mr. Tony Stark, please tell me, what is our ultimate goal in taking Wakanda's vibranium? Tony's face was helpless and confused at first, but after hearing Ghoulie's words, he gradually became solemn, until he finally widened his eyes in shock and murmured, We take Wakanda vibranium to protect the Earth? Can still be understood this way? Is that right? Ghoulie patted Tony's shoulder heavily and said with great satisfaction, Congratulations, you answered correctly. So far, the great and upright Iron Man Tony Stark has been successfully brainwashed by Ghoulie, who is known as the light of humanity. The two officially began to plan Wakanda's $0 purchase plan. As far as I know, Wakanda is located in the east of Africa, and it is just a backward agricultural country. Ghoulie sneered, Backward? Brother, have you forgotten how much vibranium costs? $10,000 per gram. After being brainwashed by Ghoulie, Tony now felt that his IQ was not enough, and he fell into silence and stopped talking. Ghoulie sighed and added the information he knew. On the surface, Wakanda is a poor and backward agricultural country, but in reality, it is the most technologically advanced country on Earth. Our target, Wakanda vibranium, is somewhere in their territory. Hearing this, Tony frowned slightly. Are you really sure that they're the most technologically advanced country on Earth? Are you really sure that they're the most technologically advanced country on Earth? The great Tony Stark said, I don't admit it. Even if Ghoulie said that Ivan, the little prince of Electric Whip, had the most advanced technology, he would have admitted it. But if you say that Wakanda is the most advanced? Do you believe it? He doesn't believe it at all. Facing Tony's question, Ghoulie thought for a moment. Compared with you, we both have our own advantages. Although Wakanda's technology is very strong, it can barely be considered a tie in front of the Mark armor and the arc reactor. Their kingdom is hidden in the protective shield. I will sneak in when the time comes. Brother Tony, you should make some noise outside to attract their attention. Tony nodded, with a trace of worry on his face. If their technology is as advanced as you say, they should have a lot of high-tech weapons. Ghoulie was too lazy to complain about this question and simply shook his head. No, they advocate primitive combat methods. In our great Wakanda, we use the best materials to make the most primitive weapons and fight the most primitive wars. Although the Wakanda spear can fire lasers, they just don't use it and focus on a willful. Brother Tony, your Mark armor is too conspicuous, and you are too famous. If you want to make a free purchase without anyone noticing, it seems a bit difficult because people can tell at a glance that you are Iron Man. You are more famous than me now. Your fans in Europe have even established a church dedicated to you. After hearing this, Ghoulie stood up and shouted, People die for money, birds die for food. Since we have decided to buy it for free, don't hesitate, go now. Tony quickly pulled Ghoulie's shoulder and persuaded him. Make a plan first, then act. Otherwise, let your dog come with you and cooperate with me outside. Tony missed the dog that saved him and Ethan. Dog, Ghoulie murmured. He suddenly thought of a better candidate. No, Wolf. Brother Tony, I will use the portal to send you there first. I will go home and bring 2 helpers, and then I will be there soon. 2 golden circles of light appeared instantly, one leading to the East African savanna and the other leading to the Grey Wolf laboratory. Almost instantly, Ghoulie came to the laboratory. Grey Wolf was sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Uncle Wolf, please help me. I'm going to get something, but the place is heavily guarded. Grey Wolf, holding a cigar in his mouth, stood up and took a tool bag. Let's go, boss. Let's go quickly and come back quickly. This werewolf versus 300 vampires is quite interesting. Zzz, the portal opened and closed. Since learning the teleportation spell, Ghoulie's way of traveling can be said to be upgraded from a shotgun to a cannon. However, it was a long time later that Ghoulie remembered that when Ancient One gave him the advanced guide to Immortality portal, he did not give him a hanging ring. The hanging ring is a must for every magic beginner, used to help concentrate the mind for magic practice. If he had not been stimulated by the 10 centimeters reduction and followed the method in the Dark God book, he might not have been able to learn the teleportation spell. Ghoulie, who was basking in the sun far away in Immortality, sneezed several times inexplicably. Feeling that something was unusual, Ghoulie quickly stood up and counted with her fingers. But after a moment, she murmured in confusion, Strange, nothing is going to happen recently. The nearest one will be 2 years later. Ghoulie glanced at his energetic disciples and sighed. I'm really old. At this time, in Eastern Africa, Wakanda is located in the East African savanna. If we refer to the location on Earth in the previous life, Wakanda's specific location is close to the border of Lake Turkana and the surrounding area bordering South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia is also known as the Elemi Triangle. Grey Wolf is wearing sunglasses, holding a cigar in his mouth, and pointing in a certain direction coolly. Boss, the area ahead has strong energy fluctuations. The Wakanda you mentioned should be there. Behind Grey Wolf stood Ghoulie's Zero Yuan shopping gang, whose members included Tony the Iron Man, Drift the Triple King Kong, the Robot Dog, the Robot Bird, etc. Tony stared at the talking wolf in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out. If the existence of the Eternals and Immortality was still within his acceptance range before, this cool wolf now made him feel absurd and crazy. This world is too crazy, wolves can talk. What made Tony even crazier was that the wolf named Grey Wolf used only the simplest toolkit to easily assemble the detector. It was damn easy to use. In less than 2 minutes, he even made a few shielding devices to ensure that they would not be discovered by various surveillance methods. Such a terrifying wolf, what a genius. Tony's eyes were shining with a fiery light, as if he had met a soulmate. At this moment, He just wanted to have a good discussion with Mr. Wolf, and it didn't matter if he didn't have vibranium. Gu Li's eyes were also shining with light. Brother Tony, Drift, and Guzzy, you guys stay outside to meet us. I'll take Uncle Wolf in. Please note that the signal from the jammer can only interfere with the monitoring equipment. Don't let anyone find out. Don't worry, Guzzy and I will be outside at that time, making some noise to attract their attention. Gu Li learned from the last time he was discovered by the thermal sensor monitoring. He put on a shielding device and waved his hand, using his invisibility superpower to hide himself and Grey Wolf. He put Uncle Wolf on his shoulder and flew forward. When he came to the area that Grey Wolf pointed to, he found an invisible energy shield that prevented him from moving forward. If the energy shield breaks through, it will arouse the vigilance inside. Generally speaking, the energy shield is composed of electromagnetic shield and plasma shield. The electromagnetic shield is responsible for resisting various high-energy particle weapons, because high-energy particles are basically charged particles, and any charged particles will be affected by the electromagnetic field and deviate. In other words, with the existence of electromagnetic shield, high-energy particle weapons cannot hit the target. The plasma shield is responsible for defending against neutral particles and kinetic weapons. The plasma shield is to confine the ultra-high temperature plasma to a dense area through magnetic force, thus forming a thermal energy barrier. In other words, when kinetic weapons and physical ammunition come into contact with the surface of the barrier, they will be burned by high temperature or detonated in advance. This is why the gunfire of Thanos' battleship exploded above the Wakanda protective shield. As for how it was operated specifically, Gu Li said he didn't know either. He was just a student at New York University, not a genius like Dr. Banner and Tony. But this did not prevent him from successfully passing through the energy shield through the superpower of reshaping molecules. Slowly flew towards the direction of the huge Black Panther statue. Wakanda vibranium is located in the underground canyon of Wakanda. It is mined by mechanization and transported by underground rail cars. The total storage volume is about 10,000 tons. This time, it was Gu Li's first time to enter Wakanda. When he looked at it, two strange styles suddenly appeared in front of him. The city located in the basin is full of high-rise buildings with futuristic sci-fi style and streets full of primitive tribal style, which are intertwined with each other, and there is a different and alternative beauty. Gu Li even saw the roof made of pure vibranium. It's so fucking rich, he sighed his heart. It is worthy of being a city built on vibranium, the kind of wealth that billionaire Tony would cry when he saw it. The whole city is not only small, but also several levels behind America. Gu Li flew down along the cave under the Black Panther statue with Grey Wolf. After flying for a distance in the deep cave, it suddenly became clear, and what appeared in front of Gu Li was a huge underground canyon. The canyon is full of blue vibranium veins, and a majestic track spans across both sides of the canyon, with no end in sight. This should be the rail car that transports vibranium. The amount of vibranium he and Tony needed was a bit large, and the vein under his feet was just a branch of the entire vibranium vein, so he had to choose to continue forward along the branch. Finally, in the cave at the end of the branch, he found the goal of this trip, the Wakanda vibranium mine, and the azure light illuminated the entire cave. Gu Li rubbed his hands excitedly and began to drive the Shockwave superpower to become a happy miner again. In fact, he could cause a major earthquake and quickly shatter the vibranium vein. But Gu Li felt that it was completely unnecessary. As a qualified $0 purchase player, he came here only to make money, not to kill. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. When you do something you like, time always seems to fly by. You may feel that only a few minutes have passed, but in fact a long time has passed. Just like at this time, Gu Li embarrassedly discovered that he was too excited about mining and dug too much. The vibranium ore in the system space has long been piled up into a mountain. And when he looked at the display on the system, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. A full 1,000 tons of Wakanda vibranium, or did you dig 1/10? Then wouldn't I be the richest man on Earth now? Gu Li muttered softly. According to the market price of 10,000 US dollars per gram of vibranium, he dug a full trillion US dollars this time. This is equivalent to the wealth of 10 Tony Starks. As expected, no one can get rich without unexpected wealth. In the future, Ms. Zhao can buy whatever stock she wants. Anyway, I have money. Gu Li, in a good mood, reluctantly looked at the azure vibranium vein. The little devil in his heart made him struggle. Where should we dig them all up? Gray Wolf, who was sitting on Gu Li's shoulder, sighed and advised. Boss, too much is as bad as too little. It's just a pile of broken stones. I'll study its molecular formula later, and you can use your ability to convert it. Gu Li nodded, as if he had understood. The only flaw in reshaping molecules is that it can't create something out of nothing, while he can freely convert any other substances. But he had never used this method to convert Wakanda vibranium before because he didn't know the molecular formula of vibranium. This is also why he always turns objects into petals or snowflakes when fighting. He, a poor student, only knows the molecular formula of petals and snowflakes. And at this moment, something strange happened. Who's talking? A black-skinned girl with dreadlocks looked around vigilantly. When she saw the situation in the cave, she quickly pressed the button on the device on her arm. The shrill alarm sounded over Wakanda in an instant, and the girl with dreadlocks quickly contacted her brother. Seeing this, Gu Li had no choice but to fly towards the protective shield. I was careless. The sound cannot be hidden. I shouldn't have spoken. Back to a time not long ago, on a hill outside the Wakanda shield. Dog, it's almost time, you or I. Tony, who was in charge of the response outside, looked at the mechanical dog and asked, Let me and my second brother do it. The traces left by the explosion of your weapon may reveal your identity. Among Gu Li's subordinates, the top scientist Gray Wolf is the eldest, the Sakura Warrior Drift is the second, the sound wave floating in outer space is the third, and the dog is the fourth. As for the newly joined Steel Cable, the dinosaur King Kong disdains to associate with them, and they are a school of their own. After hearing this, Tony shrugged helplessly. The dog's analysis makes sense. The weapons loaded on Mark's armor. The traces of Stark Industries are too obvious. Should we add some of Hammer's weapons in the future? Tony suddenly had this thought in his mind. It seems that it is not impossible. In this way, when we buy again, Hammer will take the blame. Tony was shocked by his own thoughts. What's wrong with me? Why did I say again, stay away from Gu in the future? I'm almost being led astray by him. After the shells fired by Piaui and Guzzi exploded above the protective shield, they immediately attracted the attention of Wakanda. The royal guards assembled under the leadership of Captain Okoye, awaiting the king's order. When Chaka, the then king of Wakanda, learned about it, he sighed helplessly. Ever since his brother started selling vibranium privately, this stupid behavior not only betrayed Wakanda's beliefs, but also brought countless troubles to this once peaceful country. Over the years, the ambitions and greed of the outside world have spread like wildfire, making more and more forces coveting vibranium. The old king Chake's heart became heavier because of this, because he knew very well that the existence of vibranium was a double-edged sword. It could bring prosperity and wealth to Wakanda, but it could also cause endless disputes and wars. Destroy these invaders. Immediately, following the king's order, the royal guards, armed with high-tech spears, rushed to the battlefield in high spirits. Princess Shuri, who heard about the invasion, hurried to the underground canyon. She felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. She subconsciously thought that the attack outside might be a cover-up. When she came to the cave with her guards, she discovered the previous scene. At this time, the vibranium mother, or in the cave in front of her, was nearly 1/10 less. And this was also the greatest loss Wakanda had ever suffered. Brother, a thief came to the mother mine and stole a lot of vibranium. He can turn invisible. It should be able to block surveillance. In just a few seconds, Princess Shuri analyzed the thief's ability from the situation just now, and the list of superpowers on Earth flashed through her mind. This time, the whole of Wakanda was put into a state of complete martial law. Teams of royal guards ran towards the protective shield as fast as the wind. They had only one idea in their minds: They must not let the invaders go. Not to mention the invaders who stole vibranium. At this time, on the mountain outside Wakanda, two sizzling portals slowly dissipated, and the $0 purchase team also lost their trace. After searching for a while, the guards were shocked to find that there were no clues around except for the shell fragments left by the explosion. It was as if this incident had never happened. Seeing this, Captain Okoye said sternly, "You take the fragments back for testing, and the rest of you follow me to search the nearby mountains." She still didn't believe that she couldn't find any useful clues. In faraway New York, Tony walked out of the portal and looked at Ghoulie excitedly. "Goo, how much did you take? Is it enough for us?"